1. Reborn. Awakening the Forbidden Evolution System. Brain Storage Area. P.S. This is a light novel. Readers who consider their tastes refined and dislike face-slapping power fantasies, please exit to the right. Thank you for your cooperation. City A. Luo Family Villa. Brother Xinlian, why are you holding mother's underwear in your hand? As a shout rang out, a young man grabbed a piece of underwear and shoved it directly into the bewildered Luo Xinlian's arms. Luo Xinlian was also stunned by this sudden action. Suddenly snapped back to reality. Looking at the black lace underwear tucked in his arms, a glimmer of joy flashed in Luo Xinlian's eyes. Have I been reborn? Back to the day 10 years ago when I was framed by my adopted son, Luo Xinyuan? Before Luo Xinlian could fully process the joy of rebirth, a woman's voice full of mockery sounded from the side. How shameless, caught red-handed and still daring to laugh? They say boys who don't grow up by their mother's side develop psychological issues, but I never imagined your mind could be so twisted to this extent. How could our Luo family have someone as disgusting as you? Luo Xinlian turned towards the sound. A charming young girl emerged from around the corner of the corridor. This girl was none other than the second daughter of the Luo family, Luo Jinyu. The young man who had earlier stuffed the undergarments into Luo Xinlian's arms was named Luo Xinyuan. He was the adopted son taken in by the Luo family after Luo Xinlian went missing. After being adopted, Luo Xinyuan was practically doted on by the entire Luo family, not just because he was well-behaved, sensible, and impeccably mannered. The most crucial factor was his beast-taming talent. This was a world where beast-taming reigned as the mainstream. Every newborn baby at birth has a certain probability of developing their own companion beast. The companion beast is like the materialization of a person's soul. It can take on various bizarre forms. Most importantly, those who possess a companion beast will naturally develop a beast space within their minds. This beast space not only provides the beast master with a continuous supply of spiritual energy, the companion beasts residing within it can also be nourished. As for those who fail to awaken a companion beast, they can only attempt to create a beast space on their own afterward. By purchasing or taming and contracting beasts in the wild, one can become an acquired beast master. Although Luo Xinyuan was not 1 in 10,000 born with a companion beast, but at the age of 5, he successfully tamed and contracted his first beast. Such talent is exceptionally rare even across the entire city A. Looking at Luo Jinyu who suddenly appeared, a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly concealed. Then he put on a sorrowful expression and said, "Second sister, don't blame Xinlian brother anymore. After all, Xinlian brother has been wandering outside since childhood. It's inevitable he picked up some bad habits from the lower class. But now that something like this has happened, if mother finds out, Xinlian brother will be finished." Upon hearing this, Luo Jinyu also gently patted Luo Xinyuan's head, said in a soft tone, "Little brother Xinyuan, you're just too kind-hearted. You always think of others in everything, unlike some mentally twisted pervert. Just looking at it makes me sick." Seeing the two of them singing in harmony, Luo Xinlian remained completely unfazed, casually took out the underwear from his embrace and tossed it away without a second thought. Then, with a mocking expression, he said, "I said, Luo Xinyuan, can you stop pretending? Do you really think I don't know? You're staging this scene just to drive me out of the Luo family. If you want me to leave, just say it outright. Why resort to such despicable means? Or perhaps, you so-called upper-class folks all have such venomous hearts?" Luo Xinlian naturally knew that his mother, Zhou Yajing, would find out about this matter. What kind of fate awaited him? In the previous life, it was these two who deliberately escalated the matter to Zhou Yajing. An enraged Zhou Yajing personally whipped Luo Xinlian for 2 hours. Then she had him hung up and locked in the dungeon for 3 full days. By the time Luo Xinlian was released, he was already on the verge of death. The wounds on his body were already crawling with maggots. If the Luo family hadn't feared that killing their own biological son would damage their reputation, Luo Xinlian would likely have died on the spot. But now none of that matters anymore. Luo Xinlian knew that no matter how he explained, Zhou Yajing would never believe him, because Zhou Yajing despised him, her biological son found from outside. From the bottom of her heart, ever since being taken back to the Luo family from the orphanage, Luo Xinlian had been subjected to scornful looks. Not only was he underfed and poorly clothed, but he also had to endure Luo Xinyuan's various false accusations and frame-ups every day. But Zhou Yajing always unconditionally believed Luo Xinyuan, and his 6 sisters always chose to side with Luo Xinyuan. As for his father, Luo family head Luo Yu, whom he rarely saw, they were also indifferent to the situation of Luo Xinlian, their own son. Even when Luo Jinyu slapped Luo Xinlian in front of Luo Yu without any reason, Luo Yu would only say indifferently, "A couple of slaps are enough. Don't go too far." At that time, Luo Xinlian didn't understand why his parents and sister all treated him so poorly. Perhaps it's because he came from humble beginnings, growing up in an orphanage without aristocratic bearing. But can all of this really be blamed on me? Wasn't it you people who lost me in the first place? Why did you bring me back only to treat me like this? It wasn't until he grew up that Luo Xinlian finally understood all of this, mainly because his beast-taming talent was simply too terrible. The spiritual energy within his body was extremely sparse. Even at the age of 18, he couldn't successfully contract the most ordinary and worthless beast. In the beast-taming world where the strong prey on the weak, strength is the only thing that matters, especially in a prominent family like the Luo family. Potential and strength are the key factors that determine your status in this family. This is exactly why Luo Xinyuan was so doted on. But none of this matters anymore. From the very moment Luo Xinlian was reborn, he had made up his mind to leave this cold and heartless Luo family. At this moment, Luo Jinyu could never have imagined Luo Xinlian, who had always been as humble as an ant in the Luo family, would dare to speak to them like this today. Even more unexpected was that he would dare to shift the blame for stealing underwear onto the well-behaved and sensible younger brother, Xin Yuan, and Luo Xinyuan, whose scheme was exposed right in front of everyone, immediately put on an innocent expression and said, "It was clearly you who stole mother's underwear. Brother Xinlian, how could you frame me like this?" Looking at the pitiful Luo Xinyuan beside him. In that moment, Luo Jinyu's heart was filled with rage, immediately shouted sternly, "Just a useless trash who can't contract beast companions. Not only slandered Xin Yuan younger brother, how dare you speak to me like this? It seems you still lack discipline." The next moment, the void surged. A fluorescent pink-purple cocoon, nearly half the size of a person, appeared before the trio's eyes. It was precisely Luo Jinyu's spirit beast, the Psychic Chrysalis. Psychic Chrysalis, teach this disrespectful waste a proper lesson. The moment Luo Jinyu's words fell, an invisible psychic force instantly locked onto Luo Xinlian's entire body. At this moment, Luo Xinlian felt completely immobilized. His entire body gradually levitated off the ground. Intense pressure from all directions created waves of pain, making it unbearable to endure. At this moment, Luo Xinlian's heart was filled with resentment and fury. Could it be that even after being reborn, I'm destined to live in humiliation like my previous life? I refuse to accept this. If only I could possess such power, I would surely trample the entire Luo family beneath my feet. At that very moment, a series of electronic mechanical tones suddenly rang out in Luo Xinlian's mind. Ding! Detected the host's intense desire for power. Successfully bound for you. Taboo Evolution System 2, Arrival. The Arrogant Demon King. Newbie Reward Pack, Forbidden Eye. Evolution Stone, Express Version. Companion Beast *1. Forbidden Eye, can detect all information and hidden details about beasts within sight. Evolution Stone, Express Version instantly meets the evolution requirements for beasts with 0 side effects. In the next moment, a faint red glow flashed through Luo Xinlian's eyes. This is the sign of the Forbidden Eye's successful fusion. At the same time, Luo Xinlian also felt the spiritual energy within his body rapidly surging. Along with it, his beast-taming talent was continuously rising. After absorbing all the information, Luo Xinlian's originally calm heart gradually became excited. He actually awakened a cheat system. At this moment, Luo Xinlian, due to the compression from the psychic force attack, blood was seeping from all his skin pores and even his facial features. Regarding this, Luo Jinyu didn't care in the slightest, still sneered mockingly. "A worthless person like you should consider it a blessing from your past life just to live in the Luo family. Not only did you commit such a despicable act, but you refuse to admit it. Dare you still slander me and Xin Yuan, accusing us of framing you? Today, I will properly teach you, this unfilial child, a lesson on behalf of father and mother." Seeing this, Luo Xinyuan, who was standing nearby, his face also revealed a somewhat mocking expression, but his words feigned concern as he spoke. "Second sister, isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Upon hearing this, Luo Jinyu, however, said dismissively, "Don't worry, it's fine, his skin is thick enough." Listening to the two of them mock, the next moment, Luo Xinlian only felt a dizzying sensation as the scenes kept shifting. His consciousness seemed to be pulled into a peculiar space. Some information about this space also surfaced in his mind. Companion space, Space of Arrogance LV1, significantly increases the host's spiritual power limit, upgradable, can quickly restore the injuries and stamina of beasts in the space. Luo Xinlian was overjoyed. It's actually a companion space. He never dreamed that he would one day awaken a companion space of his own. Who would have thought that this arrogant space could not only rapidly heal the injuries and restore the stamina of tamed beasts, but also significantly elevate my spiritual power limit? You must know, in battles between beast tamers, spiritual power plays a crucial role. Whether it's summoning tamed beasts or the skills they use, it consumes the spiritual energy within the beast tamer's body. This means the more abundant the spiritual energy in the beast tamer's body, the longer they can sustain combat. After gaining a slight understanding of the information in his mind, Luo Xinlian quickly noticed that at the center of this space, there hovered a pitch-black beast egg covered in scales. Snap! A crack suddenly appeared abruptly on the beast egg. Then more and more cracks followed. Finally, a tiny dragon humanoid creature crawled out of the egg. Name, Shadow Dragon. Growth stage, infancy. Race bloodline, arrogant demon king bloodline. Quality, forbidden, unique. Attribute, dark/dragon. Talent, Mephisto's arrogance. Skills, Shadow Fist, Raging Dragon Kick. Evolution path, unique Shadow Dragon, Flash Shadow Dragon, Starry Abyss Demon Dragon, Heaven Scourge Black Dragon, Extreme Path Dragon Emperor, Mephist. Description, a juvenile form imbued with the bloodline of the arrogant demon king Mephist. Is this the companion beast the system gifted me? It's actually a forbidden grade companion beast. You should know that beast grades are categorized as common, fine, rare, precious, epic, legendary, mythic, forbidden, unique, and the little dragon before him was of the forbidden quality, also known as the unique quality. There was only one like it in the entire world. Luo Xinlian gazed with excitement at the pitch-black little dragon before him. His breathing involuntarily quickened. However, Luo Xinlian quickly adjusted his mindset. He began to ponder his current predicament. Although this little dragonkin is quite special, it's still in its infancy after all. Given my current situation, I must do everything possible to enhance my strength. Thinking of this, Luo Xinlian turned his gaze to the evolution stone, Speed Edition, gifted by the system. After all, what method could be faster than evolving a beast to enhance its power? Without further hesitation, Luo Xinlian made his decision. Use the Speed Evolution Stone on the Shadow Dragon. Immediately after, a profound shadow completely enveloped the Shadow Dragon. The Shadow Dragon's body began to transform and expand under the shroud of darkness. After a while, the shadows gradually faded away. When the Shadow Dragon reappeared before Luo Xinlian, it had grown from a tiny dragon human of a few dozen centimeters into a massive figure nearly 2 meters tall. Even the originally scale-covered forehead now had 2 small protrusions resembling dragon horns. Along with it came a brand new interface panel. Ding! Congratulations, host! Shadow Dragon has successfully evolved into Flash Shadow Dragon. Name, Flash Shadow Dragon. Growth stage, growth period. Race bloodline, arrogant demon king bloodline. Quality, forbidden, unique. Attribute, dark/dragon. Talent, Mephisto's arrogance. Skills, Shadow Fist, Raging Dragon Kick, Shadow Dragon Wave. Evolution path, Shadow Dragon, Flash Shadow Dragon, Starry Sky Demon Dragon, Heaven Scourge Black Dragon, Supreme Dragon Emperor, Mephisto. Description, the matured Mephisto bloodline, bearing the lineage of the Demon King, capable of effortlessly overcoming higher-tier battles. Gazing at the Shadowfang dragon revealing its initial majesty, Luo Xinlian's heart surged with unprecedented excitement. Luo family, it's time to settle our score. When Luo Xinlian's consciousness returned to his true body, I could feel that I seemed to be lying on my side on the ground at this moment. Moreover, the pressure brought by that psychic force on my body had also vanished. It was clear that Luo Jinyu saw that I had lost consciousness. This time, the attack of the mental butterfly cocoon was dispelled. At the same time, the conversation between Luo Xingyuan and Luo Jinyu reached his ears. Second sister. He couldn't have died, could he? Hearing this, a trace of panic was evident in Luo Jinyu's tone, but she still forced herself to speak calmly. It shouldn't be, right? But, so what if he died? Who told him to do such disgusting things? I believe mom and dad wouldn't either. But before Luo Jinyu could finish speaking, suddenly, Luo Xinlian, who had been lying on the ground, fiercely opened his eyes. He climbed up from the ground. Seeing this, Luo Jinyu also let out a long sigh of relief. Luckily this waste didn't die. Otherwise it would be hard to explain to mom and dad. But then, Luo Xinyuan's sickly sweet voice rang out again. Brother Xinlian, how could you play dead to scare us like that? Don't you know how worried second sister and I were about you just now? Hearing such shameless words coming from the other party, a meaningful smile also appeared on Luo Xinlian's face. Oh really? Then I should properly thank you all? Seemingly dissatisfied with Luo Xinlian's sarcastic tone, Luo Jinyu immediately pointed at Luo Xinlian's nose and said, "What a rude brat. After all our worry for you, this is how you treat us." Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian couldn't be bothered to waste more words on these two shameless individuals. Crack, crack. He immediately retaliated with 2 sharp slaps across Luo Xinyuan and Luo Jinyu's faces. The two covered their cheeks in disbelief. This trash actually dared to slap them. Immediately, Luo Xinlian's mocking voice rang in their ears. "This is my thank you gift for you. Satisfied now?" 3. Severance. Breaking away from the Luo family, the two of them snapped back to reality. Immediately consumed by fury, even Luo Xingyuan dropped his facade. A cold expression surfaced on his face. Luo Jinyu even started cursing outright. "You good for nothing. How dare you hit me? This young lady will make sure you die today." Then the spiritual butterfly cocoon appeared once again. and Luo Xinlian was also affected by the effect of the Forbidden Eye. Successfully obtained the information panel of the mental chrysalis. Name, mental chrysalis. Growth stage, growth period. Race bloodline, illusion butterfly bloodline. Quality, rare. Attributes, psychic/bug. Talent, dream weaving. Effect, the psychic cocoon can sense and weave the dreams of surrounding creatures, slightly influencing dream content, bringing tranquility to allies and creating disturbances for enemies. Skills, telekinesis. Stun spore, poison powder. Bug bite, evolution path, psychic caterpillar psychic cocoon illusionary butterfly dream monarch butterfly. It seemed Luo Xinlian's momentary distraction had been noticed. A hint of smugness flashed in Luo Jinyu's eyes. Are you recalling the fear of being controlled by the mental chrysalis? So you're scared now? But who would have thought? The next moment Luo Xinlian burst into laughter. I just think your chrysalis is too pathetic. Can't take a hit. As soon as these words were spoken, suddenly, a black shadow flashed by. The spiritual chrysalis that had been standing before Luo Jinyu suddenly collapsed to the ground. Instant kill with a single strike. Luo Jinyu, who had been about to sneer, froze completely. What just happened? How did my spiritual cocoon collapse directly? For a moment, this thought kept echoing in Luo Jinyu's heart. Meanwhile, Luo Xinyuan, who was standing nearby, witnessed the scene. He was also badly frightened. He had just seen a black shadow flash by in an instant. Immediately after, the mental chrysalis was instantly destroyed. He didn't even get a clear look at the true appearance of that shadow. This scene was far too bizarre. Looking at Luo Xinyuan's stunned expression, Luo Xinlian wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. Without another word, he immediately punched Luo Xinyuan right in the face, knocked them to the ground. Even so, Luo Xinlian showed no intention of stopping. Instead, he pressed the advantage, rode directly onto Luo Xinyuan's body. Fists rained down like a storm on Luo Xinyuan's face. For a moment, the entire corridor was filled with Luo Xinyuan's wails and screams, because Luo Xinlian's attack was too sudden. Luo Xinyuan didn't even have time to summon his beast. Meanwhile, Luo Jinyu beside them was utterly stunned, unable to comprehend what had happened to this good-for-nothing. It's like he's a completely different person. Normally, he would just swallow his anger in silence. But today, he seemed unusually violent. Not only did he dare to talk back, he even dared to physically attack someone. Moreover, what was that black shadow just now? How could it appear in the Luo family? Just as Luo Jinyu was pondering over that bizarre scene moments ago, yet Luo Xinyuan's cries for help reached his ears. Second sister, save me. At this moment, Luo Jinyu finally snapped back to reality. But when she saw the ferocious expression on Luo Xinlian's face now, his heart couldn't help but start to tremble with fear. Still, she mustered her courage and angrily scolded. You bastard! He's your brother. How dare you lay such a cruel hand on him? Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian finally stopped his actions. Seeing this, Luo Jinyu finally let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, Luo Xinlian still feared him, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so obedient. As for Luo Xinyuan lying on the ground, he had already been beaten beyond recognition. His once handsome face had turned into a complete mess. Fortunately, Luo Xinlian stopped. Otherwise, I might really be beaten to death by him. No way, I can't swallow this anger. Just as Luo Xinyuan was thinking about how to incite others to teach Luo Xinlian a lesson, Luo Xinlian leaped up and delivered a flying kick, striking Luo Jinyu right in the abdomen. The kick sent Luo Jinyu flying a couple of meters away. Luo Xinyuan was also stunned by this sudden turn of events. Meanwhile, Luo Jinyu, the one directly involved, clutched his stomach and slowly got up from the ground. Trembling, she pointed at Luo Xinlian and screamed hysterically, "How dare you hit me so hard? I'm your own sister." Hearing this, Luo Xinlian raised an eyebrow. Biological sister? I clearly remember how this biological sister of mine nearly killed me just now. Facing Luo Xinlian's biting retort, for a moment, Luo Jinyu was also left speechless. Seeing that reasoning wouldn't work, Luo Jinyu then resorted to threats. You're just lucky. If it weren't for that strange black shadow that suddenly appeared and knocked out my psychic cocoon, with just you think you can hurt me? Once my psychic chrysalis recovers, I'll make sure you pay the price. But Luo Xinyan completely dismissed Luo Jinjin's threats with contempt. Clenching his fists, he slowly advanced toward Luo Jinjin. Oh really? Then I'll wait for you. But before that, I'll turn you into a pig head first. Seeing Luo Xinlian seemingly unafraid of his threat, Luo Jinyu also panicked. He began involuntarily backing away. Just as Luo Xinlian was about to approach Luo Jinyu, a sharp shout suddenly rang out. Luo Xinlian, what are you doing? They are your younger brother and sister. Are you trying to harm your own siblings? Luo Xinlian turned his head to look. There stood a gorgeously dressed, curvaceous beauty of a woman, walking toward them with an unfriendly expression. This person was none other than the Luo family matriarch, Zhou Yajing. Seeing it was his mother who had arrived, Luo Xinyuan, beaten to a pulp, hurriedly scrambled up from the ground. Then he threw himself into Zhou Yajing's arms. Without another word, he began to wail loudly. Seeing this, Luo Jinyu, who had been trembling in fear of Luo Xinlian, scurried over to Zhou Yajing's side in a flash. He spoke with a face full of resentment. Mother, Luo Xinlian stole your underwear, caught red-handed, and now trying to use violence to force us to keep this a secret for him. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yajing's expression also turned cold. Then she immediately spotted the black bra that had fallen on the floor. Immediately after, she spoke coldly to Luo Xinlian. Caught red-handed, what do you have to say for yourself? But Luo Xinlian was already accustomed to such things. In his previous life, Zhou Yajing had also believed their one-sided story without question, and nearly beat Luo Xinlian to death because of it. At this moment, Luo Xinlian had long anticipated Zhou Yajing's partiality. Therefore, he simply couldn't be bothered to explain. He just said coldly, think whatever you want. However, since you're here, I'll tell you one thing. Hearing this, the three of them had no idea what Luo Xinlian was actually planning. Immediately after, Luo Xinlian began to speak. I want to sever ties with the Luo family. From now on, we cut all connections. No more ties. Upon hearing this, all three were shocked. Luo Xinyuan, who was initially somewhat bewildered, upon hearing Luo Xinlian's voice, he immediately snapped back to reality. The furious Luo Xinlian had indeed given him quite a shock. But now it seems Luo Xinlian intends to leave the Luo family. This was absolutely a tremendous stroke of luck for Luo Xinyuan. The reason he repeatedly framed Luo Xinlian was his fear that Luo Xinlian, as the biological son, would threaten his position in the Luo family. He was even more afraid that Luo Xinlian would compete with him for the position of Luo family head in the future. Now it seems there's no need to worry. Meanwhile, Zhou Yajing, standing nearby, heard Luo Xinlian actually wanted to leave the Luo family. Her expression instantly turned icy. Do you think the Luo family is a place you can come and go as you please? Let's go. Viridian Forest. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian also let out a cold laugh. He then promptly pulled out a small stack of bills from his pocket. In the 3 years since I returned to the Luo family, I've spent a total of 420 yuan. I've recorded every single expense. This money is what I've earned myself over the years through hard work. Now I'm giving it all back to you. Keep the change. From now on, I owe the Luo family nothing. With that, Luo Xinlian flung the banknotes into the air. Then he turned around and left immediately. Seeing Luo Xinlian act like this, Zhou Yajing's expression grew increasingly unpleasant, as if she had suffered some kind of insult. Then, gritting her teeth, she spoke to Luo Xinyuan in her arms. Xinyuan, stop him. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinyuan was overjoyed. Previously, the reason he hadn't used his beast-taming abilities was because he feared the matter would reach his father's or mother's ears. It would ruin the image they've carefully built. But now, with Zhou Yajing's orders in hand, Luo Xinyuan could openly seek revenge on Luo Xinlian. In an instant, Luo Xinyuan moved to block Luo Xinlian just as he was about to step across the Luo family's threshold. A look of deep anguish and regret. Brother Xinlian, you've already made a grave mistake. You must not compound your errors. Go and apologize to mother at once. Luo Xinlian didn't say much, only uttering 2 words from his mouth. Get lost. Hearing this, Luo Xinyuan was quite irritated in his heart. A worthless waste with weak spiritual power actually dared to speak to him like this. A cold glint immediately flashed in his eyes. Brother Xinlian, since you insist on having your own way, don't blame me. He then summoned his contracted beast, the unicorn horse, and charged toward Luo Xinlian. Everyone had assumed that Luo Xinlian would be utterly defenseless against the unicorn horse's attack. But the next second, something shocking happened. A black shadow flashed past in an instant. The unicorn was sent flying over 10 meters away. How is this possible? It's that black shadow again. At that moment, Luo Xinyuan and Luo Jinyu finally reacted. That shadow seemed to be under Luo Xinlian's control, but Luo Xinlian paid no attention to their astonishment. Instead, he walked straight up to the bewildered Luo Xinyuan. You should be grateful you're still alive. Every debt owed to the Luo family, I've kept track of them all. No rush, these debts, we'll settle them slowly. With that, Luo Xinlian gently patted Luo Xinyuan's cheek with the back of his hand. For a moment, Luo Xinyuan was also intimidated by the aura emanating from Luo Xinlian. He didn't dare to resist in the slightest. It wasn't that Luo Xinlian didn't want to kill Luo Xinyuan, because he was well aware that although he was much stronger than Luo Xinyuan now, but they were far from being a match for the behemoth that was the Luo family. Once he took action to kill Luo Xinyuan, he would inevitably face endless pursuit from the Luo family. Now that he had the system and the help of the Shadow Dragon, there was no need to act on impulse. Of course, What he feared most was his long-unseen grandfather and his several brothers. It was precisely because of these old-timers that the Luo family could stand unshaken in City A. Although these old-timers were restricted by the Beast Taming Association from participating in worldly power struggles, but once someone from the Luo family died, they could use it as an excuse to clean house, launch a pursuit to kill Luo Xinlian. These old monsters are terrifyingly strong, even with the Shadow Flash Dragon, the current Luo Xinlian, facing these old-timers, he'd likely be instantly annihilated. And in the eyes of that old monster, there's not a trace of familial bond. Zhou Yajing was also shocked by this scene, until Luo Xinlian turned and walked out of the Luo family's gate. Only then did Zhou Yajing snap back to reality. That fleeting black shadow just now was definitely some kind of tamed beast. How could he be so strong? He actually killed Xin Yuan's unicorn horse with a single strike. When did he contract that beast? Just as Zhou Yajing was pondering, Luo Jinyu, who had previously been beaten up by Luo Xinlian, spoke with a face full of anger. There's something wrong. This good-for-nothing is definitely hiding something. He must have betrayed the Luo family. He's acting as an inside man for the Jiang family. Otherwise, with his pathetic talent, how could he have contracted a spirit beast? And where did he get the confidence to leave the Luo family? As these words escaped Luo Jinyu's lips, Zhou Yajing's expression instantly darkened further. Luo Xinlian stayed with the Luo family for 3 years. He couldn't possibly have failed to notice Luo Xinlian's talent. Luo Xinlian has now successfully contracted a beast of decent quality. Then there's only one possibility. Someone paid a hefty price to help Luo Xinlian contract the beast. And in the entire City A, only the 3 major beast contracting families, the Luo, Jiang, and Su families, have such capability. Only the Beast Taming Association and the Four Saints Pavilion have such capability. The Su family and the Luo family have always been allies against the Jiang family. Neither the Beast Taming Association nor the Four Saints Pavilion would expend significant resources to help a talentless good-for-nothing. Then there's only one answer left. The Jiang family. The Jiang family, the most powerful among the 3 great families. But due to the alliance of the Su and Luo families, they have been unable to dominate City A. For the Jiang family to annex the other 2, the best approach is to defeat them one by one. It seems now, the Jiang family is very likely using Luo Xinlian, the disfavored son of the Luo family, to make a move, thereby achieving some unknown purpose. The more Zhou Yajing thought about it, the more she believed this was the truth. The last trace of regret in his heart instantly vanished without a trace. After convincing herself she'd figured everything out, Zhou Yajing spoke to the somewhat dejected Luo Xinyuan beside her. Xinyuan, don't dwell on temporary setbacks. That unfilial son merely relied on external help. Tomorrow I'll arrange for you to contract a second beast. You must strive to prove yourself, don't let that ungrateful wretch outshine you. Hearing this, Luo Xinyuan, who had been somewhat dejected, immediately brightened up. He said happily, "Thank you, mother." Zhou Yajing pondered for a moment before continuing. Your father said, in 3 months, it will be the Young Beastmaster competition. As long as you make it to the top 3, we'll officially hold a press conference. Declare your identity as the Luo family heir. Hearing this, Luo Xinyuan could no longer contain his excitement and spoke up. Since father and mother place such high hopes on Xinyuan, I will certainly not let you down. Watching Luo Xinyuan's highly motivated demeanor, Zhou Yajing also patted Luo Xinyuan's head with satisfaction. There's one more thing. The Su family intends to form a marriage alliance with our Luo family to strengthen our partnership. Now that Luo Xinlian has defected from the Luo family, this marriage arrangement naturally falls to you. You need to put more effort into winning over that Su family girl. Whether you can win the beauty's heart depends entirely on your skills. At this moment, Luo Xinyuan was practically bursting with joy inside. Not only had he taken everything that rightfully belonged to Luo Xinlian family, status, wealth, not only the heir's status, but even the wife who originally belonged to him is about to be taken away by me. This feeling is truly wonderful. But despite this, Luo Xinyuan still put on a reluctant expression and said, since it's the family's request, Xinyuan can only comply. Seeing Luo Xinyuan agree, Zhou Yajing also revealed a hint of a satisfied smile. All of this should rightfully belong to Xinyuan. No one can take it away. Luo Xinlian, who had left the Luo family. First, he found a small clinic to have his wounds treated simply. After all, his blood-covered appearance was truly terrifying. After bandaging his wounds, Luo Xinlian then headed straight toward the misty mountain outside City A. His destination was none other than the evergreen forest on the outskirts of Misty Mountain. The Tokiwa forest is home to a large number of low-level spirit beasts. Beast tamers often hunt these spirit beasts to obtain materials from their bodies. They then sell these materials to the Beast Tamer Association in City A for rewards. Luo Xinlian also went there with this purpose in mind. He has now awakened his bonded beast. There's no need to work anymore. He can rely entirely on the Shadow Flash Dragon to hunt spirit beasts for money. Doing this isn't just for his own future livelihood. It was also to raise enough tuition before the Beast Taming Academy's opening, to become a powerful beast tamer. Learning relevant knowledge is essential. Soon, Luo Xinlian arrived at the entrance of the evergreen forest. Looking at the scene before him, Luo Xinlian couldn't help but feel emotional. The evergreen forest truly lived up to its reputation as the cradle of beastmasters. Beastmasters recruiting teammates for forest adventures could be seen everywhere. After all, each person's tamed beasts excelled in different areas. In the crisis-ridden Viridian Forest, they needed to complement each other's strengths. However, Luo Xinlian had no intention of teaming up with others. He possessed an innate beast companion space, allowing him to fight almost without rest. Even if his beast companions were injured or fell into abnormal states, they could recover extremely quickly within this innate space, before fully growing stronger. Luo Xinlian didn't want others to know the secret. Moreover, having witnessed too much deceit and treachery in his past life, he dared not place his trust in these chance-met acquaintances. Given the circumstances, it was better to act alone. However, Luo Xinlian wasn't the only one with this mindset. There were also some people holding cameras, sneaking around and looking around, who chose to act alone. However, their purpose was not to hunt spirit beasts for money. Instead, they were here to gather first-hand news about beast tamers in this place where they gathered in large numbers. These people were staff members of major news agencies in City A, commonly referred to as paparazzi. However, Luo Xinlian didn't pay much attention. After all, what kind of news could possibly happen to him? Just as Luo Xinlian was about to enter the forest, a sharp shout suddenly reached Luo Xinlian's ears. "You good for nothing! How dare you come here? Hurry up and get over here! Kneel before me! Who gave you the audacity to ambush Xin Yuan and second sister?" Two strikingly beautiful young women approached, each leading 7 or 8 beast masters. Luo Xinlian immediately recognized the girl who had spoken. It was none other than the 5th daughter of the Luo family, Luo Yimeng. It seems the news of him injuring Luo Xinyuan and Luo Jinyu, then defecting from the Luo family, had already reached Luo Yimeng's ears. But as for the Luo family, Luo Xinlian had long stopped caring. What truly caught his attention was the young girl standing beside Luo Yimeng, Su Jinshi, Luo Xinlian's fiancée from his previous life. 5. Provocation. Surging killing intent. According to Luo Xinlian's memories from his past life, if I hadn't chosen to leave the Luo family, as the eldest legitimate son, I would have been engaged to the eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Jinshi. This wasn't because Luo Yu treated me particularly well. It was merely a procedural step to strengthen the alliance between the two families. And this Su Jinshi was no saint either. She was someone who deeply admired strength. After their marriage, she basked in Luo Xinlian's endless pampering, while simultaneously despising Luo Xinlian for being a useless waste without a tamed beast. She didn't even let Luo Xinlian touch a single finger, simply because she believed Luo Xinlian was just a worthless trash without any tamed beasts. He wasn't qualified to touch her. Meanwhile, Luo Xinyuan was nurtured under Luo Yu's guidance, became one of the top young beast masters in City A. Thus, the strength-admiring Su Jinshi also got involved with Luo Xinyuan. Every time the two hooked up, they'd specifically notify Luo Xinlian to deliver little balloons, especially after finishing. Luo Xinyuan would always describe the intimate details to Luo Xinlian. It was at this moment that Luo Xinlian discovered Luo Xinyuan's hidden perversion. Anything that violated ethics would excite Luo Xinyuan abnormally. Luo Xinyuan even went so far as to kill Luo Xinlian, all because of Su Jinshi's instigation. No matter how well Luo Xinlian treated her, Su Jinshi could never tolerate having a husband who was a worthless failure unable to contract a beast. The surging hatred from his past life made Luo Xinlian involuntarily glare at Su Jinshi. Just you wait. In this life, I won't spare either the Luo family or the Su family. Though Su Jinshi didn't understand why Luo Xinlian was glaring at her, but he was still terrified by the aura emanating from that glance. It was an incomparable horror. It made Su Jinshi's hair stand on end all over his body. Cold sweat also drenched his back. But the extremely power-admiring Su Jinshi was somewhat infatuated with this feeling. Is this Luo Xinlian, the man who almost got engaged to me? To be able to emit such a terrifying aura, he doesn't seem as useless as the rumors say. It's just unclear how he compares to Luo Xinyuan. Suddenly, Luo Yimeng's sharp shout abruptly interrupted both of their thoughts. What are you looking at? How dare a worthless person like you look at Jinshi? Seeing this, Luo Xinlian also withdrew his gaze from Su Jinshi. Then, he glanced at Luo Yimeng, whose face was filled with anger. Without further ado, he turned and walked straight into the evergreen forest. Seeing that Luo Xinlian paid no attention to her, Luo Yimeng appeared rather flustered and exasperated. She blocked Luo Xinlian's path and spoke up. Luo Xinlian, what kind of attitude is that? Do you really think you're somebody just because you successfully contracted a beast? If you know what's good for you, you'd better kowtow 3 times and apologize to Xin Yuan. Otherwise, I guarantee you'll die a horrible death. With that said, Luo Yiming looked down at Luo Xinlian with an air of arrogance. She didn't believe Luo Xinlian would dare to defy her will. After all, the last time Luo Xinlian said no to her, she had 3 of his fingernails ripped out. From then on, Luo Xinlian would immediately carry out whatever she said, afraid that even a second's delay would bring him more abuse. But this time, things seemed different from what she had imagined. Luo Xinlian remained expressionless as usual, simply walking past Luo Yimeng and continuing into the evergreen forest. Luo Yimeng never expected this. Luo Xinlian actually dared to repeatedly ignore her words. How dare he? Immediately, Luo Yimeng waved her hand to the people behind her. In just a moment, Luo Xinlian was surrounded by 4 or 5 beastmasters. Seeing Luo Xinlian stop in his tracks, Luo Yimeng reverted to her previous smug expression. She said arrogantly, "A worthless piece of trash dares to defy my orders?" Immediately after, Luo Yimeng shifted her tone. "However, I'm still willing to give you one more chance. As long as you eat the excrement left by that spirit beast over there, I'll let this matter slide." As she spoke, she pointed at the dung piles on the grass nearby. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian turned to look at Luo Yimeng. Although his expression remained calm, the murderous intent surfacing in his eyes was terrifyingly intense. At this moment, Luo Yimeng was unaware of the severity of the situation. On the other hand, Su Jinshi by her side noticed some clues. Whether it was an illusion or not, she had a growing feeling that if things continued like this, Luo Yimeng would die. No one noticed. At some unknown moment, a dark rift suddenly tore open in the space behind Luo Yimeng. A pitch-black dragon claw was slowly reaching toward Luo Yimeng's neck. Watching the dragon claw draw ever closer to its target, Luo Xinlian's lips couldn't help but curl into a faint smirk. He could no longer suppress the boiling killing intent in his heart. His eyes revealed a trace of madness that was hard to detect. "Since you repeatedly seek death, then I have no choice but to grant your wish." Yet Luo Yimeng, on the verge of death, remained completely unaware of the danger behind her. Still said with a smug face, "Look, I made him eat, and he can still smile. How pathetic. Die." Just as the dragon claw was about to pierce Luo Yimeng's neck, a somewhat stammering voice suddenly rang out. Who the hell gave you the audacity? How dare you bully my brother Fatso?" Because of this sudden outburst, the dragon's claw retracted back into that pitch-black rift. Then, along with the rift, it vanished without a trace, as if nothing had ever appeared behind Luo Yimeng. Luo Xinlian regained his senses in an instant. Although he really wanted to kill Luo Yimeng outright, this was the entrance to the evergreen forest. Many powerful beastmasters were stationed here. If he truly killed Luo Yimeng here, he would certainly not escape the notice of these formidable figures. Even if he could escape, the rest of his life would be plagued by endless pursuit and warrants from the Beastmaster Association. This wasn't what Luo Xinlian wanted. Gambling his future just to kill such a minor character wasn't worth it. Besides, letting Luo Yimeng die like this would be letting him off too easy. What he truly wanted was for Luo Yimeng to spend the rest of his life trapped in nightmares and terror. "You got lucky this time. I'll spare your life. If it were that easy to kill you, there'd be no fun left for later." Then, a particularly sleazy-looking fat man shoved aside the people surrounding Luo Xinlian. He immediately positioned himself as a shield in front of Luo Xinlian. Luo Xinlian also revealed a genuine smile upon seeing the newcomer. Zhao Doju. He was one of Luo's childhood friends from the orphanage. Though he was a slippery character, greedy for money, lustful, and always looking for petty advantages, but towards Luo Xinlian, he was extremely loyal. Whenever Luo Xinlian was bullied by other kids in the orphanage, Zhao Deju was always the first to step in and help. Luo Xinlian never expected to meet Zhao Deju here. Zhao Deju turned around and gave Luo Xinlian a reassuring look. Then he said to Luo Yimeng in an extremely arrogant manner, Luo Xinlian is under my protection. Fatty, if you don't want to die, you'd better get the hell out of here." Looking at Zhao Deju's punchable face before him, Luo Yimeng was also burning with anger. "Where did this damn fatso come from? Do you know who we are? How dare you meddle in my business?" But no matter how Luo Yimeng ranted, Zhao Deju simply didn't pay any attention. Instead, when he saw that the leaders of the opposing group were actually 2 good-looking girls, Zhao Deju's face instantly lit up with excitement. Rubbing his hands together, he spoke in a lecherous tone. Hee little girl, what's the fun in bullying people here? How about coming with big brother, me, to the grove, for some fun?" Although both women were daughters of prominent families, they could still understand the meaning behind Zhao Deju's words. Luo Yimeng, in particular, was immediately enraged. "Shameless, how dare you insult me? Get him. If he dies, it's on me." Hearing this, the beastmasters who had previously surrounded Luo Xinlian summoned their beasts, preparing to attack Zhao Deju. This scared Zhao Deju quite a bit. he quickly waved his hands and said, wait a minute, I'm from the cheetah squad, I'm the boss, the golden leopard. 6. Strike. Wipe out everyone in an instant. Luo Yimeng, already boiling with rage, wouldn't care about Zhao Deju's threats, looking as if he wouldn't fear even if the heavens themselves came down, pointing at Zhao Deju and cursing. I don't care who your boss is, no one can stop me. Today, I'm going to kill you, you disgusting fatso, and that useless trash behind you. Just as the group of beast tamers were about to take action, another extremely arrogant voice rang out. Where did this wild girl come from? So full of yourself? Daring to bully my men on Golden Leopard's turf? You must be tired of living. There stood a gaunt-faced man with a streak of golden hair dyed on his forehead, accompanied by 7 or 8 beast masters, swaggering outward with a duck-footed gait as he swayed toward this direction. His movements were exceedingly flamboyant. The surrounding beast masters watching the spectacle quickly made way, seemingly afraid of provoking this man. Seeing this, Zhao Deju immediately scurried over with fawning eagerness. He threw himself at the newcomer's leg with exaggerated theatrics. Boss, you've finally arrived. The leopard glanced disdainfully at Luo Yimeng and the others. Then he turned to Zhao Deju and asked, Fatty, was it them who bullied you? Hearing this, Zhao Deju nodded pitifully. After confirming his target, the leopard swayed unhurriedly with his distinctive gait until he stood before Luo Yimeng. Before he could speak, Luo Yimeng's soft voice was heard saying, Luo Yimeng of the Luo family, 5th daughter of Luo Yu, head of the Luo family, do you have any advice? At these words, the leopard was completely stunned. The once defiant expression instantly faded away. Even the harsh words he was about to utter were swallowed back. His 2 outwardly turned legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Upon witnessing the leopard's transformation, Luo Yimeng scoffed disdainfully. Then he casually pointed to Su Jinshi nearby. Look, this is Su Jinshi, the legitimate daughter of Su Mu, the head of the Su family. Thud. Upon learning the other's identity, the leopard actually went weak in the legs and knelt straight on the ground. The leopard didn't doubt their identities in the slightest. After all, who in City A would dare impersonate the young ladies of the Su and Luo families? Wouldn't that be courting death? Immediately, a fawning expression appeared on the face of the money leopard. So it's you 2 young ladies. This lowly one failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended you both. Let me kowtow to apologize to you 2 young ladies right here. Bang, bang, bang. The leopard immediately knelt before Luo Yimeng and Su Jinshi, kowtowing 3 times with loud thuds. Seeing this, Luo Yimeng's lips curled up slightly. He seemed to thoroughly enjoy the sense of superiority brought by his status as the young lady of the Luo family. Sensing something amiss, Zhao Deju quickly slipped back to Luo Xinlian's side while no one was paying attention. Apparently too nervous, Zhao Deju's stutter temporarily disappeared. He spoke in a grave tone. The situation doesn't look good. Yet Luo Xinlian remained utterly composed, even teasing Zhao Deju with a hint of amusement. Brother Fatty, seems like you're not a very reliable captain. How dare you say that? I only did it to help you. I just flirted with that little vixen, and now we're in big trouble. Zhao Deju seemed to have made up his mind about something. He looked at Luo Xinlian with a face full of grim determination. Find a chance to run later, as fast as you can. I'll hold them off for you. Looking at Zhao Deju before him, Luo Xinlian felt a wave of warmth pass through his heart. Then he patted Zhao Deju on the shoulder. Don't worry, brother Fat. I've got this. Watching Luo Xinlian, who remained unhurried as ever, Zhao Deju was already sweating profusely from anxiety. Bro, don't mess around. Don't tell me you haven't even contracted a beast companion. Even if you had one, how could the 2 of us fight against so many opponents? Listen to me. You'd better get out of here. Having spent a long time with Luo Xinlian, Zhao Deju naturally knew about his pitiful beast-taming talent. Seeing that Zhao Deju didn't believe him, Luo Xinlian simply stopped explaining. He just quietly watched how things would unfold. Watching the leopard kowtowing desperately before him, Luo Yimeng said with a hint of mockery, Captain Jean, then, how should we handle today's matter? Seeing that Luo Yimeng finally acknowledged him, Leopard Jean was instantly delighted. He immediately nodded and bowed obsequiously. Miss Luo, look at what you're saying, just call me Xiao Jean. Then his expression suddenly changed, glaring fiercely at Zhao Deju, shouted sternly, Zhao Deju, because you've been stirring up trouble everywhere, now I officially represent the leopard squad to expel you. After completing all this, the golden leopard reverted to his previous fawning and flattering demeanor. Looking at Luo Yimeng, he said, Miss Luo, I wonder if this arrangement meets your satisfaction? Seeing this, Luo Yimeng nodded in satisfaction. Don't underestimate it as merely expulsion from the team. You should know that all the other beast tamer teams watching nearby had witnessed the situation here. Naturally, They were also aware of Luo Yimeng and Su Jinshi's identities, offending the young ladies of the Su and Luo families. Which team would dare take them in? This means that Zhao Deju has already been blacklisted by the Beastmaster team in the Changpan Forest area. From now on, entering Changpan Forest won't just mean facing the various dangers within alone. Moreover, without the help of teammates, the speed of hunting and gathering materials will be significantly slowed down. For Beastmasters who rely on selling materials for a living, this is undoubtedly a fatal blow. However, what Zhao Deju is most worried about right now is not himself, but Luo Xinlian. Just as Zhao Deju was about to directly carry Luo Xinlian and force a breakthrough, a rather mocking voice came from Luo Xinlian's mouth. Fat bro, are you sure you joined the leopard squad? But how does this look anything like a cheetah to me? It looks more like a groveling lapdog. As soon as these words were spoken, not only was Jin Xianbao stunned, but even Zhao Deju beside him was dumbfounded. He hurried forward, wanting to cover Luo Xinlian's mouth, but it was blocked by Luo Xinlian. Brother Fatty, why are you covering my mouth? I didn't say anything wrong. At this moment, Zhao Deju was almost going crazy with anxiety. He thought to himself how honest this little brother of his had been back at the orphanage. How did they become so arrogant now? Not just arrogant but also stubborn as hell. Knowing the other side has so many people, he still dared to taunt them. Does he really have a death wish? Don't be fooled by how the golden leopard bows and scrapes in front of Luo Yimeng. After all, that's the Luo family, one of the 3 great beast taming clans in City A. They're simply not on the same level as ordinary folks like them. If pushed too far, the leopard squad could kill them both as easily as child's play. Just as expected, upon regaining his senses, the golden leopard flew into a rage and requested instructions from Luo Yimeng beside him. Miss Luo, hand these 2 over to me for punishment. I guarantee I'll teach them a proper lesson. Luo Yimeng wore an expression that was half a smile, half a smirk, didn't say much, just nodded. Seeing this, the money leopard was overjoyed. With that, he surrounded the crowd with the cheetah squad. Several rays of light lit up at the same time. Feline imperial beasts of various sizes had appeared around several members of the cheetah squad, the money leopard in the lead. On the other hand, summoned a robust cheetah imperial beast. In an instant, 7 or 8 feline imperial beasts, led by the cheetah, pounced on Luo Xinlian and Zhao Deju in unison. In the next moment, Zhao Deju subconsciously stopped in front of Luo Xinlian's body, and then he was ready to summon the imperial beasts. But after a long time, his movement stopped, simply because a black shadow that appeared out of nowhere suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Its speed was so fast that it was almost difficult to catch with the naked eye. All that could be seen was the black shadow rolling across the field. Just as the crowd was wondering what this black shadow was, just here, poof, poof, the cheetah squad's imperial beasts just fell one by one. This black shadow unexpectedly wiped out the cheetah squad in one shot. Looking at the cheetah squad's imperial beasts had fallen across the ground. At this moment, Zhao Deju's eyes stared blankly in disbelief at the scene in front of him. And in front of him, at some point, there stood a nearly 2-meter, pitch-black dragon man. There was also a cheetah, already dying, cupped in his hand. 7. Humiliation. Luo Yimeng who lost her face. At this moment, the entrance to the standing rock forest was plunged into silence. Whether it was Luo Yimeng, Su Jinshi and the others, or the cheetah squad and the other imperial beasts watching, eyes all glazed over, a face full of disbelief. How can it be? It's a dragon man. Also, this draconian stance is also too fast. What on earth is this man? Can't it be that it's some genius demon coming out of some hidden family? It must be. Otherwise what makes him able to contract such a powerful imperial beast? Listening to the murmurs of the crowd in her ears, Luo Yimeng only felt for a moment that this world was somewhat unreal. Although he had previously learned from his phone call with Zhou Yajing that Luo Xinlian had successfully contracted the imperial beast. But how could he not expect that Luo Xian's refining contract was actually a draconian? One must know that the entire imperial beast world hadn't seen any dragons come out for 300 years. For a time it was thought that the dragons were extinct. I never thought I'd see a draconian here today. Is this still the same punk who only dared to squat and tremble in the corner of the Luo family's wall, hitting without returning the blows and cursing without returning the curses? How is this possible? What makes him so strong? He's nothing but a loser. As for Su Jinshi on the side, after a brief moment of dumbfoundedness, his whole body had already started to tremble uncontrollably. Of course, it's not fear. Rather, it's excitement. How intoxicating is the deep black color, and that aura of danger. This is the man I desire. And at this moment, Su Jinshi's eyes when he once again looked at Luo Xinlian were unexpectedly laced with a kind of fervent infatuation. The surrounding imperial beast watchers also took out their cell phones to take pictures. After all, this pitch-black dragon man in front of him was a dragon imperial beast that had disappeared for 3 whole centuries. Zhao Deju was the last to react. Look at the big guy in front of you. Zhao Deju was still a bit incredulous. Then while pointing at the instant shadow dragon, he looked back at Luo Xinlian. Yours? At those words, Luo Xinlian also revealed a smile. A nod followed. Seeing Luo Xinlian's affirmative answer, Zhao Deju's spine, which had been bent by the fat, suddenly straightened up at once. Awesome. I can't believe you contracted a draconian. Isn't this the rhythm of invincibility? Immediately after that, Luo Xinlian slowly walked over to the cheetah squad that had been stunned, gently patted the money leopard on the shoulder. Captain Kim, how else are you going to fix me? When these words came out, it could scare the money leopard and waved his hands. Don't, master. I was wrong. I was wrong to look down on you and not recognize the true god. Please spare my life. Luo Xinlian again used the back of her hand to gently pat the money leopard's face that had been rendered bloodless by fear. Said, get lost. Keep your eyes open next time. After saying that, the money leopard was like an amnesty, leading the members of the cheetah squad to turn around and run. And the instant shadow dragon casually threw the cheetah cupped in his hand. The cheetah then transformed into a spirit body and returned to the imperial beast space of the money leopard. Looking at the cheetah squad that had fallen and fled, the corner of Luo Xinlian's mouth also curved up in an arc. If it wasn't for the fact that killing people here would affect her future, Luo Xinlian really wanted to kill them all. Immediately after that, Luo Xinlian first glanced at Luo Yimeng, who was filled with shock not far away. Another sweep of Luimeng's men. Well, still going on? At those words, before Luo Yimeng could open her mouth, those imperial beastmen who followed Luo Yimeng all subconsciously took a step back, obviously already scared. After all, the scene just now was too bizarre. In just a few moments of work, the entire cheetah squad's imperial beasts fell to the ground and lost their combat power. You know, although the cheetah squad didn't dare to mess with the three great families, but its strength is unquestionable. The per capita imperial beast maturity stage was what gave them the capital to dare to be arrogant and domineering at the entrance of the standing rock forest. But despite this, the instant shadow dragon was still killed in seconds. How can this not be frightening? Looking at the reactions of the group of men, Luo Yimeng's face also went from shock to instantly becoming incomparably gloomy. Shame on you. What a shame. With so many people under his command, he was scared like this by a punk. You know this guy didn't even dare to fart in front of himself before. How dare you flaunt it so much now? At that moment, the furious Luo Yimeng also opened her mouth. Don't be complacent. You didn't rely on the Luo family's resources to successfully contract a dragon man. Even if you're strong now, so what? Dragon imperial beasts have a huge growth spurt and an extremely high ceiling though, but the resources required are astronomical. Now that you don't have the Luo clan, and you're alone, your path to becoming a beast sentinel is considered to have come to an end. As soon as these words came out, the crowd present was once again in shock once more. What? This Dragon Man Imperial Beast Master is actually a member of the Luo family. Isn't there only one young master in the Luo family, Luo Xinyuan? How did another one pop up? It looks like the Luo family is going to rise. Rise up what Can't you see that these two are on fire? How do they look like enemies? How can they look like relatives? At this moment, Zhao Diju was a bit confused. All he knew was that 3 years ago, Luo Xilian's family found him and picked him up. But he didn't realize that the one who had picked him up was actually the Luo family. One of the three great beast-guarding families. Luo Xinlian revealed a sneer at his words. Relying on the Luo family's resources? When has the Luo family ever given me resources? The moment I failed to contract the Imperial Beast, didn't you guys allocate all the resources that originally belonged to me to Luo Xinyuan? Now that you see that I'm powerful, you say that I rely on the Luo family? Where's your faces? At those words, Luo Yimeng's face became ugly. How could he not have expected that Luo Xinlian would leave his achievements and the Luo family out of the equation? He didn't believe that his father and mother would not give Luo Xian any resources to refine it all. Though everyone doesn't treat this loser well, but this loser is at least born to his parents. Immediately, Luo Yimeng thought she had guessed the truth. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. I'll find out when I get back and check. After saying that, Luo Yimeng turned around and left, but he was stopped by a huge figure. Transient Shadow Dragon. Looking at the figure in front of him with an aura of danger, Luo Yimeng also couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva. And behind him came Luo Xilian's playful voice. Do I have your permission to go? Seeing that she couldn't leave, Luo Yimeng turned towards Luo Xianlian and glared fiercely. What more do you want? Is it hard to kill me? Don't forget, I'm your own sister. If you kill me, not only will you have to face the Luo family's retaliation, but also the endless pursuit of the Imperial Beast Master Association. But Luo Xinlian didn't care too much. A kissing sister? Have you ever seen a pro-sister who would force her own brother to eat the feces of a royal beast? In that case, you can leave if you want. As long as you give me that turd you just ate, I'll let you go. At those words, Luo Yimeng immediately became angry as well. snapping at Luo Xinlian. Don't you dare.
Luo Xinlian didn't bother to talk nonsense with him and directly said to the instant shadow dragon.
Instant shadow dragon. Serve MS. Luo. After saying that, the instantaneous shadow dragon's huge dragon claw directly grabbed Luo Yimeng's head and lifted it up like this, lifting Luo Yimeng's entire body straight up. She headed in the direction of the turd. Seeing Luo Xinlian actually come for real, Luo Yimeng was also a bit scared. As the fifth miss of the Luo family, if he really ate in public, then he could basically stop living. At this moment, Luo Yimeng panicked. The voice trembled as he opened his mouth to beg for mercy. I was wrong. Leave me alone. I'll never embarrass you again. But no matter how much Luo Yimeng begged for mercy, Luo Xinlian didn't have the slightest intention of paying any attention at all. The pile of feces was close at hand as far as the eye could see. Luo Yimeng's tears were scared out of her eyes. Seeing that begging for mercy was useless, Luo Yimeng began to curse hysterically. Luo Xinlian, you wait. I'm going to get you one day sooner or later. I'll make sure you die a horrible, horrible death. And Luo Xinlian just stretched out her little thumb and pulled out her ear, totally ignoring Luo Yimeng's threats. But what they didn't know was that this scene at the entrance to the Standing Rock Forest had been captured by some news paparazzi hiding in the shadows. 8. Backstabbing. Inducing a tide of beasts. Right at this moment, Su Jinshi, who was on the side, arrived in front of Luo Xinlian, opened his mouth. Will you leave Imon alone? Luo Xinlian just glanced indifferently at Su Jinshi. Faintly. On what grounds? Looking at the absolutely beautiful face in front of her, the killing intent in Luo Xinlian's heart was rolling over. But he held back. He knew it wasn't time yet. The present self is not strong enough. It would never be wise to take on the Luo and Su families all at once. Su Jinshi, wait for it. We'll be together for a long time to come. Su Jinshi was also choked by Luo Xinlian's phrase why. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. But when he saw Luo Yimeng's face getting closer and closer to the mass of feces, still, he opened his mouth with a clench of his teeth. As long as you spare Yimeng and let us go, I'll tell you a secret that the three great clans just learned. At those words, Luo Xinlian immediately became interested. But on the surface it still looked like it didn't matter. You don't think you can fool me with some random tidbit of information you got from somewhere, do you? Naturally not. I guarantee that this secret is definitely of interest to you. As long as you're willing to spare us, I'll give this secret with both hands. After a moment of slight contemplation, Luo Xinlian still agreed. Good. If your secret is valuable enough, I can spare you all. But, I'll be ugly, if you dare fool me. You'll end up like him today. Luo Xinlian said this while also pointing at Luo Yimeng who was being forced to eat by the instant shadow dragon. Seeing this, Su Jinshi couldn't help but shiver. Although there was some fear in his heart, he was becoming more and more infatuated by Luo Xinlian. This feeling of being in control of everything is exactly what qualifies a strong person. Even when he looked at Luo Xinlian again, it was as if he was wearing a layer of filters. At this moment, Su Jinshi only felt that she had been completely conquered by this man in front of her. Ahem. Just as Su Jinshi was caught up in some kind of fantasy, she was suddenly pulled back by two coughs. Looking at Luo Xinlian's odd eyes, Su Jinshi couldn't help but feel a pang of embarrassment. Knowing that he had lost his temper, Su Jinshi hurriedly changed the topic. I hope you're true to your word. It turned out that this time when Luo Xinlian met Luo Yimeng and Su Jin in the Changpan forest wasn't some sort of accident. It was only because the three great clans had discovered a dying thunderjack beast escaping to the interior of the Standing Rock Forest. The three great clans all wanted to obtain the Thunder Source Stone within the Thunder Tribulation Beast. That was a treasure for breeding Thunder Imperial Beasts. Where the Thunder Source Stone on the body of a Thunder Attribute Imperial Beast, it can substantially provide the power of Lightning Attribute skills. If one were to give a Thunder Attribute Royal Beast the ability to swallow a Thunder Source Stone, it could even prompt the evolution of the Thunder Attribute Royal Beast. It is important to know that the growth stages of Imperial Beasts are divided into infancy, growth, maturity, transformation, awakening, transcendence, sainthood, eternity, immortality. However, most Imperial Beasts tended to get stuck in the position of maturity to metamorphosis, couldn't go any further. However, with something like the Thunder Source Stone, it would be able to prompt the Imperial Beasts to reach the metamorphosis stage from the maturity stage. After hearing Su Jinshi's description, Luo Xinlian also understood the preciousness of the Thunder Origin Stone. But Luo Xinlian was not overwhelmed by the news, so he narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Jinshi. Why do I feel like you're using a knife to kill people? Even though it's on the verge of death, the three great clans still haven't taken it down. I don't think I'll be its match, so I have reason to suspect that you're trying to use the hands of this Thunderjack beast to get me killed. At those words, Su Jinshi didn't panic. Still flatly, think what you want, I'm just giving you this information. As for going, that's your problem. Well, time to let go. Right at this moment,
Luo Xinlian's mechanical voice of the system sounded in her head.
ding!
Thunderbolt detected in Changpan Forest. Mission issued, capture the Thunderbolt Stone.
Mission reward, Dragon's Tooth Necklace *1. Note, wearing the Dragon's Tooth Necklace can enhance the power of dragon skills by 30%. Luo Xinlian froze. It looked like he would have to enter the depths of the Changpan Forest to look for the Thunderjack beast no matter what. Although in his last life, he didn't contract a royal beast. However,
he had still heard something about the competition for the Thunder Source Stone.
Not only were the 3 great clans involved, but there were also many Imperial Beast Academies as well as forces involved. The fight is not a grueling one. Luo Xinlian vaguely remembered that in the end, the Thunder Origin Stone seemed to have fallen into the hands of the Zheng family, but now since the system has released the mission, Luo Xinlian had to fight for it as well. But there's no hurry now. According to past life memories, there were still 11 days until the Thunderjack beast appeared. The top priority now was still to hurry up and raise the enrollment fees for the Imperial Beast Academy. But what's a Thunderbolt Stone again? How is it different from Lei Yuanshi? Luo Xinlian couldn't tell the difference between the two for a moment though. However, it was logical that this Thunderjack Stone should also be on the body of this Thunderjack beast. With that, Luo Xinlian smiled faintly, snapped his fingers towards the instant Shadow Dragon. The transient Shadow Dragon would agree. Casually, he threw Luo Yimeng to the ground. Then he himself slashed a dark spatial rift towards the void. Back in the Imperial Beast space, Luo Yimeng, get lost. You should be glad this is the entrance to Tokiwa Forest, or it wouldn't be as simple as just letting you eat. The reason why Luo Xinlian would let the duo off so easily was certainly not only because of the secret of the Thunderjack beast. Another most important reason is the family behind them. Don't look at Luo Xinlian can easily rebel against the Luo family. That's because the Luo family's real background doesn't care about these small fights. But if Luo Xinlian really dared to kill, based on his strength today alone, I'm afraid he won't even survive until tomorrow. What's more, it was still facing the first families of the 2 Su Luo families. If Luo Xinlian dared to kill the 2, she would face a joint siege from the 2 Su Luo families. After saying that, Luo Xinlian walked straight towards the Evergrande Forest. As for Zhao Dezhu, after looking around, he also decisively followed Luo Xinlian's footsteps. Looking at Luo Xinlian's departing back, Su Jinshi revealed a hint of an infatuated smile. Sure enough, he still chose to seize the Thunder Origin Stone. It's really worth it to be the man I'm looking at. Let's see how far you can go. But where did Su Jinshi think that at this moment, Luo Xinlian wasn't going to look for Thunderjack beasts, but to brush monsters to earn money? Right at this moment, Luo Yimeng's voice filled with ice coldness suddenly rang out, interrupting Su Jinshi's thoughts. No one has ever dared to do that to me since I was a kid. No way. I can't swallow this. Immediately after that, Luo Yimeng began to greet his imperial beasts. Soon, a light flashed. An organ-wielding elf then appeared in front of Luo Yimeng. It was none other than Luo Yimeng's imperial beast, Cloud Dream Zither Spirit. This is an extremely rare auxiliary imperial beast. The reason it wasn't summoned earlier was because it wasn't necessary, as much as it's hard to admit it. But he knew in his heart that even with his own assistance, his own men again or the Cheetah Squad, all of them were still no match for Luo Xinlian. Together with a supportive imperial beast of his own, what else could he do if he summoned it but take a beating? But not at this point. Although the front was no match for Luo Xinlian, but it's still possible to pull some tricks. Only to see Luo Yimeng take out another worn-out ancient zither from the imperial beast space and hand it over to the Cloud Dream Zither Spirit. At the sight of this ancient zither, Su Jinshi was just stunned, because he recognized the Guqin. This is a prop that strengthens the ability of the imperial beast. It can only be used once though. However, it was also enough to allow imperial beasts of the same attribute to exert strength far beyond their current stage. When he then associated it with the Cloud Dream Zither Spirit's ability, Su Jinshi's pupils just shrank. Hastily, he opened his mouth to persuade. Imon, don't be impulsive. But at this time, Luo Yimeng had already been overwhelmed by anger. Shouted at the Cloud Dream Zither Spirit, Chaos Sound Wave. With that, the Cloud Dream Zither Spirit began to pluck the strings of the zither towards the entrance of the Standing Rock Forest. In the next moment, a strange sound wave that could only be heard by imperial beasts began to spread towards the interior of the Standing Rock Forest. It didn't stop until Luo Yimeng's spiritual power was exhausted. The ancient zither in the Cloud Dream Zither Spirit's hands also shattered with a loud bang. Looking at the entrance to Tokiwa Forest, Luo Yimeng revealed a maniacal smile. Once the beast tide is formed, even if those spirit beasts come to their senses, they will still go berserk due to instinct. Luo Xinlian, just wait to die. 9. Get the money. Let the beast tide come a little harder. Inside a building not far from the entrance to the Standing Rock Forest, the 2 old men were watching the surveillance replay of the instant Shadow Dragon killing the Cheetah Squad in seconds. One of the old one-eyed men spoke up. TSK, I really didn't expect that after 300 years, there are still dragons surviving. The old man with a beard and a scar on his face took over. Yeah, surprisingly, it's still an extremely rare imperial beast with dual dark and dragon attributes. As for the quality, even I can't tell. A moment later, the two old men looked at each other and tacitly let out a lewd laugh. A good seedling. If we can take him under our tutelage, our four-fierce academy might be able to return to its former glory. Just as the two old men were discussing who would be more appropriate to take on an apprentice, the alarm in the room suddenly went off. The bearded old man's expression instantly became grave. Not good. Someone is using chaotic sound waves and causing a wave of spirit beasts. Looking at the trajectory of those spirit beasts' movements on the radar, it was clear that they were all converging towards the entrance of the Changpan forest. Although those spirit beasts were not of a high level, if they really let a wave of spirit beasts form, I'm afraid that not only those imperial beasts at the entrance of Changpan forest would die, but even those civilians at the outskirts of a city would be in danger. Just as the bearded man was about to move, but he was stopped by a cyclops. What's the point of panicking? Didn't that kid just enter the Standing Rock Forest? He's bound to run into that gathering tide of spirit beasts, so that way, we'll be able to see just where this kid's limits are. But the bearded man still felt something was wrong. Although those spirit beasts on the outskirts of the forest aren't strong, they can't help but be numerous. What if that kid dies in the middle of the spirit beast tide? Secondly, if we really let a wave of spirit beasts rush into a city, it's small that we both lose our responsibility. What about those civilians who don't have contracted imperial beasts? Cyclops looked at the bearded man with a speechless face. I said, are you stupid? You've told me that the tide of beasts is coming toward the entrance. That kid, he just went in. As long as we follow that kid, we'll be fine. Not only will you be able to block all the beast tides, but you can also protect that kid's safety. At that, the bearded man slapped his head. Right, why didn't I think of that? With that, the two old men looked at each other and disappeared into the surveillance room. At the same time, the entrance to the Standing Rock Forest. Zhao Dezhu was walking along the road hooking up with Luo Xinlian. Just now, he had also learned about the relationship between him and the Luo family from Luo Xinlian's mouth. While feeling sad that Luo Xinlian had such a family, he also didn't forget to review what had happened before with Luo Xinlian. Older brother, I think there's something wrong with the way you just handled it. At those words, Luo Xinlian was instantly somewhat unconvinced. I've put up with them for 3 years, and now that I have the power to crush them, am I still told to concede? Zhao Dezhu sniffed and shook his head. Since we've come to this point, it's naturally impossible to concede. That way they'll only make them bully you more and more. So what do you mean? Luo Xinlian was a bit puzzled. Only Zhao Dezhu said meaningfully, you're still too naive. Does something like forcing someone to eat do anything but relieve yourself and make them resent you more? At those words, Luo Xinlian was somewhat unimpressed. Who cares? We're already on the same page. So let him hate me. I'll just enjoy myself. Suddenly, Zhao Dezhu's already small eyes suddenly narrowed. A sinister smile appeared. If I were you, I'd not only make her eat, I'd make him pay for it. Instead of being put off by a vapid message, when these words came out, Luo Xinlian froze. It could still operate like this? Only Zhao Dezhu continued. Not just money, any favor that will make you stronger. Since the advantage is yours, what's the point of being afraid? He can't resist anyway. Instantly, Luo Xinlian's eyes just lit up. I am enlightened. But immediately afterward, Luo Xinlian was clapping her two hands together, crying out that she had lost a lot of money. Just as Zhao Dezhu was about to open his mouth to inquire, what loss? Only Luo Xinlian was heard to continue. Was I too hasty in releasing those guys from Cheetah's squad earlier? You must have a lot of money in your pockets if you've been hanging out in Tokiwa Forest for a long time, right? At those words, Zhao Dezhu first froze. It then shifted to a look of relief. What a child. Just then, the duo suddenly realized that something was wrong. Only the ground seemed to be shaking slightly. An earthquake? Luo Xinlian looked at Zhao Dezhu suspiciously. Zhao Dezhu, who was once a member of the Cheetah Squad. What a great experience. It took only a moment to guess what was about to happen. Run! It's a beast wave. Before Zhao Dezhu could take a step, that dense wave of beasts had already arrived not far ahead of them. Seeing this, running is not an option. Zhao Dezhu directly greeted his royal beast unloading ridge wearing mountain armor, said to Luo Xinlian. Later, I will have the dismounted ridge-piercing armor use ground rupture to create a large pit in the ground to temporarily restrict the movement of the beast tide. You grab your ass and run outside, and inform the people outside the forest to evacuate. After speaking, Zhao Dezhu didn't care if Luo Xinlian took his words in. Immediately, he commanded the dismounted ridge pangolin to start creating potholes. To Luo Xinlian's surprise, in just a few moments the unloading ridge pangolin had used the earth rift to create several large pits that were 3 to 4 meters deep and 7 to 8 meters in diameter. Not only that, what surprised Luo Xinlian the most was that through the forbidden eye,
he actually saw a trace of the Earth Dragon bloodline on the body of the Unloading Ridge mountaineer. Maybe it's because of this trace of Earth Dragon bloodline. It is only when the Unchained Pangolin armor displays such a remarkable Earth property ability that it is able to do so.
If we can find the right materials, we might be able to activate the Earth Dragon bloodline of the unburdened pangolin. Just as Luo Xinlian was murmuring there, Zhao Deju's anxious voice sounded once again. What are you still muttering about? Hurry up and run. If you don't run, you won't be able to escape. Watch as wave after wave of beasts fall into the pit and climb out again.
Above Zhao Deju's obese cheeks were already covered in a dense,
fine sweat. Right at this moment, a pitch-black dragon-shaped fluctuation suddenly struck the beast tide in front from behind Zhao Deju. One after another wave of beasts could only be seen being exterminated by that pitch-black dragon-shaped fluctuation.
Just when Zhao Deju was a bit uncertain,
Luo Xinlian's familiar laughter rang in his ears. Ha ha ha, fatty, what are you waiting for? Keep ground cracking to restrict their movement. I'll attack. That's a lot of money.
And the instant Shadow Dragon had already arrived at the side of the unburdened mountain wearing armor at some point. The center of a pair of dragon claws continuously released that pitch-black dragon-shaped fluctuation. It was the Shadow Dragon wave that the instant Shadow Dragon had learned after evolving. Although a large range group attack skill like Shadow Dragon wave unusually consumed spiritual energy, but to Luo Xinlian, who possessed the Pride Space, it was simply a piece of cake. The Pride Space's increase in Luo Xian's spirit refining power was enough for the instant Shadow Dragon at this stage to squander it recklessly. Seeing this, Zhao Deju didn't have time to think that much and hurriedly commanded the unburdened mountain-piercing armor to continue to use Earth Splitting to slow down the beast tide's advancing speed. With that, Zhao Deju was in charge of restricting the beasts and Luo Xinlian was in charge of attacking. The cooperation between the two of them surprisingly made it impossible for the beast tide to take a step across the minefield. It was also thanks to the fact that this beast tide was not large in scale and could only be considered a small beast tide, coupled with the fact that these spirit beasts that formed the beast tide were not very strong. Most of them were in their juvenile or adult stages. Otherwise, but if the scale is a bit larger, or if the strength of the spirit beasts forming the beast tide is a bit stronger, neither of them could probably stop it. But at this moment, looking at piece after piece of spirit beast corpses, Luo Xinlian just couldn't stop getting excited. Money nah, it's all money. Let the tide of beasts come a little harder. 10. Encounter. Imperial Beast Sovereign. The entrance to the Standing Rock Forest. Listen to the commotion coming from the forest. Luo Yimeng's face was covered in smugness. It's just a piece of crap, and dared to come and humiliate me. Seeing this, Su Jinshi, who was on the side, hurriedly opened his mouth to persuade. Imon, you're confused. Don't you know the consequences of triggering a wave of beasts? If the Imperial Beast Association finds out, you're done for. At those words, the face of Luo Yimeng, who had just been complacent, became extremely ugly. The two emotions of fear and trepidation constantly switched on Luo Yimeng's face. Her first instinct was to flee. Luo Yimeng took Su Jinshi's hand. Jinshi, let's go before the Imperial Beast Association realizes it. Su Jinshi hesitated and glanced at the surrounding Imperial beasts. She had wanted to use the power of the Su and Luo families to oppress the people present. They are not allowed to divulge to the outside world what happened here today. But at this time, there were already quite a few experienced Imperial Beastmasters who had discovered the movement in the Changpan forest. Naturally, he knew that it was a sign of the beginning of the beast tide. Everyone run! The beast tide is coming! With a yell, everyone returned to their senses and ran like mad to the city. Seeing this, Su Jinshi also knew that these people couldn't stop them. After all, when it was a matter of life and death, no one could stop these Imperial Beastmasters who were bursting with the desire to live. Thoughts turned electrically. Seeing that there was no way to return to heaven, Su Jinshi followed Luo Yimeng and ran towards the city. Only as he left, he still subconsciously glanced towards the Standing Rock Forest behind him. He should be okay, right? If he dies at this level, it's only fair to say that I overestimated him before. After the crowd left, a group of people in black uniforms quickly arrived at the entrance to the Standing Rock Forest, and blocked off its various entrances and exits. On the back and chest of the group's black uniforms, the word Imperial was printed on each. Unsurprisingly, these were all people from the Imperial Beast Association. However, each one has a slightly different Imperial character. It's not just the coat of arms that carries the word Imperial that's different. There is also a different number of stars above the coat of arms. This represents the rank of the harnesser. Beastmaster, Grand Beastmaster, Beastmaster Elite Beastmaster, Grandmaster, Epic Beastmaster, Legendary Beastmaster, Ultimate Beastmaster, Holy Beastmaster. Each Sentinel's rank is further categorized into 1 to 10 stars. When you break through 10 stars, you can advance to the next stage. And these Imperial Beastmasters present were basically at the level of Imperial Beastmaster 1 to 5 stars. It's already considered a pretty scary force in a city. Just then, there were two more figures that arrived in front of the group of Imperial Beast Masters with a single leap. It was the Cyclops and the bearded man who had been in the surveillance room earlier.
Look at the coat of arms on them. These two old men were actually two Beast Sentinel Masters. One Eye and I will go in and see what's going on. You guys stay here and keep watch. Do not allow any of the rioting spirit beasts to break through your encirclement. Cyclops and the bearded man then responded in unison after the crowd, straight into the entrance of the Standing Rock Forest.
Soon they heard a stuttering sound coming from them.
No, don't.
At those words, the two old men looked at each other and screamed in their hearts that it was not good. The speed on his feet picked up a few notches, but when they arrived at their destination,
the scene in front of them made the two old men's nervousness instantly disappear.
In its place was a constant twitching of the cheeks, only to see that a fat man was leading an unburdened mountain-piercing beetle that was chasing around a green-colored caterpillar spirit beast.
No, don't let it. Run, run, this is all. Money, money. With that, a dark fist shadow flew from not far away and hit the caterpillar squarely. It was the shadow fist of the instant shadow dragon. Luo Xinlian also walked over at this moment without any haste. Fatty, it's done. This should be the last one.
At those words, Zhao Deju looked at the spirit beast corpses all over the ground, his two fat hands constantly rubbing against each other.
Harry, got rich.
The two old men hiding in the shadows were also shocked by the scene before them. How could they have never imagined that this beast tide would be solved by two fledgling brats who hadn't even taken the Beast Master examination?
Demon, definitely a demon. One Eye,
be sure to take these two boys under your tutelage.
Otherwise, once word gets out about what's going on here,
they'll sooner or later be looked at by those guys from the Four Spirits Academy. At that time, it will be hard to get an apprentice. The one-eyed old man was also very excited at this time. He had been sent to the frontier and transferred to guard the Changpan forest, but he was still able to meet such a genius.
God has really treated him well. Just as the two were about to make their move, they were interrupted by a voice. So many spirit beast corpses. How to transport them back?
Only Zhao Deju looked at the mountains of spirit beast corpses with a hint of difficulty on his face.
For a moment, he was actually a bit at a loss for words. Just then,
Luo Xinlian stepped forward and patted Zhao Deju's shoulder.
Fatty, watch me, only to see Luo Xinlian raise her hand towards the void. A pitch-black spatial crack just appeared out of nowhere. Immediately afterward, a powerful suction force was born in the crack. It sucked in all the surrounding spirit beast corpses. Looking at the scene in front of him, at this moment, Zhao Deju's mouth was so open that he could almost fit two fists in it. How could he not understand what this crack represented? Companion space. A normal Imperial beast space could only be used as a habitat and shelter for Imperial beasts. At best, it was just storing some Imperial beast props, but the ability to freely organize things like this, only companion space can do that. Zhao Deju still opened his mouth somewhat incredulously and asked, You kid awakened the companion space. Then he looked at the nearly 2-meter tall dragon man beside Luo Xinlian. Then wouldn't it be a companion Imperial beast?
Luo Xinlian sniffed and didn't mean to hide it, but instead nodded graciously. After seeing Luo Xinlian's affirmative answer, Zhao Deju slapped his thigh.
Take off. Not only have you awakened a companion Imperial beast, but you're even a powerful draconian.
I no longer dare to imagine what a bright future you have ahead of you.
The Luo family's group of stupid people, if they knew that they had forced a demon like you away, they might cry and beg you to go back.
Luo Xinlian was bashful and waved her hand.
The Luo family, it doesn't matter to me anymore. After all,
I'll destroy it sooner or later.
Right at this moment,
the instant shadow dragon suddenly took a step forward and stopped in front of Luo Xinlian. A pair of dragon eyes stared dead on in a certain direction.
What happened to the transient shadow dragon? Immediately after, Luo Xinlian also followed the instant shadow dragon's gaze, but nothing was found.
But it startled the two old men who were hiding in the shadows and eavesdropping. I didn't realize that this dragonman's senses were so sharp. The two of them did learn that the teenager in front of them was a companion spirit harnesser. There was a brief shortness of breath,
but that was only for a moment. I can't imagine that's all it took to get caught.
The two of them could not help but sigh in their hearts.
The companion Imperial beasts were truly extraordinary.
The original surprise the duo had brought them had been quite large.
Unexpectedly,
there is another person among these two who is the 1-in-a-million companion beastmaster.
But that makes sense.
Only by obtaining those special power boosts from the companion space would it be possible to lift the beast tide with the power of just two people in the area. Seeing this, the duo immediately did not continue to hide, but walked out in a big way.
Luo Xinlian and Zhao Deju saw two fierce-looking old men suddenly come out of the shadows. Instant alarm bells went off.
Looking at the unusually vigilant duo, the two old men were a bit embarrassed for a while. It was all one could do to try and squeeze out what one thought was a soft smile. But when this reached Luo Xinlian and Zhao Deju's eyes, it appeared that the two were even more hideous. In the end, Luo Xinlian still asked tentatively, "What do you two seniors want with us?" Seeing Luo Xinlian open her mouth, the bearded man didn't have much to bend. Instead, he opened the door. "You two boys are good, I've got my eye on you." 11. Worship? The angry Luo Yu. Sniff. Luo Xinlian and Zhao Deju both subconsciously covered their posteriors, followed by a step back. Seeing the duo's reaction, Cyclops slapped the bearded man directly on the back of the head. "You idiot, can't the words even make sense?" For a while, the bearded man was actually a bit aggrieved. He was trying not to figure out where he was not getting it right, and Cyclops was too lazy to pay attention to the reckless man. Turning to the Luo Xinlian duo, he said, "Excuse me, two little friends, this mangine can't talk. What we mean is, seeing that the two of you have good talent, we want to take the two of you as our disciples. I don't know what you guys think, but Luo Xinlian said without the slightest hesitation. Thank you for your kindness, Elder. It's just that the two of us don't really have any thoughts of worshipping a teacher right now. Elder should find someone else." However, Zhao Doju, who was on the side, pulled the corner of Luo Xinlian's coat and came to his ear and muttered in a low voice, "Did you see the coat of arms on their chests? These two are genuine 5-star beast sentinel masters. In other words, the three great families are nothing in his eyes. If you worship him as your teacher, it would be a breeze for you to overthrow the Luo family." Luo Xinlian didn't pay any attention to what Zhao Deju said. In his 2 lives, how could he not recognize the coat of arms that represented the Imperial Beast Patriarch? Only that's exactly why. He's used to seeing the deceitfulness of the world. It's not that easy to trust each other. He didn't know or could even say he didn't recognize the 2 fierce-looking old men in front of him. Nowadays, he had not only become a companion sentinel, but also had the golden finger to assist him. It was only a matter of time before he overthrew the Luo family and went to the top. And why accept these uncertainties and assume the hand of others? How's your discussion going? Just then, One Eye's words interrupted the chattering Zhao Deju and the pondering Luo Xinlian. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Xinlian still decided to stick to her inner thoughts. However, he didn't intend to offend the other party to death, so it was euphemistically said, "Senior, look, this is the first time we've met. Why don't we familiarize ourselves with it?" Luo Xin refining originally thought that although the other party is not so difficult for them, but by their own a brat refused. Anger is always inevitable, but to their surprise, the one-eyed old man, nonetheless, was not angry. Instead, he said with considerable relief, "Not bad, not bad, the heart is still good. It's good not to trust people so easily. Tell you what, take this. I'll give you some more time to think about it. And when you've figured it out you can take this to the Imperial Beasts Association and come to me." The one-eyed old man said as he pulled out a metal plaque and handed it over to Luo Xinlian. Luo Xinlian didn't refuse this time. After all, in Luo Xinlian's opinion, although this one-eyed dragon in front of him had a vicious face, however, as a beast sentinel patriarch, he could have forced Luo Xinlian to agree to his request. But he had given Luo Xinlian respect and the right to make her own choices. This was the first time Luo Xinlian had felt respect in her 2 lives, other than these hairy kids from the orphanage. It also made Luo Xinlian feel much better about this one-eyed old man. Seeing this, the bearded man on the side seemed to have finally found a chance to dig at Cyclops. Immediately, he gloated and laughed. "Wahahaha, laughing my ass off, this Cyclops kid doesn't seem to be able to look at you." Then he came back up to Luo Xinlian's side. "Bitches said, kid, if you can't see him, do you want to consider thinking about the old man? The old man is very good at that." Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian's face, a hint of embarrassment also appeared. "What do you mean, good at that?" Cyclops saw that his old buddy was embarrassing himself again. A frown ensued. Straight away, he grabbed the back of the bearded man's neck collar and yanked it back. "Little friend, remember to look for me when you figure it out. If you get into any trouble, you can come to me too." But immediately after that, the one-eyed dragon seemed to remember something else and handed Luo Xinlian a USB flash drive. The video here records the face of the person who started the wave. "This man seems to have quite a connection with you." After saying that, the one-eyed dragon revealed a meaningful smile. With that, he dragged the bearded man and headed out of the forest. The bearded man, on the other hand, seemed to still be a bit unconvinced and shouted towards Luo Xinlian, "Kid, the old man is actually quite good. You can consider me too." But even though he said so on his lips, the bearded man threw his piece of sign to Zhao Deju. "Little fatty, old me sees that you are very agreeable. If you want to worship me, come to the Imperial Beast Association and look for me." Zhao Deju was instantly somewhat flattered to receive the sign. Soon, the 2 old men disappeared from the pair's view. Luo Xinlian looked down at the flash drive in her hand. A hint of coldness was revealed in his eyes. Even if he didn't look at the flash drive, he had pretty much guessed what was going on. The one-eyed old man dared to say so. It must have already checked Luo Xinlian's identity information.
An ordinary person wouldn't say that they could find out information about Luo Xinlian in a very short period of time. It's not even pressing to find out. After all, the Luo family, the A City royal beast family, was at stake. Information is not that easy to find out. But this old man in front of him was a beast sentinel master. Don't say anything about Luo Xinlian's message.
I'm only afraid that at this point,
everything Luo Xinlian had experienced, the one-eyed old man had already known all about it.
The only people who had made contact with Luo Xinlian at the entrance of the Changpan forest before were Luo Yimeng and Su Jinshi. But he knew that Luo Yu loved Luo Yimeng the most and had once given him a royal beast prop.
It can dramatically increase the ability of the imperial beasts,
together with the unique ability of the Cloud Dream Zither spirit. Then the culprit who caused the beast tide is naturally self-evident.
Thinking of this, Luo Xinlian's favor towards the one-eyed old man rose a few more points.
One must know that triggering a beast tide is a great sin in the world of imperial beasts.
With this flash drive, whether it is used as evidence to catch Luo Yimeng,
or was it used to trade some favors with the Luo family,
this is all solid money for the one-eyed old man.
But he had given it to Luo Xinliang, the meaning of which was self-evident. Because of this, Luo Xinlian was extraordinarily grateful to the one-eyed old man.
With this handle, Luo Yimeng, we have something to play with in the future. Arlo, we're really rich this time. But soon, Luo Xinlian's thoughts were interrupted by Zhao Dezhu, who was somewhat agitated on the side.
Luo Xinlian didn't say much and merely smiled.
Don't giggle. We'd better go back to a city first and dispose of the corpses of these spirit beasts. As for the Thunderbolt beast, rather, there is no hurry. It is better to talk about it in a few days. After all, the fact that Thunderjack beast was still able to maneuver around the three great clans even though it was already on the verge of death was enough to learn of its terrifying strength. It was better to let the three great clans and those guys who coveted the Thunder Source Stone to properly weaken the Thunderjack beast for themselves. Luo family villa lobby. Snap! A loud slap rang out in the Luo family villa.
Only a rather handsome-looking middle-aged man was seen.
At the moment it was full of anger.
A slap across the face knocked Loimong to the ground.
How did your brain grow? How dare you cause a wave of beasts in public? Do you really think that the Imperial Beast Association is just for show? Your personal life and death is small, but if it affects my Luo family because of you personally, you can't absolve yourself from all deaths. This person was none other than the Luo family's family head Luo Yu. After returning home, Luo Yimeng was still in a state of fear because she had triggered a wave of beasts, so he took this matter and told Luo Yu. Originally, he wanted to let Luo Yu help himself deal with one or two things from it, but what she didn't expect to usher in was Luo Yu's powerful slap. At this moment, Luo Yimeng covered her somewhat red and swollen cheeks, obviously still somewhat unconvinced. I blame that punk. If that punk hadn't humiliated me, and how could I cause a beast wave? As soon as Luo Yimeng's words fell, another resounding slap was thrown at his face. You think I'm a cutie? Ha? Just with Luo Xinlian who just contracted a royal beast? Can it be a match for those men of yours? I've arranged for you to have 5 or 6 2-star Imperial Beast Masters as your bodyguards. Can you grow a brain when making excuses? Obviously, Luo Yu had long known the entire process of Luo Xinlian's rebellion against the Luo family,
though it was known that loser had contracted the Imperial Beast.
But so what? Can he go to heaven?
At those words, Luo Yimeng was still somewhat unconvinced and was just about to open her mouth.
It was interrupted by a voice from the door. Report, Master of the House. Urgent news from the Tokiwa Forest. 12. Transformation. Luo Yu's little scheme. When Luo Yu receives the newspaper delivered by his underlings,
the whole person froze directly on the spot.
Social news. The Dragon Clan, which disappeared for 300 years, has surprisingly reappeared. Its beast guardian turns out to be an 18-year-old boy. JPG. The once in 300 years royal dragon genius is actually the Luo family's abandoned youth. JPG. The 5 daughters of the Luo family were jealous of their own brother's talent and forced him to eat feces, but they didn't expect to eat their own feces. JPG. Imperial Beasts Association announcement. Changpan Forest sudden beast tide.
2 mysterious teenagers with their own strength.
Eliminate the beast tide. They'll keep a city safe. Look at the eye-catching headline and the attached photo of the scene in front of you.
The veins on Luo Yu's brain burst out.
It's still bouncing there from time to time. The once in 300 years royal dragon genius? Who is it?
Though the facts are obvious enough.
However, Luo Yu's heart was still somewhat in disbelief. With wide eyes, he asked towards Luo Yimeng. However, Luo Yimeng didn't seem to notice that Luo Yu's expression was different. Instead, he covered his face, which had been slapped twice, and stood up with a defiant look on his face. What royal dragon genius? Luo Xinlian just got lucky and contracted a slightly stronger big lizard. Why else would I be forced to eat by him? Dad, now you believe it. If it wasn't for Jinshi's intelligence, my daughter wouldn't have the face to see anyone now. Dad, you must help me to punish Luo. Before Luo Yimeng could finish his sentence, Luo Yu threw another slap on his face. Only this time, fling it extra hard. The inside of Loimong's mouth, all scratched up by her teeth. A mouthful of blood also flew out of Luo Yimeng's mouth with inertia. Dad! Luo Yimeng looked at this father who had always loved her with some incredulity. He could never have imagined that one day his father would hit himself with such force. But at this moment, where would Luo Yu care about Luo Yimeng's emotions? Looking at the stupid Luo Yimeng in front of him, Luo Yu's heart is so angry. How could my former self have favored such a stupid person before? He couldn't wait to punch the idiot in front of him now. Shouldn't have had her in the first place. The pictures are literally printed in the newspaper and his stupid daughter has the audacity to open her eyes. Previously, the reason why Luo Xinlian had no status in the Luo family was because his natural talent was too poor. But now Luo Xinlian had transformed into a royal dragon genius. That makes all the difference. Originally, when Luo Yimeng didn't know that Luo Xianlian was a dragon emperor, the conflict that the two of them had, Luo Yu could have disregarded it. But after that, this idiot knew that Luo Xinlian was a dragon emperor, and even used the imperial beast props that he had gifted to him, causing a wave of beasts in front of a large crowd, trying to get Luo Xianlian killed. Not only did he cause a bunch of trouble for the Luo family, but he also almost killed Luo Xinlian, the Luo family's genius. This is something Luo Yu cannot tolerate. If it was before, Luo Yu would have listened to their speculations and suspected that Luo Xinlian had done something to harm the Luo family's interests in order to contract a royal beast. He even acted as an undercover agent for the Jiang family because of it. But when he learned that Luo Xian's refining contract was actually a draconian, that suspicion had been all but dispelled by him. You know, the dragon race had disappeared for 300 years. If the Jiang family really found this imperial beast, of course it was immediately deeded to the strongest person in the clan, or gifted to the most outstanding young scion of the clan. And how could one be so stupid as to use a super powerful imperial beast that had disappeared for 300 years to enlist a loser? Then there was only one possibility. Luo Xinliang had a strange encounter. Or perhaps, he hadn't even discovered Luo Xinlian's talent in these 3 years. This son, who had always been regarded as a waste by himself, was actually a supreme genius whose fortune was against the heavens. Thinking of this, Luo Yu's heart was suddenly excited. Luo Xinlian must be retrieved. You know, Luo Xinlian had contracted a dragon man, and Luo Xinlian was still his own son. Isn't that much better than his so-called adopted son? The Luo family might even rise completely because of Luo Xianlian. Even annexing the other two big families and completely dominating a city was just around the corner. Thinking of this, Luo Xianlian, the originally insignificant son, instantly became incredibly important in Luo Yu's heart. Xin Yuan is a kind child. If I ask him to assist Xianlian, he shouldn't refuse. At this point, Luo Yu has completely dismissed the idea of establishing Luo Xingyuan as his successor. Even the matter of being publicly beaten and insulted by Luo Xinlian in the Luo family before, he had forgotten all about it. He was just about to open his mouth and ask someone to bring Luo Xianlian back, but then he whirled around and remembered what had happened only a short time ago. After hesitating slightly for a moment towards Luo Yimeng, she said seriously, "I'm telling you, you better do everything you can to get your brother back. Otherwise, I don't mind evicting one more idiot." Looking at his own father's serious eyes, he knew it wasn't a joke with him. When he thought of the consequences of being kicked out of the Luo family, he couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. On weekdays, Luo Yimeng relies on the power of the Luo family in Luo Yu's favor. Often bully people. It also offended a lot of people. If we let these people know that they have lost the shelter of the Luo family, the end is predictable. Though his heart was not in it, he said against his will, "No, got it." Hearing Luo Yimeng's reply, Luo Yu's face only looked better. "Don't worry about the beast tide. I'll take care of it for you. I'm sure the Imperial Beast Association will also give me, Luo Yu, some face. It's a good thing that this beast tide was lifted by two mysterious youths. Otherwise this whole thing is really bad. Even if it wasn't for Luo Yimeng, Luo Yu would still go out and ask the Imperial Beast Association for the surveillance footage near the Standing Rock Forest. After all, this could be about the Luo family's reputation. If the citizens of a city knew that this beast tide was caused by someone from his Luo family, the Luo family would definitely suffer some impact as well, which would not be favorable to the Luo family's industry. But fortunately, the newspaper didn't publish a picture of Loimong. There's still room for maneuver in everything. Just need to get the security footage back as well as take care of the witnesses at the scene. Well, get down there and remember your mission. Luo Yimeng sniffed for a slight nod and walked out of the hall. Only a hint of resentment remained hidden in those beautiful eyes. "Even if I can't do anything to you, I can't believe Mom can't do anything." Same time, Luo Xinlian had just walked out of the Imperial Beast Chamber. At this point, both had smiles on their faces. Fat, fortune, this style, the allocation of spirit beast corpses. surprisingly sold for more than $3 million. Luo Xinlian was also very happy. He and Zhao Dezhu got 1.5 million each. Originally, Zhao Dezhu was only prepared to take 1 million. After all, there was no Luo Xinlian's persistent and violent attack. They simply can't eliminate the tide of beasts. However, Luo Xinlian was adamant about half of one person. Zhao Dezhu didn't make any pretense when he saw Luo Xinlian being so insistent. However, with this 1.5 million, whether it's the Royal Beast Academy's tuition fees or daily expenses, it's also basically enough for Luo Xinlian to spend. What made Luo Xinlian even happier was the fact that she and Zhao Dezhu had eliminated the beast tide. It seems that someone deliberately covered them up. So today's City A only knows 2 teenage heroes who eliminated the beast wave. But the identity of the person is not known. Luo Xinlian guessed that it should be that one-eyed old man who did it. I'm afraid they'll be too sharp and cause trouble. Thinking of this, Luo Xinlian's favorable impression of the one-eyed old man increased a few more points. Just then, Zhao Dezhu's phone suddenly rang. The moment the call was connected, Zhao Dezhu suddenly changed his face. What? Something happened to the orphanage. 13. Crisis. Luo Xinlian's determination. Ever since Luo Xinlian could remember, she had lived in an orphanage on the outskirts of a city. It could be said that the days he lived in the orphanage, those were the happiest times for him. Although he was often bullied by other kids, he made many friends who treated him genuinely. Zhao Dezhu is one of them, but it was the orphanage's director, Chen Wanru, who was most unforgettable to Luo Xinlian. It was Chen Wanru who gave Luo Xinlian the mother's love that was originally missing in her childhood. Luo Xinlian also didn't know why Chen Wanru was extraordinarily kind to him. He once secretly asked Chen Wanru why. Chen Wanru couldn't answer for a moment, only saying that when he saw Luo Xinlian's first glance he felt extraordinarily affectionate. Later, Luo Xinlian realized that Chen Wanru originally had a child as well, but it was carried away, under a bitter search. So he opened this orphanage because he knew the pain of being separated from his closest relatives. That's why I wanted to open such an orphanage. One is to give these orphans, who have no one to turn to, a place to stay. The second is for the sake of his child who was taken away from him to build up his virtue. I hope that someday God will allow him to see his children again. Since being taken away from the Luo family, Luo Xinlian had also thought about going back to visit Chen Wanru, but it was opposed by Zhou Yajing. The reason given was that Luo Xinlian had made friends in the orphanage with some fox friends, the trash at the bottom of society. Before, it was just a matter of time, but after returning to the Luo family, if they continued to go back and forth to the orphanage, they were only afraid that they would bring back that kind of bad habits of the bottom feeders to the Luo family. In her last life, Luo Xinlian had tried to please Zhou Yajing, also in order to integrate into the Luo family as early as possible. He listened to Zhou Yajing's words. He had wanted to use his identity as the young master of the Luo family to help the orphanage in secret and help Chen Wanru improve her life. But there was no need to talk about what happened after that. And Luo Xinlian, who had lived a miserable life in the Luo family, was naturally incapable of helping the orphanage. After all, he's all on his own. But at that time, Luo Xinlian was still foolish enough to think that she had done a bad job. It wasn't until later that I happened to hear that the orphanage had been demolished and Chen Wanru was nowhere to be found. One should know that Chen Wanru had raised the orphans of the entire orphanage for 13 whole years entirely on her own. At that time, Luo Xinlian had thought that it was Chen Wanru who couldn't carry on and sold the orphanage. At that time, when she learned that the home in her memory was gone, Luo Xinlian was still secretly sad for a long time. It can be combined with the current time, which largely coincides with the demolition of the orphanage in the previous life. Is there something fishy about this? Luo Xinlian immediately asked towards Zhao Dezhu who had just hung up the phone. Fatty, what happened? It's too late. I'll tell you all about it on the way, Zhao Dezhu said, while calling a flight drop on his cell phone. Only a few moments later, a flying imperial beast large enough to carry 5 adults landed in front of them. The 2 of them also skillfully boarded the saddle on the back of the flying imperial beast. After the 2 of them were seated, the flying imperial beast rushed up into the sky and flew in the direction of the orphanage, about to return to that place of my own heart. Luo Xinlian's heart was also a little excited. However, he did not forget business. So again, he asked again, Fatty, can you talk now? After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Dezhu still opened his mouth. Originally, Dean Chen wouldn't let us tell you, but now, since you've left the Luo family, there's nothing more to say. So Zhao Dezhu talked about what had happened before. Qian Xiaodao remembers, doesn't he? Luo Xinlian nodded. For Qian Xiaodao he naturally remembered. When he was a child in the orphanage, Qian Xiaodao specialized in bullying children who were shorter than him by virtue of being a few years older. If it wasn't for Zhao Dezhu and the others who stood up for themselves, I'm just afraid I'm going to get a lot of beatings every day. This same guy left the orphanage on his own shortly after you were taken away from the Rockies.
saying something about how he's found a way to make a fortune and is about to become a man of the world and no longer wants to stay with us poor trash. But half a year ago, this guy suddenly returned to the orphanage again, or was beaten up and given a drag back. These men who brought him back have vicious faces, and the imperial beasts are unusually fierce. It turned out to be Qian Xiaodao. This owes these people money outside. If no one pays for him, he is going to have his hands and feet chopped off. So Qian Xiaodao thought of Dean Chen and brought these people here. Luo Xinlian raised an eyebrow. Dean Chen won't say yes, will he? Zhao Dezhu sighed helplessly. You know Director Chen's nature well. He treats everyone in the orphanage as if they were his own children, and how could she not care if this child was in trouble? This bastard owes people a total of $80,000. President Chen would have wanted to think of a way to help him pay off the money himself, and signed a contract for the transfer of the debt. Qian Xiaodao that is happy, but how can we stand by and watch President Chen suffer alone? So we decided to pay back the $80,000 together. Luckily at that time there were many people in the orphanage who had become sentinels, so it wasn't hard to help him pay back the $80,000. But what we didn't expect was that after less than a month, the gang would come back to our door to collect the debt. Except that this $80,000 has become $800,000. Luo Xinlian immediately frowned. Isn't that usury? Zhao Dezhu let out a long sigh. Yeah, but so what? We're too small to fight these people. We have no choice but to keep scraping together the money. During that time we also tried to go over to you, although we didn't know at the time that it was the Luo family that took you. But you can tell by looking at them that they're not rich. But he was stopped by Dean Chen. He didn't want us to bother you now. At that time, I was still a bit angry with you. Obviously your family is in such a good condition, but you didn't know to help Director Chen and the orphanage. Until we met this time, I didn't realize that I was wrong about you, that you had such a miserable life in the Luo family. Luo Xinlian lowered her head in some shame. I'm sorry, Fatty. It was also at this time that Luo Xinlian realized why Zhao Dezhu was mixed up with the cheetah squad. I've been living on a knife's edge all day in Tokiwa Forest. Immediately, Zhao Dezhu revealed another smile, patting Luo Xinlian on the shoulder. Don't blame yourself. It's not your fault. It wasn't all thanks to you that we were able to make so much money. And now with this $1.5 million, it's more than enough to pay off those loan sharks. Luo Xinlian sniffed and knew that Zhao Dezhu was trying to comfort himself, so she squeezed out a smile. When this one's over, I'm staying at the orphanage and not leaving. It's also time to return the favor to President Chen. At the same time, Luo Xinlian secretly swore in her heart. I was cowardly and incompetent in my last life. I couldn't protect the orphanage and Director Chen. In this life, I will never allow anyone to bully them. After hearing these words, Zhao Dezhu also revealed a trace of a pleased smile. Same time, a city suburb orphanage. A bald man with a ferocious face was leading a group of men who had aggressively surrounded the orphanage. And at the entrance of the orphanage, a beautiful middle-aged woman with a pretty face was protecting a group of children with her arms open. The beautiful woman was none other than the director of this orphanage, Chen Wanru. Chen Wanru urged the children behind her to go into the house while saying somewhat outwardly to the bald man, Don't you guys mess around. The bald man at the head smiled coldly. Messing around? I gave you a full 6 months to pay back the money. Now the day has come. But, where's the money? Before Chen Wanru could say anything, a little girl of about 8 years old spoke timidly from the sidelines. I've called to call Brother Zhao to come back. Brother Zhao said, he has $800,000. You can have the money later. Words. The bald man froze at first, then he laughed with the group behind him. Ha ha ha, 800,000? That's the last number. It's been almost 6 months now. You should pay me back. 8 million. 14, demolition. Lawless bald man. $8 million? Listen to the horrible astronomical numbers. Chen Wanru's brain just buzzed. He could never have imagined that the original $80,000 would rise to $8 million in 6 months. Immediately, Chen Wanru was also a bit angry. There's no such thing as you guys. Even the loan sharks are outrageous. The bald man gave a teasing smile. Off the wall? It's all here in black and white. Do you still want to deny it? Chen Wanru swept a glance at the contract that the bald man handed to his eyes. He was a bit angry. Covering the heaving chest, he raged. You guys did the trick. The previous contract clearly didn't have this much. The bald man calmly put the contract away into his pocket as he did so. One side said contemptuously, What do you mean? Don't talk to me. It's always been so much money. This contract for the transfer of the debt is signed by your hand. Stop acting here, or pay back the money quickly. At those words, Chen Wanru's face became increasingly ugly. I don't know what to say for a moment. The bald man didn't care about that much and immediately revealed a bad smile. No money? Doesn't matter. Then take this land under your orphanage. Chen Wanru's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. It wasn't until then that he reacted. It turns out that the real purpose of all that these people are doing is for this land below the orphanage. It was just that what Chen Wanru couldn't figure out was what the value of such a piece of suburban land was. It's amazing that it took this group so much effort. No way. The orphanage is the last thing these kids have left. I will never turn this place over. Listening to Chen Wanru's decisive words, the bald man wasn't annoyed. It was only his eyes that kept looking Chen Wanru up and down. The corners of his mouth even curled into a wicked smile. Whoever saw this look on the bald man's face knew what was going through his mind at that moment. What a voluptuous, beautiful woman. How about, why don't you have some fun with me? Maybe if you make your buddy happy, you'll get a few tens of thousands off. What do you think? The bald man said while still probing his hand towards Chen Wanru's chest. Seeing this, Chen Wanru was shocked. You're shameless. With that, she slapped away the hand of the bald man that was about to touch her chest. It seems to be because of the shock. Chen Wanru's blow hadn't collected much force. Knocked the bald man's hand raw. You stinking, give face, have the money and pay me back immediately. If there's no money, not only is this land ours, even you are mine. Seeing that coercion did not work, the bald man immediately wanted to directly use force toward Chen Wanru. He lunged, but these kids in the orphanage, don't look at them as young, but some of them had also survived on the bottom rung of the social ladder by being victimized before they entered the orphanage. Looking at the situation in front of you, where you don't know what's about to happen, the older children had long ago taken the younger ones and hid in the orphanage, and the other part pulled back Chen Wanru, who was a bit dazed. One closed the door to the orphanage. It made the bald man pounce. At this point the bald man had run out of patience. He didn't bother with that much anymore. Viciously, he shouted towards the orphanage. You stinkers at the bottom of the social ladder, I'll give you a chance to live. In that case, you will be buried with this orphanage. Brothers, do it. Immediately, a light flashed up. A large-sized imperial beast stepped out of the light. Although these imperial beasts looked basically the same, but what is on their forelimbs is slightly different. Some are long, sharp drills, others are hard sledgehammers. All in all, these imperial beast forelimb things are some kind of engineering paraphernalia. And these imperial beasts are no slouches either. Immediately, they began to attack the outer walls of the orphanage. With the constant attack of the hammer and drill, the entire orphanage also began to emit a slight tremor. Seeing this, Chen Wanru had wanted to take the children and escape through the back door first, but when she realized through the window that at some point the orphanage had long been surrounded by these massive imperial beasts, they've got nowhere else to run. Even the teasing voice of the bald man was heard. What? Want to go? Too late. Before I told you to leave or not. Now, all die here. Chen Wanru could never have imagined that these people would be so bold, not just trying to raise the orphanage, it even wanted them dead. Look at the crumbling orphanage, but there was nothing she could do about it. I don't care about myself, but what about these kids? If I was still a sentinel. Hey! It seemed that the thought of some past events caused Chen Wanru to experience some other emotions. Suddenly, a wall suddenly collapsed. It fell toward a child of about 3 or 4 years old. The child froze directly in place when he saw the brick wall in front of him that was about to press down on him. Chen Wanru couldn't care less at that moment. A direct flying push pushed the child aside to the ground. Her own legs, on the other hand, had been crushed by the collapsing stone wall that had crushed her legs. An unbearable sharp pain suddenly came from Chen Wanru's lower body. The intense pain made Chen Wanru's eyes glaze over. Dense, fine sweat trickled down Chen Wanru's polished face where not a single wrinkle could be seen. But she was not letting out a single scream, because she realized that the kid she had just pushed out of the way, by now it had come back to life, was sitting in place wailing away. There was a lot of yelling. Dean's mom, get over here. Rocks hurt when they hit. Chen Wanru forced out a smile, tenderly toward the kid. Don't worry, Dean. Mom, no, it doesn't hurt. Although Chen Wanru said with her mouth that it didn't hurt, but the breathless voice had betrayed her. At that, the child really stopped crying, slowly propping herself up with her own 2 small hands, wobbling towards Chen Wanru. Dean's mom is good. Helps you up, the floor is dirty. Looking at such a knowledgeable child, Chen Wanru's heart couldn't help but flow through a trace of warmth. And yet there is some helplessness. After all, she knew that her legs were ruined. It was then that the accident occurred. A figure slowly walked in, slowly, from where the wall had collapsed. Just one look at the silhouette. Chen Wanru's pupils shrunk violently. Immediately, he shouted at Dot, who was coming his way. Dot, go away. Stay back. And Dot, who was heading this way, had a look of confusion in her eyes. He couldn't figure out why Dean's mom didn't want him to go over there. Just as he was thinking, a pair of large hands suddenly grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. He's still a kid. Let him go. Chen Wanru shouted hysterically. But that silhouette, instead of not letting go, instead, a guttural laugh escaped. Ha 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 ha, that's not good. You've rejected me twice before. This time it's my turn. As the smoke gradually dispersed, The bald head's hideous face is also slowly emerging.
15. Saving the day. Luo Xinlian arrived.
Seeing Dottie being picked up by the bald man by the neck, the other older kids swarmed, trying to save Dot from the bald man, but nay, they were kicked back by the bald man's men before they could run 2 steps.
It couldn't be helped.
The other party was already an adult after all, and they were all imperial beasts.
The difference in power is there.
Still, one of the boys rushed through by the cover of his companion.
Seeing this, a teasing look appeared on the bald man's face.
Aren't kids afraid of death these days?
At those words, Chen Wanru immediately had a bad feeling. Immediately, he shouted at the boy, Ming, run away, don't go over there.
But even though Chen Wanru wanted to go over to save the people at this time, she was unable to do so. The pain coming from her legs had immobilized her. The boy seemed to hear Chen Wanru's voice, but it was too late. Only a sledgehammer was seen directly above Xiao Ming's chest. It was clearly the bald man's imperial beast that struck out. Ming instantly spat blood from his mouth, and blood oozed from his nostrils and eyes.
Bang!
Xiao Ming instantly flew backwards and his eyes rolled over.
I don't know how to die. No! Chen Wanru shouted hysterically. You guys, how dare you let the imperial beasts attack a child? Has your conscience been eaten by dogs?
Looking at Chen Wanru who was cursing at herself in front of her, the bald man didn't care in the slightest.
There were a few children the size of Xiao Ming who also rushed to Xiao Ming's side.
Concerned shouted,
Brother Xiao Ming, are you alright? Brother Xiao Ming, hold on. We'll take you to the hospital right now. Just as a couple of kids were getting ready to take Ming to the hospital,
but he was stopped by the bald man's men.
At this time, Chen Wanrui's heart was like a knife, a change from the usual demure and generous.
Since her legs were still pinned down by the collapsed stone wall, she picked up the broken bricks on the ground and smashed them towards the bald man.
However, it was casually blocked by the bald man's imperial beast. At once, a deep sense of powerlessness,
as well as grief spread in Chen Wanru's heart.
You murderous beasts, do you really want to kill these children? You want this land? I'll give it to you. Get the kid to the hospital.
Looking at the impotent and furious Chen Wanru, after a brief silence from the bald man as well as his minions,
instant laughter. Do you really think I care about this piece of land of yours? So far, you just don't even know what you've offended.
At those words,
Chen Wanru was a bit uncertain,
but the situation didn't allow her to think that much.
With that, he opened his mouth. Whoever it is, if I have offended in any way,
whether it's for me to apologize or make amends,
I'll agree to all of it, as long as you leave these children alone.
Who knew that the bald man actually did slowly put the little dot in his hand down? This made Chen Wanru's heart relieved. He was about to open his mouth when he heard the bald man's voice suddenly coming from his ears.
Kidding? Don't you understand now? We're here this time, and the collection is just a pretext. The main purpose is to humiliate you, make you feel extreme pain.
After the words, the bald man slowly lifted Dot above his head.
However,
the line of sight was towards Chen Wanru's lower body. There was also a grim and lecherous smile on his face.
I'll be back to keep you company when I send these little bastards to hell.
It's a shame that a pair of beautiful legs just broke,
but it's good to know that it's not impossible to play. When Chen Wanru saw this, she was shocked. What do you guys want? Don't mess around. Aren't you afraid you'll be wanted by the sheriff's department for doing this?
At that the bald man laughed.
The sheriff's department? What's there to be afraid of? I've got people on top. Dot was also frightened and wailed. Don't you cherish these children and raise them all as your own?
I'll let them die one by one in front of you today. The situation was urgent, and Chen Wanru exerted all her strength, trying to push away the brick wall that was pressing on top of her legs, but the brick wall was untouched.
And the other kids, where have they ever seen such a scene?
He was also scared to move by the bald man's words.
Seeing this,
the expression on the bald man's face grew more and more smug.
Little brats, if you want to hate, hate yourselves for following this woman. The next moment, Dot was slammed into a sharp piece of gravel on the ground by the bald man. If this hit was solid, I'm afraid that Dot would have to die on the spot. Just in the nick of time, a teenager appeared out of nowhere and caught Dot with a direct slide. It was none other than Luo Xinliang. Good thing we made it. The bald man and his minions froze for a moment. They could never have imagined that anyone would dare to meddle in their business. In contrast, although Luo Xinlian had left the orphanage for 3 years, Chen Wanru still recognized Luo Xinlian from the first moment she saw him. But the joy of this reunion was quickly squashed, because she knows the crisis is not over. Plus, she was well aware of Luo Xinlian's talent for royal beasts, so in her eyes, Luo Xinlian was just a slightly older child. Immediately, he voiced a reminder. Xin Lian, quickly escape with Dot. One that can run is one. Originally, little Dot, looking at Luo Xin Lian who hugged herself was still a little scared, until Chen Wanru shouted out Luo Xinlian's name. It was only then that a small, delighted smile appeared. Are you, brother Heart Refinement? Luo Xinlian also revealed a face full of softness when she heard this. Dot is getting so big? Brother Xin Lian almost didn't recognize him. Seemingly remembering something, the smile of little Dot, who was originally full of joy, gradually disappeared. It was replaced by a howl. Oh, 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 oh. Xiaoming's brother was beaten by them and vomited a lot of blood. I wonder what's going on now, Dot said while also pointing to where Ming was lying. Luo Xinlian followed the direction of little Dot's finger and saw the miserable and incomparable Xiaoming. The whole face instantly became incredibly gloomy. A pair of eyes were also churning with killing intent. But still, he said to Dot in a gentle tone, "Don't be afraid, I have my brother." Right at this moment, the bald man's arrogant and incomparable voice sounded once again. "Kid, I don't care who you are. Dare to come and mind my business. Stay today." The next moment Luo Xinlian was instantly surrounded. But Luo Xinlian wasn't the slightest bit flustered. Just blandly, "Fatty, do it." Immediately, Zhao Dizhu's voice suddenly sounded not far away. Unload the ridge-piercing armor. Use earth rupture." The next moment, the bald man and his group of men, including the feet of their imperial beasts, all of them cracked open. The sudden weightlessness caused it all to fall to the ground. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian shouted, "It's now! You guys run!" The children of the orphanage reacted quickly and immediately carried Xiaoming towards the outside. Chen Wanru was also rescued from under the stone wall by the unloading pangolin and put on her back. Seeing that everyone managed to get out of the trap, Luo Xinlian also hurriedly threw the little Dot in her arms to Zhao Dizhu. Just then, the bald man and the others, too, climbed out of the crack with the help of the imperial beasts. Staring viciously at Luo Xin Lian, he said, "Kid, dare to spoil my business. I want you to die here today." Not far away, Chen Wanru, who was lying on the back of the unburdened mountain-piercing armor, was also anxiously shouting towards Luo Xinlian, "Xin Lian, run away." But no matter how much Chen Wanru shouted, Luo Xinlian remained motionless, until that last hint of retreat was blocked by the bald man's men. Chen Wanru was instantly anxious. If anything untoward happened to Luo Xinlian in order to save them, she's just afraid she'll just have a nervous breakdown. It seemed to have noticed Chen Wanru's anxiety. Zhao Dozhu, however, said in a rather relaxed manner, "Dean Chen, don't worry. Right now you should be praying that Heart Refine doesn't get anyone killed." At those words, Chen Wanru just froze. She was a bit confused about the meaning of Zhao Dizhu's words. Zhao Dizhu just smiled and didn't explain. "Just watch. I've just contacted an ambulance. The most important thing for you guys right now is to get treated quickly." In the ruins of the orphanage, Luo Xinlian was relieved to see that the crowd had fled. In the next moment, the killing chance in Luo Xinlian's eyes was no longer concealed. "Well, irrelevant people are gone. Since you like to play, now I'll have a good time with you." 16. Sorry, I want both money and life. At this moment, the bald man didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. Hated the teenager in front of him who had spoiled his good deed. If the task was not accomplished, not only would the reward money not be received, it would only be penalized. Thinking of this, the bald man's eyes grew more and more fierce. "Damn kid, today I'm going to make you regret coming into this world." In the next moment, no matter if it was the bald man's own imperial beasts or his little brother's imperial beasts, all of them killed Luo Xin Lian with great vigor. Luo Xinlian only glanced slightly, and the information of these imperial beasts appeared before his eyes. Name, Rockbreaker. Attribute, Rock. Quality, Ordinary. Stage of growth, Maturity. Skills, Rock Shattering, Hammering/Chiseling. Evolutionary route, Young Rock Beast, Rockbreaker, Rock Splitter, Rockbuster, Rocklord. Immediately afterward, the corner of Luo Xinlian's mouth hooked into a contemptuous smile. "A mere maturity stage and you dare to make a move in front of me?" In the next moment, a black shadow suddenly sprang out from behind Luo Xinlian. He charged straight towards the leading Rockbreaker beast. That black shadow was none other than the instant Shadow Dragon. And this Rockbreaker beast was the bald man's one. Tyrannosaurus kick. Just the blink of an eye, the instant Shadow Dragon then arrived in front of the Rockbreaker beast. Although the instant Shadow Dragon was 2 meters tall, it was quite petite in front of the Rockbreaker beast. Seeing this, the bald man let out a scoff. "Even your little imperial beast dares to meet the Rockbreaker beast head-on?" Before the bald man could finish his sentence, bang! A loud noise resounded all around. Immediately afterward a piece of debris hit him in the face. It smashed half of the bald man's face in a swollen circle, but the bald man didn't let out a scream, simply because the scene in front of him was a bit unbelievable, thus forgetting the pain, only to see that the large-sized Rockbreaker beast was merely kicked by the small imperial beast in his mouth. That body made of rock was actually kicked to pieces. The piece of rubble that had just smashed the bald man's cheek was also part of the Rockbreaker beast's ruptured body. How is it possible? The Rockbreaker beast was killed in one hit. As the dark yellow blood flowed out, this Rockbreaker beast also collapsed in response. Completely lost signs of life. With your kind of goods, you can only bully those unarmed children. If it was just a normal duel with someone,
Luo Xinlian would never have struck out so viciously. Just looking at the orphanage that had been reduced to rubble in front of me, as well as the seriously injured director Chen, Xiao Ming, and Dottie who was almost killed by the fall, the killing intent in Luo Xinlian's heart became difficult to suppress. Watching his miserably dead imperial beast, the bald man then realized that he had kicked the bucket. A wave of fear also began to spread in his heart. The other rockbreaker beasts, seeing this, were also too frightened to move by the instant Shadow Dragon's extremely violent kick. The imperial beasts were like that, not to mention the bald minions, but even if they stopped attacking, Luo Xinlian had no intention of stopping. Instant Shadow Dragon Wave. Only a black dragon's shadow began to emerge on the instant Shadow Dragon's dragon claws. Spinning around, he pushed toward the front. A hideous shadow dragon flew out, flying around in the dilapidated orphanage. Wherever the shadow dragon passed, a rockbreaker beast's body exploded and died. Look at the bloody scene in front of you. Some of the more timid ones have been paralyzed with fear. There was also some yellowish and slightly foul-smelling liquid coming out of the middle of his pants. Looking at the domineering and overwhelming black figure in the field, the bald man reacted this time. The small imperial beast in front of him, which he called a draconian, was actually a draconian. The power of the dragons needs to be explained? The overlord of the imperial beast realm, who had disappeared for 300 years, just appeared in front of his eyes. At once, the bald man's heart was filled with regret. If he had known that this orphanage had a contracted dragon beast royal, he would not have taken this job even if he had been beaten to death. The bald man's feet went limp, and he actually directly knelt down. Little brother. No, big brother, let us live. We know it's wrong. Promise to never trouble this orphanage again. Luo Xinlian didn't open her mouth and just stared coldly at the bald man. The bald man was suddenly like an on his back, and for a moment, he couldn't figure out what Luo Xinlian actually meant. Suddenly, he noticed that Luo Xinlian seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally looking at the crumbling buildings around him. The bald man instantly had a flash of light in his head. Seems to understand something. Immediately, he took out a bank card and handed it to Luo Xinlian. Big it. This is my compensation for the orphanage and the injured. $5 million in total. It's all I have. Code 66. Luo Xinlian did not hesitate for a moment. A hand took the bank card over, then glanced around at the bald minions. What about them? At those words, instead of being angry, the bald man was very happy. It doesn't matter if he's greedy for money. He's afraid he doesn't want it. Immediately, the bald had acted as Luo Xinlian's temporary lapdog, forcing his little brother to come up with the money, soon to be added to the 5 million given by the bald guy earlier. Luo Xinlian got a total of 7.32 million. For this price Luo Xinlian was still quite satisfied. Seeing Luo Xinlian reveal a hint of satisfaction, the bald man, too, asked at the right time. Biggie, can you let us go now? Luo Xinlian sniffed and nodded slightly. The bald man was instantly delighted, just about to open my mouth to say thank you. But the next moment, Luo Xinlian's icy voice entered his ears. Go, of course you can walk. I'll send you on your way. Before the bald man could react, only a flash of the instant shadow dragon's figure was seen, and a miserable scream rang out one after another. One by one, the bald little brothers died violently. In the end, all that was left was the bald guy and another little brother who hadn't done much. Only, the little brother who was still alive had been scared to the point of incontinence, and was smacked by the instant shadow dragon and pinched in his hand unable to move. And the bald man's legs were directly crushed by the instant shadow dragon, collapsing on the ground. He kept emitting the miserable screams that were like killing a pig. There was a lot of yelling. You don't mean what you say. If you're being paid, why are you doing this? Luo Xinlian bent down and picked up a broken stone. Then with an innocent look on his face, he said, when did I promise to let you go after taking the money? You gave me the money voluntarily. I didn't force you. At those words, the bald man was a bit angry and spat out a mouthful of old blood. I wanted to say something, but when I looked at Luo Xinlian, who was holding a stone in her hand, and was slowly walking towards her side with a smile on her face, the bald man also swallowed back the words he was going to say, turning to desperately move towards the back with both arms. But how could this escape Luo Xinlian's hand? Before he could move a few meters, Luo Xinlian's demonic-like whispers once again resounded in his ears. I'm sorry, whether it's your money or your life. Little master wants them all. Immediately, Luo Xinlian raised the hand that was holding the broken stone. Smash after smash after smash. 17. Debut. Luo Lingling, the third daughter of the Luo family. I don't know how much time has passed. Luo Xinlian's body was already covered in blood. Looking at the already disfigured bald body on the ground, Luo Xinlian's face didn't have the slightest fluctuation in expression, just smashing the already cracked stone in his hand. Throw it with your hand. Who dares to harm my family and friends? I will pay back tenfold, 100-fold. No one would have guessed. It was surprising that a teenager could be so vicious in his methods. Even he couldn't have imagined it. I had thought that the first time I killed someone would make me uncomfortable. But in response to this, Luo Xinlian didn't have the slightest feeling. According to his previous character, he categorically could not do such a thing. At best, a phone call to notify the sheriff's office. But now, it was killing all these people. Especially the bald man in the lead was smashed alive with a stone by Luo Xinlian's own hands. For a change in his character, Luo Xinlian wasn't averse to it. It even feels fantastic. Just then, Luo Xinlian suddenly remembered that there was another fellow in the hands of the instant shadow dragon. So Luo Xinlian made a turn and headed that way, looking at Luo Xinlian who was getting closer and closer to him. The only remaining bald little brother had a complete mental breakdown. He had watched the entire process of Luo Xinlian abusing the bald man with his own eyes. At this moment, he didn't even dare to think of escaping. Underneath his body was even a piece of filth that had long since flowed. The instant shadow dragon that had been grasping this little brother had long since had a disgusted expression on his face. If Luo Xinlian hadn't asked him to keep an eye on this person, I'm only afraid that the instant shadow dragon would have already slapped him to death. Big man, let me off the hook. At this moment, Luo Xinlian had already arrived at this little brother's heels, looking at the bald little brother in front of him who kept begging for mercy. Luo Xinlian remained expressionless. Say, who ordered you? Hearing Luo Xinlian ask her own words, this bald little brother's mental defenses had long since collapsed. Where else would you dare to hide it? So he told everything he knew in his head. It turns out that this was all directed by a man named Wang Xin. As for this Wang Xin, Luo Xinlian also knew him. It's a lobby steward for the Luo family. Usually, he followed Luo Xinyuan's side and flattered him. He was treated with a cold eye by the true young master. Even some of the living expenses allocated by the Luo family to Luo Xinlian were cut off by Wang Xin, turning his head and bringing it to please Luo Xinyuan. It could be said that the reason why Luo Xinlian couldn't even get enough to eat in the Luo family, this Wang Xin is the culprit. Luo Xinlian also wondered if his nominal parents knew about this, but even if they knew, they probably didn't care. After all, in their hearts, there was only the precious adopted son who was a genius. Who cares about him as his own son? Since we know that it was Wang Xin who instructed the bald gang, is there any need to guess the real instigator behind it? Luo Xinyuan, you deserve to die. It's not enough that you took everything that was mine, to try and destroy the only place in the world where I've ever felt warmth. At this moment, the killing intent in Luo Xinlian's heart boiled once again. Don't let me find a chance, or I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Immediately after that, the bald little brother also revealed a piece of news. That is, Qian Xiaodao, who also comes from an orphanage, is not at all indebted to the bald head. Rather, he himself received money from Wang Xin and cooperated with the bald head to put on this show. The purpose was to take advantage of Chen Wanru's care for them orphans and lure him into signing that contract for the transfer of debt. In this way, no matter how much noise they made, they were always considered to be out of their depth. Even if the sheriff's office came, they'd have a reason. After learning about all this, Luo Xinlian was on the must-kill list. Qian Xiaodao's name was naturally added. But soon, Luo Xinlian calmed down. He always felt that there was something fishy about this time, but for a moment it was impossible to say. So much for not thinking about it. So again, he set his eyes on this bald little man. This glance was the one that made this bald little brother's scalp go numb, fearful that he would be dead the next moment. So the rush continued to beg for mercy. Biggie, I didn't hurt anyone at the orphanage. They're the ones who did it. I'm the one who filled in. Please leave me alone. Luo Xinlian gently waved her hand. The instant shadow dragon immediately understood, hurrying to release his dragon's claws, regaining his freedom. The bald little man knew he had sort of gotten his life back. Immediately kneeling on the ground, he kowtowed to Luo Xinlian. When he finished kowtowing, Luo Xinlian's ice-cold voice was suddenly heard in his ears. With all the commotion going on here, the vigilantes will probably be here soon. You just need to truthfully tell the truth about those tricks the bald guy did and the mastermind who persecuted the orphanage later. Remember? Upon hearing this, the bald little brother's head was like a chicken pecking at rice, nodding frantically. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian also revealed a hint of a smile, but the words that came out of his mouth were the words that made the bald little brother feel a chill down his back again. The bald little brother frantically nodded his head, fearing that a single nod would be slow and anger the fiend in front of him. And at that moment the distinctive siren of the sheriff's office sounded in the distance. Seeing the vigilante finally arrive, Chen Wanru's hanging heart finally relaxed a bit. If he hadn't broken both his legs, plus Zhao Deju had been persuading him, she really wanted to rush in and see what was going on inside. I don't know how Xinlian is doing. Could it hurt? Compared to Chen Wanru's worries, Zhao Deju was relaxed. He had long since seen Luo Xinlian's current strength. It's not a handful to deal with these guys. Looking at Chen Wanru, who was lying on the back of the unloading ridge pangolin armor and still had a worried look on her face. Zhao Dezhu still opened his mouth to advise.
Dean, look, the sheriff's office is almost here. I'd better call you another ambulance. I'm sure heart refinement is fine.
What you need most right now is healing.
Because the hospital is closer to the orphanage than the sheriff's office. That's why the ambulance had arrived long ago before. Just because Chen Wanru was worried about Luo Xinlian's safety, reluctant to leave for treatment.
So Zhao Dezhu also had to arrange for those injured children to be treated first.
The rest of the children went over to accompany the care. He himself was here to accompany Chen Wanru.
But the doctor accompanying the ambulance still gave Chen Wanru some simple treatment.
But still, he repeatedly urged Chen Wanru to seek medical treatment as soon as possible.
Seeing that Chen Wanru did not take her words in, still worried, he looked into the ruins of the orphanage. Zhao Dezhu then stopped talking, but directly took out his cell phone and dialed the hospital's emergency number.
After doing this,
2 or 3 cars from the security office were also parked in front of Chen Wanru and Zhao Dezhu's eyes. Straight away, the first person to get out of the car was a competent female vigilante in a sheriff's office uniform.
A few more vigilantes followed. The female vigilante, who was in the lead, came in front of the duo and asked in a routine manner, "May I ask if you were the ones who reported this?"
Chen Wanru nodded, then hurriedly said, "You guys get in there and save the day. There's a kid trapped in there by the bad guys."
Upon hearing this, the female vigilante immediately turned towards the vigilante on the side and gave a wink. The rest of the group immediately understood. Immediately,
he rushed towards the already dilapidated orphanage. Then this female vigilante took out a book and a pen and continued,
"I'm Luo Lingling,
the captain of the inspection brigade of the A City Security Office, and also the third daughter of the Luo family in City A.
Will you please give a brief account of the whole thing?" 18. Arrested. Luo Xinlian,
who was captured with her hands tied behind her back.
Hearing, Zhao Dezhu, who was on the side, felt bad.
The vigilante in front of her was actually the third daughter of the Luo family.
In other words, he was Luo Xinlian's sister. Zhao Dezhu had also heard of Luo Lingling's name.
That's a hotshot detective who solves cases by thunder. The man with the highest crime-solving rate in the entire city of A.
Although he didn't doubt Luo Lingling's ability, however,
Zhao Dezhu had long known about Luo Xinlian's current relationship with the Luo family.
Now this Luo Lingling suddenly appeared.
I do not know if he will take the opportunity to make things difficult for Luo Xinlian.
But Chen Wanru didn't know all this, so it's all about what's going on.
Zhao Dezhu had wanted to stop his gung-ho Dean,
but for a moment, he didn't know how to speak.
Wait until Chen Wanru had finished the general cause of the matter.
The things in Luo Lingling's hands also stopped. Well, the general story of what happened, and I understand it. Now, let's go ahead and take a look inside. Just then,
a scream came out of the dilapidated orphanage.
Then one of the vigilantes ran out of it. Immediately afterward, he let out a wow sound and began to vomit on the ground. Seeing this, Luo Lingling furrowed her eyebrows, opened his mouth and asked, "What happened in there? Make you guys throw up like that?" A vigilante heard Luo Lingling ask, hastily holding back the nausea in his heart, trembling. "Inside, dead. A lot of people are dead. Vomit."
At those words,
Luo Lingling's face became a bit ugly. It wasn't that he had an overwhelming sense of justice. In a world where power was the only thing that mattered, what day doesn't someone die? What's wrong with 2 dead people?
What irked him was that the reaction of these henchmen made him feel a little ashamed.
Although these are all vigilantes who have just recently joined the sheriff's office.
But that's not too bad of a heart,
is it? When she heard about the dead, Chen Wanru's first reaction was that Luo Xinlian had been killed. After all,
how could a teenager survive the hands of those vicious thugs?
Immediately, Chen Wanru only felt that she had dragged Luo Xinlian down. So then he simply fainted in the midst of intense self-reproach as well as grief. Seeing this, Zhao Dezhu also panicked for a moment. What happened to Dean Chen? Just then a teenager's voice came into the ears of the crowd, only to see 2 figures walk out from within the orphanage. It was none other than Luo Xinlian and the bald little brother. The moment Luo Lingling saw Luo Xinlian,
she immediately spoke out subconsciously,
"Why are you here, you piece of?" But the next second, he noticed Luo Xinlian's blood-stained clothes. Immediately, he questioned in a cold voice, "Did you kill everyone in there?" Instead of questioning,
Luo Lingling had basically confirmed that those people were killed by Luo Xinlian.
After all, at this moment,
Luo Xinlian was covered in blood and was quite calm, and this man who followed out next to him was constantly shaking.
It felt a little surreal,
but the facts were there.
Luo Xinlian is the one who killed those people inside. While questioning, Luo Lingling's heart also set off shockwaves.
It turned out that the teenager in this Dean Chen's mouth was Luo Xinlian. He had originally felt that the teenager in Chen Wanru's mouth would surely die, but I didn't expect him to not only come out alive under the siege of a dozen or so Imperial beastmen.
It even did the reverse kill. Other than that possibility, there was no reason for Luo Xinlian to come out alive. Was this still the same punk who had been moping around in the Luo family? Luo Xinlian glanced at Luo Lingling. Immediately, he was also stunned, although he knew that Luo Lingling worked at the security office. But it wasn't expected that she would be the one to come over this time. But the days only lasted a moment. Immediately, he averted his eyes and walked straight towards the fainted Chen Wanru. Seeing Luo Xinlian unexpectedly ignored herself, Luo Lingling was instantly furious. Stand still! Didn't you hear me asking you a question? Seeing Luo Xinlian still ignoring him, the somewhat exasperated Luo Lingling immediately shouted at her men who were still vomiting. Didn't you see the suspect trying to flee the scene? Don't stop it yet. After hearing Luo Lingling's voice, these vigilantes also hastily held back the sickening discomfort in their hearts. Hardly rounded up. Look at these men of yours. Luo Lingling also couldn't help but slander in her heart. These guys, what to do about it? Even the murderer's house has 2 more people, and they didn't even realize it. But it's not the fault of these vigilantes. After all, Luo Xinlian had struck too hard, and the scene inside was quite bloody. The visual impact was too great. The average person can't stand to look at it. These vigilantes, too, had just taken a look at it, and could hardly hold back the nausea in their hearts and ran out. Naturally, he didn't notice the 2 men standing in the corner. As for why that bald little guy could carry it, that was because he had witnessed Luo Xinlian's entire move and had long been numbed by fear. So afterward, when you see a scene like this again, you don't feel much of anything instead. Zhao Dezhu saw Luo Xinlian who was covered in blood. The heart screamed. He couldn't have imagined before that Luo Xinlian would actually lay down a killer. He also looked at Chen Wanru on the back of the Demolition Ridge pangolin armor, and for a moment, he was at a bit of a loss for words. Luo Xinlian also saw Zhao Dezhu's expression at this moment, as well as Chen Wanru's situation. He himself knew there was no way to make this right today. Immediately, he said to Zhao Dezhu, "Fatty, you take Dean to the hospital for treatment first. When it's done, remember to call for me." Upon hearing this, Zhao Dezhu immediately understood Luo Xinlian's meaning. There was also an immediate nod. Seeing Zhao Dezhu leaving the place with Chen Wanru, Luo Xinlian also stretched her hands out very openly. The meaning is clear enough. Luo Xinlian is ready to tie his hands. It wasn't that Luo Xinlian couldn't beat these vigilantes, simply because the sheriff represents the state. If Luo Xinlian dared to make a direct move against the vigilante, then Luo Xinlian would no longer have a foothold within the Dragon Kingdom. He didn't want to be a fugitive at such a young age. Moreover, these vigilantes were just going about their business routinely and had no grudge against Luo Xinlian. So Luo Xinlian dismissed the idea of doing it. Soon, the group of vigilantes saw that Luo Xinlian did not resist. Immediately, he handcuffed Luo Xinlian. Looking at the scene in front of her, the corner of Luo Lingling's mouth also hooked into a smile. Though I don't know how this punk got involved in this murder, but since he's fallen into my hands, he must be given some color. Dare to bully Xin Yuan's brother? I'll let you see my Luo Lingling's methods today. And of course the bald guy on the sidelines was handcuffed and taken to the sheriff's car. After all, they were the only 2 still alive, so naturally they had to be brought back to the sheriff's station as well. However, before leaving, Luo Lingling still couldn't hide the curiosity in her heart. Walked inside the dilapidated orphanage. He'd like to see what kind of death could scare these big men that way. Just a few moments later, Luo Lingling then ran out from inside the orphanage in some distress. Forced himself to hold back the discomfort in his heart. He didn't want to lose face in front of his own men. Leave half the men to cordon off the scene. The rest of you close up. Under Luo Lingling's orders, the orphanage was quickly sealed off, and Luo Xinlian was brought back to the A City security office. Inside the interrogation room, a strong electric light shone directly on Luo Xinlian's face, and across the table was sitting the hard-faced Luo Lingling. He still hadn't forgotten the bloody scene inside the orphanage. Just thinking about it gives me a vaguely sickening feeling. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian also revealed a sneering smile. What's wrong? Officer Luo hasn't seen you in days. Is this pregnant? Bang! Luo Lingling slapped the table. Nightly, Luo Xinlian, don't you give me a greasy voice. You're a felonious murderer now. Having abused a dozen lives, do you still have the laws of the Dragon Kingdom in your eyes? It's only right to pay what you owe. People are just coming to their door to collect debts, but you kill them all with such cruelty. I think you're hopeless. Looking at the righteous Luo Lingling in front of him, Luo Xinlian only felt a wave of nausea in her heart. If others don't know, doesn't he know? Lorraine has an extremely high bust rate. It was all because the Luo family spent money on his behalf and found someone to take the blame, which led to his promotion. If you really have a sense of justice, how could you accept such an arrangement? Looking at the face in front of him that disgusted him, Luo Xinlian was also too lazy to talk nonsense. Immediately, he said grimly, "Cruel? That's what they deserve. 19, not guilty. He is a hero." At those words, Luo Lingling looked at the teenager in front of her somewhat incredulously.
He was unable to figure out how Luo Xinlian could justify saying such a thing.
You know, that's a dozen lives. Surprisingly, he was just so brutally abused by Luo Xinlian. It looks like mother was right on the money.
This brother has been infected with bad habits since he was a child. It seems reasonable to grow up to be such a vicious murderer.
But no matter what,
Luo Xinlian's body still had the blood of the Luo family flowing through it after all.
Even though Luo Xinlian may be authorized to death penalty, but before that,
he still wanted to teach this disgraceful loser a lesson for his parents.
Immediately,
he ordered someone to bring Luo Xinlian to the torture room
and tied it to an iron post.
Luo Lingling took out a leather whip and stared viciously at Luo Xinlian.
Today, on behalf of my parents, I'm going to teach you a lesson. A ferocious fanatic who treats human life like grass. Seeing the scene in front of her,
Luo Xinlian then recalled the 3 years in the Luo family that were like hell.
You have to beat yourself to eat. You have to beat yourself for losing things in the house. And you have to beat yourself when they are in a bad mood. It is also beautifully described as a way to teach yourself the rules and make you remember them. But the truth was that not a single person had taught Luo Xin to refine anything. It just felt that Luo Xinlian didn't know the rules and was tainted with bad habits from the bottom of society. As an orphan who grew up in an orphanage, how would he know what etiquette was in place for what occasion? All he knew was that it was good to be alive. Wasn't it these people who lost themselves? What makes them so hard on themselves? Looking at Luo Lingling who was walking towards him with a whip in hand, Luo Xinlian didn't have the slightest bit of fear. In the Luo family's 3 years,
I have long been accustomed to Luo Lingling's lessons. It could be said that half of the scars on his body were thanks to Luo Lingling. Luo Xinlian remained expressionless as she looked at Luo Lingling. Coldly, it's not true that I kill people, but have you investigated the matter thoroughly? Hearing this, Luo Lingling felt more and more that Luo Xinlian was incorrigible. It's gotten to the point where it's unrepentant. Then he said coldly, isn't it obvious what's going on now? You've been out there since you were a kid and you've picked up all the bad habits. I thought you were just a bit of a thief, but I can't imagine that you dare to kill people now, and with such cruelty, no matter what sentence you'll receive afterward. But before that, I must discipline you, you unscrupulous. After saying that, Luo Lingling no longer hesitated and started waving the whip towards Luo Xinlian's body. Wherever the whip passed, instantly the clothes were torn, revealing a bloody scar. But Luo Xinlian stiffly didn't cry out with a single sound. Only the tone grew more and more grim. You always think you're right, so you ravage and trample on others. It was like that in the lodges, and it's like that now. My relationship with the Luo family is broken. You'll remember this whip. After the words, Luo Xinlian stopped speaking. Of course, Luo Lingling didn't care about Luo Xinlian's words, just waving the whip in his hand one after another. The instant shadow dragon, who had been in the shadows, couldn't help but want to strike out and crush Luo Lingling several times, but they were all stopped by Luo Xinlian with a look. Luo Xianlian knew clearly that if she killed Luo Lingling here, everything would be over. After all, attacking and killing the security captain inside the security office was tantamount to making an enemy of the entire Dragon Kingdom. What's more, Zhao Deju had already helped him to find help. I'm sure it won't be long before I can get out myself. I don't know how long it took a rather handsome-looking man to open the door to the torture room. Seeing the scene in front of him, he immediately drank. Lorraine, what are you doing? Seeing the man walk in, Luo Lingling was also a bit puzzled. Doubtful asked, Senior Beilu, why have you returned? Didn't you go to G City to investigate the Black Countermeasures Society? At that, the man said without a word, if I don't come back, I'm just afraid there'll be another case of injustice. At this moment, Luo Lingling's head was full of question marks. He was a little confused as to what the wrongful conviction was that Senior Beilu was talking about. At that moment, Zhao Deju's obese figure walked out from behind the man known as Beilu's senior brother. He came straight to Luo Xinlian's face. Looking at the beaten and bruised Luo Xianlian in front of him, Zhao Deju also had a surge of anger. Pointing at Luo Lingling's nose, he cursed, is that how you do things at the sheriff's office? Abusing the lynch mob to beat him like this. Immediately after that, he didn't care how Luo Lingling reacted. Immediately, he began to help Luo Xinlian loosen her bonds. Older brother, it's alright, brother will untie you now. Luo Xinlian saw that it was Zhao Deju who had come. It was also instantly relaxed, and it was because of this mental relief. It made Luo Xinlian faint directly. Hearing that someone had the audacity to talk to him like that, Luo Lingling was also a bit angry. Stop, how dare you openly rob a prisoner? Immediately, he raised his hand and prepared to give Zhao Deju a whip. However, he was grabbed by the wrist of senior brother Beilu who was on the side. Lorraine, what do you want? How dare you hurt someone in front of me? Luo Lingling looked at Beilu with some confusion. Senior, can't you see he's robbing people? Is he just going to be allowed to run amok at the sheriff's office? Beilu was also somewhat speechless as he looked at Luo Lingling in front of him. Said at once, the matter has been cleared up.
Luo Xinlian killed in self-defense. Not guilty. Release immediately. Hearing these words from Beilu, Luo Lingling could not believe her ears. What? Not guilty? He's got a dozen lives on his hands. Just let it go? See that it doesn't make sense. Beilu immediately took out a folder and handed it to Luo Lingling. This is the result of a rigorous investigation. And it can't possibly be wrong. Take a good look for yourself. The identity of the other person has been found out. He's a member of a certain black force in a city. Their boss, nicknamed Baldy. In a city, he is said to be doing all kinds of evils, raising and injuring people, trafficking in human beings as well as imperial beasts, opening casinos, and lending money to loan sharks. The list of offenses is endless. This time, too, he was instructed to entice the director of the orphanage into owing huge sums of money, which led to what happened later. When Luo Xinlian arrived at the orphanage, the bald man was preparing to abuse a little girl. Luo Xinlian not only saved the little girl's life in the nick of time, and managed to cover the escape of the other children from the orphanage, only to fall into a siege of bald heads and others. In such a critical scene, Luo Xinlian killing them was actually self-defense, with pages and pages of information as well as evidence to go through. Luo Lingling's face became increasingly ugly. How is this possible? Beilu also said without a trace of anger when he saw this. How is that possible? I'd like to ask you what you're doing as captain. Obviously there's still a live one, and since you've brought it all back, why don't you get to the bottom of this? Luo Lingling sniffed and stammered a bit. I thought that guy was a victim too. It was coerced by Luo Xinlian to exonerate him. Beilu also blankly glanced at Luo Lingling and continued. It's really good that you thought of it. Shouldn't I commend your fertile imagination? I'm telling you, Luo Xinlian is not a criminal. Instead, she's a hero who rescued a bunch of orphans from the orphanage. I don't know if she was stimulated, but Luo Lingling suddenly said in a somewhat maniacal manner. I don't believe it. He's just a little punk with a bad habit. How could it be a hero who sacrifices himself for others? Beilu was also infuriated by Luo Lingling. Come on, read the story again. Luo Lingling subconsciously took the newspaper handed by Beilu. Heck, it was in the news a while back. 20, Worship, the poor man's heir. Looking at the eye-catching headline and the photo next to it in front of him, Luo Lingling couldn't believe her eyes. What? The once in 300 years royal dragon genius, Luo Xinlian? How is that possible? He had previously wondered how Luo Xinlian had killed so many people. It's all clear now. However, a feeling of unreality was born in his heart. Dragon genius? This loser from the Luo family? Before Luo Lingling could finish organizing her thoughts, next to him, Hokoru continued. Look at the bottom one again. Luo Lingling also subconsciously looked towards the bottom of the newspaper. It was a bit of an unknown quantity. Teenagers who resisted the beast tide? What does that have to do with us? Beilu didn't say much, but instead glanced meaningfully towards Luo Xinlian. Luo Lingling also reacted instantly. You mean, the teenager who resisted the beast tide and protected a city is Luo Xinlian? Before Hokuro could say anything, Zhao Doju, who had just finished loosening Luo Xinlian's ties, immediately added, and my fat master. Originally, Luo Lingling was still a bit unconvinced until he saw Beilu's affirmative expression. That's what makes it totally believable. At this moment, Luo Lingling's worldview crumbled a little. Wasn't Luo Xinlian a trash that the Luo family despised? How did it shake out that not only did he become the once in 300 years royal dragon genius, and became a hero against the beast tide, someone who can lay down his life to resist the beast tide and protect the safety of a city? Can he really be of poor character and integrity? Then why did he do all that thieving behavior during the 3 years he was in the Luo family? Could it be that, had I, or even my entire family, been wrong about Luo Xinlian all along? Luo Lingling didn't dare to think about it in detail. He was afraid that all his guesses were right. Just when Luo Lingling's thoughts were in extreme conflict, Hokoru continued. By the looks of it, not only Luo Xinliang, there are still many things about your Luo family that you don't understand. At those words, Luo Lingling immediately looked at Beilu. It seemed to be inquiring what Hokoru meant. Hokoru doesn't bull **** either. Another few pages back from the information handed to Luo Lingling earlier. In the next moment, Luo Lingling's pupils crinkled. Luo family butler Wang Xin, suspected mastermind of the orphanage persecution case. At this moment, it was as if the strength in Luo Lingling's body had been drained. Sitting down directly on the floor, a face full of incredulity looked at the information that came from this check. Butler Wang is such a good man. How could you do such a thing? He didn't have to do anything like that at all. Seeing that things are pretty much the same, Beilu pulled up Luo Lingling, who was sitting on the ground. Calmly, since it concerns your Luo family, I'll give you a chance to check it out for yourself. Luo Lingling also slowly calmed down and nodded faintly. Watching Zhao Deju carry the fainting Luo Xinlian was heading towards the outside of the torture room. Luo Lingling was also caught up in her own thoughts.
It seems he never knew his long-lost brother.
At the same time,
there were some doubts about what had once happened in the Luo family. Taking this time to investigate Butler Wang, he would also take the opportunity to investigate what Luo Xinlian's 3 years in the Luo family were really like.
Zhao Doju, who had originally walked out of the torture room, had wanted to take Luo Xinlian directly to the hospital, but I didn't expect to go out a few steps yet. Luo Xinlian unexpectedly woke up. This shocked Zhao Doju to no end. I say, old brother, you're afraid you're not a monster. After such a serious injury, this is how you woke up. Luo Xinlian, on the other hand, blankly glanced at Zhao Doju. Well, don't make such a show of it. Take me to the man.
Zhao Doju consulted and sized up Luo Xinlian. Seeing that Luo Xinlian really wasn't in any serious condition,
he brought him to a tea house not far from the security office.
Only a one-eyed old man was sitting alone in a box sipping tea.
Luo Xinlian didn't say anything after seeing the old man. Immediately, he walked straight to the old man and knelt down.
Disciple Luo Xinlian sincerely worships his master today. I hope master accepts my disciple. This sudden scene also stunned the one-eyed old man.
However, a warm smile appeared in the whirlwind. Ha ha, you're a real doll. Knowing what the old man I'm up to saved me a lot of talking, too.
Luo Xinlian smiled back. Thanks to master's help this time, this matter can be investigated so quickly. If we go through the normal procedures, I'm afraid it will take at least a few months or even half a year to find out what's going on. Luo Xinlian was also glad to have done a double take. Before, he left that bald little brother alive, also to keep a witness, to justify their self-defense. As he expected, the bald little brother had long since been scared out of his wits.
It was also truthful about everything. But Luo Lingling, this idiot,
still thought that the bald little brother was coerced by Luo Xinlian,
so didn't believe his confession.
It was a good thing that he had asked Zhao Deju to find the one-eyed old man to fish himself out before, otherwise there's no telling how long you'll have to suffer.
But this incident also allowed Luo Xinlian to see the old man's energy.
There was no reason for an old man with such a huge amount of energy to harm himself. Plus, he did owe himself a favor on this one, so he went along with the old man's wishes and worshipped him.
The one-eyed old man, too, liked Luo Xinlian's straightforward character. Immediately, he also laughed out loud. Good, not bad, knowing what to do and what to leave. The old man will take you today. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian also kowed out 3 times in a very understanding manner. When Luo Xinlian finished kowtowing, Zhao Daju also handed Luo Xinlian's hands the tea that he had prepared long ago. Luo Xinlian respectfully handed the tea back to the one-eyed old man. Tea please, master.
The one-eyed old man received the tea with a smile on his face and took a sip. Then he helped Luo Xinlian up.
Good disciple, get up. Since you've been initiated, it's about time you knew the division. We are one of the branches of the 4 fierce academies, the Poor Chi lineage. From now on, you're the poor man's heir, and your master, me, is the present-day ruler of the Poor Chi lineage, Nan Yun Lord. Luo Xinlian also silently memorized this information.
The Southern Cloud Lord continued. The old man accepted you as his disciple because he saw your potential.
Want you to revitalize my 4 fierce academy. Luo Xinlian also nodded decisively. Since I've been initiated, revitalizing the 4 fierce academy is naturally my duty. Hearing Luo Xinlian's reply, Nan Yun Lord was satisfied. Very good, but at the moment you are still too weak and still need to learn. I will first arrange for you to enter the Imperial Beast Academy to study. When you grow to a certain stage, I will personally teach you. In this regard, Luo Xinlian didn't have any opinions. After all, he had never orthodoxly learned about the Sentinel Beast. The step is too big, only to be indigestible. It looked like his master should have investigated his situation in advance, and that was why he made this decision. Nan Yun Lord saw that Luo Xinlian didn't show the slightest hint of dissatisfaction. In his heart, he was also becoming more and more fond of this disciple. Well, it's settled then. While saying that, he also took out a booklet and a bank card and handed it to Luo Xinlian's hand. This is a gift of worship for you, $10 million and a recipe for the Sentinel. I see that your draconic Imperial Beast, though powerful, is clearly in a state of malnutrition. At most, 70% of your strength will be utilized. You make him some food according to the recipe in the Imperial Beast's cookbook and nourish him. Luo Xinlian didn't make any pretense and just took the money and the recipe. What's the deal with just being malnourished? Luo Xinlian didn't think about it in detail. She just rushed towards Nan Yun Lord and thanked him. Thank you, Master. The Southern Cloud Lord also nodded slightly before continuing. I would like you to participate in the Imperial Beast competition in 3 months. If you can win the championship, you might get a good thing. At those words, Luo Xinlian was also in deep thought. Champion of the Beast contest? Interesting. Seeing Luo Xinlian seem to have come to be interested in the Imperial Beast competition, the Southern Cloud Lord also revealed a hint of a smile. Well, then, Master will go first. Remember that before you rise completely. Never let others know about your identity as a poor man's heir. If you run into any trouble, you can take the sign I gave you earlier and go to the Imperial Beast Association to get help. Luo Xinlian sniffed and also said solemnly, disciple, keep in mind. 21. Reunion. Beilu Aun. After Lord Nan Yun left, Luo Xinlian realized that Zhao Deju, this fellow, had long ago worshipped that bearded man as his teacher, and that bearded man is also the controller of the Taodai lineage of the Four Fierce Academy, Zhang Dazue. No wonder. Before, Nan Yun Lord had said that he couldn't let others know his identity. As a result, they spoke recklessly in front of Fatty. They're all in the same family after all. The two of them walked and chatted, originally preparing to visit Dean Chen first. I was surprised to meet someone in front of the tea house. It was the man that Luo Lingling had previously called Beilu's senior brother in the security office. Only Beilu saw the duo arrive and greeted them enthusiastically. They seemed to be waiting for the two of them here. Luo Xinlian asked with some confusion, do we know each other? Upon hearing this, Beilu instantly darkened his face. Don't tell me I did everything I could to help you at the sheriff's office. Let's just say when you were a kid, I used to buy you big watermelons to eat. How dare you say you don't remember and you mustn't? At those words, Luo Xinlian also froze. And so on. What's the situation? How does this guy know I love watermelon? Luo Xinlian's mind began to race as well. Soon after Luo Xinlian's mind, a big brother's appearance appeared. This big brother because he had been helped by Dean Chen in the past. That's why after Director Chen opened the orphanage, he would often bring some supplies to give to the children in the orphanage. As he himself was an orphan, he could be said to be in the same boat. Plus, he also wanted to help Director Chen ease the pressure of supporting the orphanage. Chen Wanru didn't take money, so he had to help in this way. Also in this moment, the look of the big brother from childhood who specialized in taking him to play. Gradually it overlapped with the man in front of him. A hint of delight gradually erupted from Luo Xinlian's eyes. Tentatively, he asked, you're Amber, because Luo Xinliang was too young at that time. I only remembered that the other person's name was Amber, but I had long forgotten his full name. Beiluan saw that Luo Xinlian recognized him, and only then did he reveal a hint of a smile. Who else would help you so much if not you, Auntie? Luo Xinlian was overjoyed when she received an affirmative answer. Amber, it's so good to see you again. Luo Xinlian glanced at Zhao Deju next to her. Looking at the other party's breezy demeanor, it was obvious that he had already known Beiluan's identity. No wonder this bastard would go to the vigilante's house with Bailuyu to save himself. Bailuan also laughed happily. Yes, I was out on a mission. Then I heard that the orphanage was in trouble, so I immediately rushed back. I didn't realize it was still a step too late. Heart refinement. I'm lucky to have you. Luo Xinlian scratched her head in some embarrassment. It's just what I'm supposed to do. Since you're back, let's go to the hospital together to visit Director Chen. Katriyuan nodded. Exactly. So, the three of them called another Imperial Beast drop and went straight to the hospital. At this time, Luo Lingling also returned to the Luo family in a daze. As soon as she stepped into the hall, she heard Luo Yimeng complaining to Zhou Yajing there, and Luo Xinyuan, who was standing on the side, looked a bit lost. Mom, you must treat that Luo Xin Lian well. Not only does he want to take away Xin Yuan's brother's position as heir, but he also forces his daughter to eat that kind of filthy food. My daughter just can't swallow this. Just then, Luo Lingling also walked in. Fifth sister, what's wrong? What's made you so angry? Seeing Luo Lingling coming, Luo Xinyuan also hurriedly greeted him. Instead, Luo Yiming dove headfirst into Luo Lingling's arms. Third sister, you're finally back. You are unaware of how detestable Luo Xinlian is. Then he told Luo Lingling what happened in Changpan Forest in a brainwave. Luo Lingling finished listening to Luo Yimeng's narration. Wasn't too surprised. After all, he had already finished reading those news reports about Luo Xinlian at the security office earlier. Luo Lingling's heart was very torn at the moment. No comment was made on this either. He didn't know what kind of person the real Luo Xinlian really was. One who can give his life to save others. Could it really be the incorrigible loser the family says it is? He planned to check out Luo Xinlian's room later. The best way to get to know a person's character is to start with their life. That's why Luo Xinlian's room became Luo Lingling's preferred location for investigation. Third sister, are you listening to me? Soon, Luo Yimeng's voice pulled Luo Lingling back from her thoughts. Oh, I'm listening. I was just thinking about the case at the firm, so I got a little distracted. At those words, Luo Yimeng didn't count too much. Immediately after that, he said towards Zhou Yajing, Mom, it doesn't matter if I suffer a little, but what about Xin Yuan's brother? Hearing Luo Yimeng say that, Luo Xinyuan also revealed a forlorn look. Fifth sister, I'm fine. Brother Xin Lian is originally mom and dad's biological son, and this heir position should rightfully be his.
who knew that these words seemed to ignite the fuse of loyal dream.
No way, absolutely not. I will never recognize Luo Xinlian as the Luo family's heir. Brother Xin Yuan, the heir of the Luo family must be you. It's only when you become the head of the family that we sisters will have a good life.
Seeing that his third sister was not as helpful as usual,
Luo Yiming pestled Luo Lingling with her elbow. Third sister speak. If it were in the past, Luo Lingling might not hesitate to help out.
But when he learned about the things Luo Xinlian had done to give up his life for others,
for a moment, I didn't know what to say.
After holding his tongue for a long time, he still spoke.
You guys take care of things at home. It's been a long day. I'm going to my room to rest.
With those words, he turned toward his room.
Looking at the somewhat different Luo Lingling,
Luo Yimeng said with some doubt,
"What's wrong with third sister?" There. Zhou Yajing was also the one who finally spoke out. Panic, don't forget.
Your father said in public that as long as Xin Yuan finished in the top 3 at the Imperial Beast competition in 3 months, just call a press conference and recognize him as the heir apparent.
So what if Luo Xin refined the contract with the Dragon Man? What a huge amount of resources it takes to breed a draconian. Is that enough for the little he earns at Standing Rock Forest? As long as we give all our resources to Xin Yuan this time,
letting him get first place in the competition will prove that he's better than Luo Xinlian. At that time, whether your father wants it or not,
he must recognize Xin Yuan's position as the heir.
Listening to Zhou Yajing's words, Luo Yimeng also nodded her head quite agreeably.
As for Luo Xingyuan,
her acting skills are explosive.
A single,
moving tear escaped from his eye.
As much as I don't want to go and compete with brother Xin, I will never fail my mother and sisters. Seeing this, the mother-daughter duo's love for Luo Xingyuan increased. Who couldn't love a child with such understanding, talent and character? But Shushu didn't know. At this moment, Luo Xingyuan was sneering in his heart. Luo Xinlian, so what if you're lucky enough to have contracted a dragon man? Your own mother and sister are all helping me. Now the Luo family's resources are all tilted in my favor. How can you fight with me? 22, confused. Luo Lingling's investigation. Night. Luo Lingling had wanted to go directly to Luo Xinlian's room to take a look, but what made her a little embarrassed was, she actually didn't know which room Luo Xinlian's room was. He rarely returns to the Luo family because he spends a lot of time at the sheriff's office working on cases. Coupled with the fact that she herself disliked the rustic brother, it was only natural that she would not take much interest in him. In desperation, she had wanted to go to the servants in the house and inquire, but before he could take a few steps, he suddenly saw the housekeeper Wang Xian walking past the corner of the building. He hadn't forgotten his previous promise to Bei Luan to thoroughly investigate the forced demolition and injury case of the orphanage. Although all signs of investigation point to the fact that Wang Butler is the mastermind who instructed the bald head. In his impression, Butler Wang was usually very strict when managing his subordinates though, but it was quite nice to their sisters and to Luo Xingyuan. He is also very conscientious and responsible in his work. Is it really necessary for such a person to make things difficult for an orphanage? But no matter what, he always had to investigate the matter. If there was a misunderstanding, it was a way to clear Butler Wan's name, lest others say that he, Luo Lingling, was showing favoritism and harboring the Luo family's subordinates. Thinking of this, Luo Lingling also ghostly followed. It wasn't until Wang Xian walked into a room that he stopped. Why did this Wang Xian come to Mom's room? Could it be that you're trying to take advantage of the fact that there's no one in the room to steal the money? It was no wonder that Luo Lingling had such thoughts. After all, as one of the 3 major beast royal family in a city, the wealth of the family is countless. There are always servants who see the money. But the fact that Wang Xian would do this made Luo Lingling a bit surprised. After all, the Luo family didn't give him a low treatment. Just as Luo Lingling was about to rush in and question Wang Xian, Zhou Yajing's voice suddenly rang out. Butler Wang, is there news from there? At those words, his sixth sense as a vigilante made Luo Lingling realize a possibility he had never thought of. He immediately stopped breaking in. Instead, he pressed his ear against the doorway and listened intently. Ma'am. Failed. Almost all the men sent are dead. Clunk. A sudden sound of a china cup exploding came from the room. Waste. They're all losers. A mere orphanage can't be set right. What did I raise you for? When Luo Lingling heard the words orphanage, the heart tightened. The orphanage is really related to the Luo family. The mastermind turned out to be Mom, though the duo had only spoken a few words. But there's no way to know what's going on from that. But his mother, why would she send someone to target a powerless orphanage? Give me the details. How could such a simple thing fail? Wang Xian suddenly looked a bit stumped. Apparently, he wasn't entirely sure what was really going on in the orphanage either. According to the news that the old slave got, the bald guy was originally going to abuse those orphans he adopted in front of Chen Wanru. But it was stopped by young Master Xin Lian who got the news from somewhere. In the end, Both the beasts and the people were all killed by young Master Xin.
Only a bald little brother named Dog left behind.
Clunk! There was another sound of a china cup breaking, immediately followed by Zhou Yajing's furious voice. Damn it! I didn't realize it was this little bastard who had spoiled it for me. Chan Wanru. You! Why is your luck so good every time? Wang Xin saw that his main mother was angry. Immediately, the triangular eyes rolled. Ma'am, that Chen Wanru was not in a life-threatening situation,
but he had his legs crushed by the collapsing stone wall.
It looks like you shouldn't be able to stand up for the rest of your life. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yajing really stopped raging. Immediately, the anger turned to joy. Ha 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 ha, good, very good, Wang Xin. You've done a good job this time. Be rewarded. Immediately afterward, Zhou Yajing's expression changed.
A pair of beautiful eyes almost narrowed to a slit.
Said to Wang Xin, since this little bastard is going against me, I can't let him have a good time either. Wasn't he the indentured draconian who made a big splash a while back?
You spread the news of his abuse of a dozen people in an orphanage to the unscrupulous media.
Don't describe it specifically. I just want people to ambiguously think that it was Luo Xinlian who abused those orphans at the orphanage. Luo Lingling, who was eavesdropping at the door at this time, was also shocked by the huge amount of information. Although Luo Lingling's rise to power was somewhat dishonorable, but years of policing, it still made him acutely aware of something. Mother knows the director of the orphanage, and the mother seems to have a great deal of resentment towards her, even to the point of resorting to such tactics, and mother wants Luo Xinlian to die. What's this about? Even though Luo Xinlian had never been pleasing in the Luo family, even Luo Lingling herself hated her own brother, who had a lot of bad habits, but he never wanted to get Luo Xinlian killed, even though he wanted to fix Luo Xinliang before. That was also because he felt that Luo Xinlian had broken the law and should be taught a lesson. Of course there was also the meaning of helping Luo Xinyuan out in it, but Luo Lingling couldn't figure out how a mother could say something that would curse her child to death. And a little bastard. Immediately after that, Luo Lingling also let out a long sigh. It looked like there was no need to investigate this case. It was his own mother who had instructed Butler Wang to do it. But what's the point of knowing the truth? Should he be allowed to arrest his own mother himself? Think about it. Luo Lingling still made a choice. Butler Wang. It seems that you can only be sacrificed to preserve mother. Just as Luo Lingling was deep in thought, suddenly a hand gently tapped on its back, immediately startling Luo Lingling. When I looked back, I realized it was my own nanny. Third miss, what are you doing here? Luo Lingling, who was originally ready to get angry, suddenly remembered something, since his actions had drawn the attention of the servants in the house. Any more eavesdropping and I'm afraid my mother will notice. Solely, let's go and investigate Luo Xinlian's matter first. Loring asked to the nanny, do you know where Luo Xinlian's bedroom is? The nanny was quite surprised by this. Normally in the Luo family no one ever bothered about Luo Xinlian's living. Why is this third young lady suddenly asking about this today? Still, the nanny immediately returned. No, just, third miss, are you preparing to go to young Master Xinlian's room to take a look? Luo Lingling didn't bull ****** lead the way, so the nanny led Luo Lingling towards the downstairs. But soon, Luo Lingling's brows furrowed. Mrs. Lu, aren't all our sisters' rooms upstairs? Why are you leading me toward the basement? Hearing Luo Lingling's question, Mrs. Lu also immediately turned back. A bitter smile appeared. Third miss, isn't that what you said? I'm afraid that if young Master Xinlian comes back from the orphanage and has too good a time, he'll easily turn bad. Just let him sharpen up and arrange a place where he can live. At those words, Luo Lingling immediately became a bit displeased. But I didn't ask you to put him in the basement either. Just arrange a regular room. Mrs. Lu seemed a little helpless, but still, he opened his mouth. But at the time, the regular rooms were full. There's only one room left in the basement, and we asked for special permission. But the second lady said it was nice to live in the basement, to wear off that awful rustic odor of his. At this time, Luo Lingling's face was already a bit ugly, though she didn't like Luo Xinliang. But as the young master of the Luo family, it was surprising that he had lived in the basement for 3 years. There's something about how that doesn't make sense. Don't mom and dad ever bother to get up and live with Luo Xinlian? Mrs. Lu smiled awkwardly. The master and wife have no time for this kind of nonsense in their spare time. Young Master Xinlian had the idea of changing rooms at first, but then when he saw that everyone was ignoring him, he didn't mention it again. Luo Lingling instantly developed a strange feeling. He had always felt before that Luo Xinlian had returned to the Luo family because she coveted the Luo family's rich life. But now it seemed that this biological brother of his was not doing too well in the Luo family. At that moment, Luo Lingling also collected her thoughts. Continue to follow Mrs. Lu towards the basement. 23, Diary? The miserable life of the Luo family. As the duo went deeper, Luo Lingling's frown grew tighter and tighter. The hallway leading to the basement was fairly neat though, and the floor wasn't dirty, but it was filled with a faint smell of dampness. There were even several corners that were a little moldy and black from too much moisture. Luo Lingling usually seldom went back to Luo's house, and spent most of her time working on cases at the police station, not to mention the fact that it would go to this dark, damp basement. Luo Lingling's first reaction when she saw the scene in front of her. It just feels so hard and depressing. It was a world away from the polished Luo family villa on the ground. Squeak! Suddenly a couple of rustling mouse squeals came into Luo Lingling's ears. This caused his already furrowed brow to furrow even more. As a girl, she instinctively hated rats with a passion. It's amazing to see rats in the basement, Luo Lingling immediately said with some dissatisfaction. Mrs. Lu, why are there still rats in this basement? Why didn't you go call the exterminator? Hearing Luo Lingling's questioning, Lu Ma also revealed a bitter smile. Miss, you don't know. These rats can't be exterminated, as long as it's the right environment. After one, there's the next. The exterminator was here a while ago, and now this rat has popped up again. I'll get back to the exterminators coming later. Upon hearing this, Luo Lingling also knew the reason for this, so there wasn't much more to say. Just every now and then you hear a mouse squeak. It just gave him goosebumps. He was in no way able to imagine how Luo Xinlian had managed to live alone in such a place for 3 whole years. If he were in his place he would have been unable to stand it. It was also at this point that Lu Ma was a bit tongue-tied. Seeing this, Luo Lingling also spoke. Mrs. Lu, if you have something to say, just say it. Mrs. Lu took a deep breath. It seemed to be in order to say the next words. Have mustered up enough courage. You seem to have a particular aversion to rats. Third Miss. Luo Lingling nodded and said naturally. Of course, that girl doesn't hate rats. They're disgusting. Mrs. Lu didn't refute Luo Lingling's words. She just nodded gently. Yeah, not only third Miss, even I, an old woman, especially hate rats. Out in the sewers and these dark, damp places every day, covered in germs and dirty. But, Miss, it's this dirty rat. But the only friend that young Master Xin Lian has had these 3 years in the Luo family. Luo Lingling was a bit puzzled as to what exactly Mrs. Lu meant by this. Only Mrs. Lu continued. When young Master Xin Lian was still in the Luo family before, everyone disliked him. They said he had unclean hands and feet and was full of vices, and not many people wanted to talk to him. At first, young Master Xin Lian was just talking to himself in a corner by himself. Then there was a time when the family got rid of the mice. When young Master Xin Lian saw those rats that had nowhere to run, he stood alone and froze in place for a long time, and also looked at them for a long time. After that, I realized that young Master Xin Lian started talking to these rats in the basement. Perhaps it was too lonely, and over time, young Master Xin Lian even considered these rats as friends. After that, young Master Xin Lian would talk to these rats every day, whether he was happy or sad. Surprisingly, although these rats can't speak, every time young Master Xin Lian speaks, they stand still as if they are listening. After listening to Lu Ma's narration, Luo Lingling's heart seemed to be blocked as if it was being pressed with a huge stone. This was the first time he had ever felt the sense of alienation he felt when he heard about Luo Xinlian. Immediately after that, Luo Lingling also ghostly opened her mouth and asked, Mrs. Lu, you said, is Luo Xinlian the kind of person with unclean hands or not? In response, Lu Ma just revealed a faint smile. I've also heard a little about young Master Xinlian's unclean hands. I'm just an old servant of the Luo family. I'm not qualified to judge the main family's judgment on young Master Xinlian, but in my personal opinion, young Master Xinlian is a very kind child. After saying that, Lu Ma did not say any more. It was just that these words also caused Luo Lingling's opinion of Luo Xinlian to have a certain impact. Good boy. Boy, think back to the old days. At that time, Luo Xinlian was still in the Luo family. All day long, he yelled for his autograph. Every time he returned to the Luo family from the security office, Luo Xinlian was also always the first to come out to greet him. Give yourself a back rub and shoulder press. But at that time, I was so tired of Luo Xinlian's currying favor. Now that I think about it, did I go too far in the beginning? But soon, Luo Lingling immediately dispelled this thought. Nope, I can only blame him for my poor attitude towards him and his lack of manners. But, he's been living in exile since he was a child. Who can teach him this? For a while, Luo Lingling's thoughts became more and more disorganized. Third Miss, here we are. This is young Master Xin Lian's room. Mrs. Lu's voice interrupted Luo Lingling's disorganized thoughts. Look up. A somewhat old room door then appeared in front of Luo Lingling's eyes, only to see Lu Ma very skillfully take out the key and open the door. What came into view was a narrow room of a few square meters. The rooms are small but very neat and clean. It is easy to see that the owner of the house is a very hard worker.
Luo Lingling said with some surprise. Why is his room so small? In response to Luo Lingling's surprise, Luma just smiled and didn't say much. Almost just a sweeping glance of the entire house is all that's needed. A somewhat worn crib, a crude set of folding tables and chairs plus a cheap desk lamp. It pretty much just takes up most of this house. And, of course, there's a cotton thread that connects between the two walls. There were also two SSS uniforms hanging from it. That's all that's in this room. When Luo Lingling stepped into the room, she saw at a glance that a corner of the ceiling, along with the wall below, had traces of patching. It seemed to have noticed Luo Lingling's line of sight. Mrs. Lu also explained without haste. This room, which originally had some leaks, is the young master Xin Lian's own work outside. Bought some waterproof glue with money I earned and patched it myself. Luo Lingling could hardly believe her ears. The young master of the hallowed Luo family, although not favored, was not reduced to this state. Soon after, Luo Lingling pointed to two more school uniforms hanging on the cotton threads. Did Luo Xinlian take all of his things with him before he left? At those words, Luma shook her head. Continued. No. When young Master Xin Lian had a falling out with his family, because of the suddenness of the incident, young Master Xin Lian just left with blood stains all over his body. There was no time to come back and clean up. Hearing Mrs. Lu say this, Luo Lingling was immediately a bit puzzled. And where have all his household goods gone here? Luma sniffed and first revealed a bitter smile. Immediately afterward, where does young Master Xin Lian have any necessities? All his stuff is here. No one's touched it. Seemingly remembering something else, Mrs. Lu added, by the way, young Master Xin Lian originally had a single thin quilt. 2 days ago, I noticed that the quilt was moldy, so I took it upon myself to help young Master Xin Lian throw it away. Don't worry, miss, if young Master Xinlian ever returns, my old woman will buy young Master Xinlian a new set of. The strange feeling in Luo Lingling's heart at the moment was also getting stronger. He couldn't believe that Luo Xinlian would have such a miserable life in the Luo family. Hadn't the Luo family ever given Luo Xinlian a penny for living expenses? Originally, Luo Lingling had just returned to the Luo family when Luo Xinlian. He was also afraid that Luo Xinlian would be extravagant when he suddenly turned from a poor boy into the young master of the Luo family. Wastefulness. Who knows? This is not a young master of the Luo family. It is clear that he is living a life that is worse than the servants in the house. Luo Lingling originally wanted to feel what it was like for Luo Xinlian to sleep in this room. Unexpectedly, he had just sat on his but on Luo Xinlian's bed. The worn wooden bed just shook. There was also a cackling sound attached to it. Because of the sudden weightlessness, Luo Lingling was also shaken and staggered, hurriedly propping up the bed with both hands, which barely stabilized his body. How can anyone sleep in such a wobbly bed? Before Luo Lingling could finish her sentence, he suddenly felt a four-square bump on the underside of the sheet. Luo Lingling was also in the process of directly poking her hand in. Soon, a very plain diary was taken out by Luo Lingling. This is Luo Xinlian's diary. 24, dying, life-threatening Xiaoming. At this time, Luo Xinlian did not know that the diary he had forgotten when he left the Luo family earlier, found by Lorraine, was sitting in front of Chen Wanru's hospital bed with a sad face to accompany her. Chen Wanru just went through an operation, still drifting off to sleep under a combination of analgesics and anesthesia. According to the doctor's diagnosis, Chen Wanru's legs were directly crushed by the collapsing brick wall. The powerful inertia crushed the bones of Chen Wanru's legs. The meridians in the legs were also broken. I'm afraid I won't be able to stand for the rest of my life. As long as he thought of Chen Wanru, the only person who had ever let him experience motherly love. It's been hurt like this. Luo Xinlian's killing intent just couldn't stop churning in her heart. And at the same time, he swore in his heart, sooner or later, I have to kill Luo Xingyuan and Wang Xian, the two masterminds to avenge Chen Wanru. Only, what Luo Xinlian didn't know was that the mastermind of the whole thing wasn't Luo Xingyuan. Instead, it was his mother, Zhou Yajing. And, of course, there was that little money knife that never showed up, colluding with outsiders to do this to everyone at the orphanage. In this matter, compared to those two masterminds, Luo Xinlian hated Qian Xiaodao even more. Just then, Bai Luyuan walked in. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian also asked in a small voice, how's Ming? Looking at Bai Luan, whose face was low, Luo Xinlian then roughly guessed something. The face was also a few more ugly. Only Bai Luan returned. The situation is a bit bad. The rockbreaker beast's hammer blow smashed Kodamine's sternum. Doctors are giving first aid after many bone fragments cut into lungs. Fatty Zhao is still waiting in front of the emergency room. Luo Xinlian sniffed and opened her mouth. I'll go talk to the hospital. As long as I can get Xiaoming back, I'm willing to pay any amount of money. At this moment, Luo Xinlian could be said to be full of energy. After all, before and after, Luo Xinlian had gotten a total of 18.5 million. It could be said that he was rich and generous, and for the people in the orphanage, Luo Xinlian naturally wouldn't be stingy. It seemed that he had seen Luo Xinlian's face look ugly. Bei Luan deliberately snickered. I say you kid, haven't seen you for so long, why do you like to pretend so much now? Luo Xianlian also seemed to have heard Bei Luan's enlightened intentions, so too, he forced out a smile. Hey, I can't help it, I'm used to being poor, suddenly all of a sudden I'm a multi-millionaire, it's hard for me not to pretend. Seeing this, Bei Luyun also lightly pounded Luo Xinlian's chest, laughing and cursing. You boys are really. At that moment, Chen Wanru's leisurely voice came into their ears. Little, how is Xiaoming? Seeing that Chen Wanru had woken up, after exchanging glances, the two of them also hurriedly came up. Oh, Kodomine is fine, don't worry about it. It seemed to be afraid that Chen Wanru would be worried. Kitryu didn't intend to tell the truth, but what he didn't expect was that Chen Wanru raised her hand and knocked Bei Luan's head. You child, I know you're afraid I'll worry, but I heard what you said before. Show me. At those words, the two of them were also in a difficult situation. You know, Chen Wanru just had surgery. Doctors are even telling you that it's best not to move around if you don't have to. Seeing that the two were indifferent, Chen Wanru immediately turned dark. Hey, now that the kids are all grown up, they don't want to listen to me as the dean's mom. All these children were raised for nothing. Luo Xinlian and Bei Luan had somewhat similar personalities in a way. What they couldn't afford to hear was this rhetoric from Chen Wanru. Immediately the duo got a wheelchair, setting Chen Wanru up carefully on the wheelchair. After fixing Chen Wanru's legs, which were already in plaster, the three of them then rushed towards the emergency room. Along the way, Luo Xinlian was in charge of pushing the wheelchair, while Bei Luhan was in charge of opening the way. I was afraid that I would accidentally hurt Chen Wanru again. With the duo working together, they soon arrived at the emergency room door. At this time, Zhao Dezhu was holding a checkup report, pacing back and forth anxiously. Suddenly, he realized that Luo Xinlian and Bei Luan had actually brought Dean Chen with them. Zhao Dezhu immediately became a bit displeased. What are you guys up to? Didn't the doctor say to minimize Dean Chen's movement? Why have you brought her here? After the two looked at each other, they also laughed bitterly. There's nothing we can do about it. Dean Chen had to come. Zhao Dezhu wanted to continue saying something. Only Chen Wanru was heard saying, Dezhu, don't blame them. I had to come. But, before Zhao Dezhu could open his mouth, Chen Wanru pointed at the inspection report in Zhao Dezhu's hand and said, Is this Xiaoming's examination report? Show it to me. This, quick, bring it to me. Zhao Dezhu couldn't argue with Chen Wanru and had to reluctantly hand over the report card in his hand. But after Chen Wanru saw the information on the report card, her eyes were turning red with the naked eye. The next moment he couldn't contain his inner worry and cried out. When the three of them saw Chen Wanru like this, they also felt a pang in their hearts. They all knew that Chen Wanru had treated every one of their orphans as if they were her own children. Now seeing Xiaoming being victimized because of his wrongful trust in Chen Xiaodao, Chen Wanru's heart was also filled with guilt. Just as the three of them were about to open their mouths to pacify Chen Wanru, an extremely arrogant voice came from. Cry, cry, cry. What are you crying for? Don't you know this is a surgical area? A young man in a white coat was seen pushing his way out of an operating room off to the side, with a scalpel in his hand. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian's trio also knew that the surgical area shouldn't be loud and boisterous. If it affects the doctor who is operating, that's a big deal. Immediately, the three of them were just about to apologize for Chen Wanru, who knew that the young man in the white coat then said, I'm in the middle of an autopsy on a kinky ape. If you're interfering with my operation, can you afford to pay for causing me to not be able to successfully complete my thesis? With those words, the youth rejoined the operating room. As if to express the dissatisfaction in his heart, the youth also slammed the door of the operating room as he closed it. There was a loud bang. Almost the entire floor could be heard. Looking at the youth's stance, the only trace of guilt Luo Xinlian had originally felt was gone. The other two were in a similar situation. Only Bei Luyun said with a slight coldness, that guy just now didn't seem to be a doctor. I saw a sign on his chest that said something about being an intern at a medical university. Zhao Dezhu also said with some dissatisfaction. What the hell? You want to be a doctor with that? The sound of him slamming the door could be heard throughout the entire floor. How can he have the face to talk about Dean Chen? Luo Xinlian looked at the sad Dean Chen in the direction of the emergency room. If it were any other day, Luo Xinlian would only be afraid that she would not hesitate to rush up and give this youth a bit of a lesson. But now the situation was rather special, and Luo Xinlian didn't want to cause more trouble. And Chen Wanru only felt that her crying affected others. Conscious of the loss of reason, he also opened his mouth to persuade. And don't you blame the young man, it's just that I just got too emotional. Seeing Chen Wanru open her mouth, the three of them couldn't say anything else. Doh! Only to see that the lights, which were still on for first aid, suddenly went out. A middle-aged doctor in scrubs and a mask and an assistant walked out.
Somewhat anxiously, he said to a few people, "You are the family of patient Ming, right? It's not looking good for Ming right now."
Even though the rest of the broken bones have been cleaned up.
But instead,
a broken rib pierced his lung. The only way to save him now has high risks and requires a family signature.
With that, the aide on the side handed the family notification letter to Baileyhun,
who was standing at the front of the room.
Then continued, "Also, I have to tell you that if Ming doesn't undergo this high-risk surgery, he's only afraid that he won't live through tonight." Upon hearing this,
Chen Wanru also made an immediate decision and took over the family notification letter in the hands of Bai Luan on the side.
Immediately signed his name. "Since it's a death on the left and right, we might as well put up a fight. There might still be a chance of survival."
The doctor couldn't help but look at the seemingly soft Chen Wanru with a different eye when he saw that she was so resolute.
Luo Xinlian also spoke. "Doctor, please, if you can get my brother back, you will be rewarded."
The doctor sniffed and waved his hand.
"It is our duty to save the sick and heal the sick. As long as there is still hope, we will do our best." Immediately, the doctor was ready to return to the emergency room, added before leaving, "Remember to keep quiet.
There's no room for error in this operation.
Any little movement could cause the surgery to fail." 25. Outrage. "I'll let you empathize. Wait for the doctor to re-enter the emergency room." Chen Wanru,
who had been forcing herself to be calm, immediately stifled another sob.
But with what happened before,
Chen Wanru still tried her best to restrain her inner emotions.
But then the door to the operating room opened again on one side.
This was accompanied by a tirade of abuse from the young man in the white coat.
"I said, do you guys not understand human language? I told you not to make any noise. Didn't you hear me? There's no quality."
The youth seemed to be seething with anger.
Surprisingly, he kicked the row of seats leaning against the corridor for people to rest directly over. The sound caused by the metal hitting the ground was not insignificant. For a moment the entire hallway echoed with the sound of metal hitting the ground. Just then, too, there was a shriek from inside the emergency room. But then, it quickly disappeared. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian's eyes instantly narrowed.
Or he didn't realize that it must have been the rattling just now that was affecting the operation inside.
But the doctor did not stop the operation,
which is proof that the movement just now caused some error in the operation though.
And yet it didn't present much of a problem. Nonetheless,
Luo Xinlian was already a bit foolish. He had already somewhat resisted the urge to get the bastard in front of him killed.
Bai Luan, who was on the side, seemed to have sensed that Luo Xinlian's state was a bit off at the moment. Fearing that Luo Xinlian would be impulsive, he had personally examined all those corpses inside the orphanage before. Naturally, he also knew Luo Xinlian's methods. But before, it could be argued that Luo Xinlian was acting in self-defense. But now this was in the hospital. If we let Luo Xinlian do her thing, it might not end well. So Bai Luan hurriedly opened his mouth to advise. "Xinlian, this is a hospital. Don't be impulsive." It seemed to have heard by Lu Yu's voice.
Luo Xinlian also calmed down quite a bit.
But Zhao Deju, who was on the side, couldn't help himself. "You're a ING intern. What's with the attitude? You make more noise than anyone else by slamming doors and kicking chairs. So how can you have the face to accuse others?" In the face of Zhao Deju's accusation, the youth was unimpressed. "Now you know what it's like to be argued with? Would I be like this if you left me alone to do my academic research? How dare you come to accuse me of this? What an inversion of the Big Dipper." Hearing this statement from the other party, Zhao Deju's entire body was dumbfounded.
It's amazing that there are such strong words in the world.
Just about to say something. As a result,
there were already a good number of patients,
their families,
as well as doctors, who had rushed over at the sound of the news. These people, too, had just learned about what happened from Zhao Deju's argument with the youth.
Immediately, someone opened his mouth to angrily rebuke the youth. "There's something wrong with you. Isn't it reasonable for a family to grieve and cry when a patient is in there in emergency care? You're here kicking chairs and slamming doors. Do you realize how many people you're affecting?" Followed by another doctor in a white coat, looked at the internship certificate on the youth's chest. Somewhat unpleasantly, he said, "You're an intern and you're so arrogant in a hospital? Do you really think the hospital is your home? With your kind of character, you don't deserve to be a doctor. I'll find out which doctor took you later, and you won't pass your test." It must be said that the eyes of the people are open. The right and wrong will be determined by the public. Doh! The emergency room queue light dimmed again. Immediately afterward, there was a physician's assistant, poking his head out of the doorway of the emergency room. Sternly, "There's a patient in emergency care here. Please be quiet." With that, he closed the door again. The crowd sniffed and hurriedly shut their mouths. But this gave the youth a chance to catch his breath. It seemed to be because of the previous verbal abuse from the crowd. Let the youth red warm up. Who knows that this youth even took advantage of the crowd's inattention and rushed straight to the door of the emergency room.
Seeing this, Luo Xinlian seemed to realize the youth's intentions. Immediately, he tried to step forward to stop it, but it was too late, only to see the youth unexpectedly kick directly on top of the door of the emergency room. Interfere with my academic report, and I'll make it impossible to save you from first aid. I'll show you today what it means to do unto others as you would have them do unto you. You can only empathize if you have suffered yourselves. Pust. When the youth's words were just uttered, he then just felt a strong impact on his face. The next moment, the center of gravity followed suit. It fell straight to the ground. At this moment, Luo Xinlian could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. Immediately, he pinned the youth to the ground and beat him violently. Even the security guards and doctors who had arrived at the sound earlier tilted their heads in unison. Pretend you didn't see it. The crowd at this time unexpectedly and unanimously floated the same word in their minds. Yes. Just then, a somewhat ill-timed voice suddenly rang out. It's Zhao Deju. Heart refinement. Don't do this. When the crowd heard this, they thought that the fat man was trying to plead for the youth. But who knows? Zhao Deju immediately picked up, dragged the building to fight. Don't interfere with the surgery. Hearing this, Luo Xinlian also felt that it made sense. Immediately, he stomped on the youth's head. The youth was dizzy from the stomp. Seeing that the youth had no room to resist for a moment, Luo Xinlian directly picked up one of the youth's feet and dragged it toward the building. In the next moment, that miserable scream rang out in the middle of the building. The crowd only felt great joy. Chen Wanru had been frightened before because of the sudden scene. It hadn't slowed down until now. Somewhat uneasily, he asked towards Zhao Deju and Bei Luan while sobbing. It's not going to make a big deal out of it, is it? Zhao Deju waved his hand. Dean Chen, just relax. Brother Raun is also the captain of the security office anyways. Bei Luan smiled non-committally. Though as a member of the sheriff's department, one shouldn't say such things, but that one just did owe it to himself. Just then, a bald, middle-aged doctor hurried over. It seemed a little anxious by the look on his face. Where's young Master Su? One doctor on the scene seemed to recognize the bald middle-aged doctor, opened his mouth and asked, Director Xie, why are you here? Who is young Master Su? Director Xie immediately gave this doctor a description of what the so-called young Master Su he was talking about looked like. This doctor responded instantly. Oh, that kid you were talking about. People were giving first aid here, and he ran over to cause trouble, and is now being dragged inside the building and beaten up by their relatives. At those words, Director Xie's face suddenly became unusually ugly. Bad. Something big is going on. Did you guys know that this youth who just took a beating is a collateral relative of the Su family of the Imperial Beast family? You've made a big mess. When the crowd heard it, the arrogant youth who had just come from the Su family, one of the three great families of the Imperial Beasts in City A, turned out to be from the Su family. Immediately, the birds and beasts scattered. I'm afraid that this matter has a little something to do with me. Now only Bei Luan, Zhao Doju, Chen Wanru, and this Director Xie were left behind. The doctor who had talked to Director Xie earlier also hurriedly found an excuse to slip away. Director Xie had previously rushed towards this side the first time he noticed the commotion. He was afraid that this young master of the Su family's collateral line would cause another mess, and it turned out to be true. Just then, Luo Xinlian walked back with a refreshed face. Looking at Luo Xinlian's expression, Zhao Deju immediately also screamed that it was bad. Heart refining won't get that grandson killed, will it? Immediately, he came over to Luo Xinlian and asked, no one got killed, right? This is a hospital. It's not going to end well. Luo Xinlian shook her head. Naturally, he wouldn't be that stupid. Now he was just giving this grandson a little lesson. If anything happened to Xiaoming, he would definitely take the other party's life. But not now. Doesn't he like to empathize? I only broke a few of his ribs. He can't die. Director Xie, who was at the side, also heard these words from Luo Xinlian. The face became incredibly ugly. Immediately, he ran furiously in the direction Luo Xinlian had just come from. The mind is even more silent all the time. Young Master Su, nothing must happen to you. Otherwise, our hospital will be finished. 26. Open. Imperial Beast Breeding Module. Soon, a stretcher bed pushed past the eyes of Luo Xinlian's few people. As the stretcher bed pushed past their eyes again, on it was lying a beaten and disfigured youth. Luo Xinlian was still quite satisfied with her work. Xinlian, haven't you gone a little too far? Chen Wanru's worried voice suddenly rang in Luo Xinlian's ears. At those words, Zhao Deju was the one who took over and said, he's lucky Xinlian didn't kill him. Bei Liuxuan's voice also sounded immediately after. Although this person is only a collateral member of the Su family, he has a very good relationship with the second young master of the Su family. I'm just afraid this won't end well, because when Director Xie said the identity of the youth, Luo Xinlian was violently beating the youth, so did not know the identity of the youth. The identity of the youth that he had not learned until now from the words of several people. Luo Xinlian, who had originally felt that she had hit a little hard.
Immediately, a hint of displeasure appeared on his face, muttering, "Rub, Su family,
I should have known to use more force," just as several people were discussing how to face the Su family afterward.
The doors to the emergency room opened again,
only to see that the lead surgeon walked out with a displeased look on his face.
"What just happened? So much noise. Didn't I tell you to keep quiet? If the surgery fails because of this, people will die." Not only did several people not feel offended in the face of the lead surgeon's rebuke, instead, he treated the lead surgeon in front of him with favor. "You know,
only a really serious doctor would be so angry about the commotion that just happened."
Just then, Luo Xinlian also noticed Chen Wanru's eager expression. Immediately, he inquired to the attending surgeon, "Excuse me doctor, there was a maniac in here just now and he's been chased away. How's my brother doing?" At that,
the lead surgeon was a bit confused.
"Where'd you get a crazy person in a hospital? Didn't really care too much though." "Instead," he said with a long breath, "fortunately, the operation was a success."
A few people sniffed and breathed a sigh of relief.
Chen Wanru even wept with joy.
Luo Xinlian also hurriedly took out a large red packet from her pocket that had been sealed long ago, and shoved it into the hands of the chief surgeon. This red packet looks heavy just by looking at it. To Luo Xinlian's surprise, this lead surgeon did not charge. Instead, he blandly said, "It's my duty to save lives. I appreciate your kindness, but I won't take this money." After saying that, this main surgeon left directly. Seeing this, a few people treated this doctors favorably again. After seeing the doctor off, Luo Xinlian then said to Chen Wanru, "Dean, now don't worry. Hurry back to your hospital room and get some rest." After learning that Ming had survived the danger, Chen Wanru also stopped insisting. He let Luo Xinlian and Bei Luan push him back to the hospital room. Zhao Doju, on the other hand, stayed behind to cooperate with the doctor and finish the next thing. Back in the ward, maybe it's the relaxation of the spirit. Chen Wanru soon fell into a deep sleep. Until then, it was only then that Beilu Auxiliary whispered to Luo Xinlian, "What are you going to do after that? The Su family won't stop." At those words, Luo Xinlian smiled disdainfully. "Just let the Su family make their moves. I'll take them one by one." Looking at the rather domineering teenager in front of him, Bei Lushan was surprisingly in a trance for a moment. Back then, Luo Xianlian was still the slug that followed him around. Now not only was the talent for the Imperial Beast outstanding, but his character was even more decisive and ruthless. "If we can recruit this little old man of ours to the sheriff's office," he believed that in the near future there would be a hot-handed detective in a city who would make the evil fearful. But at this point, he did not voice the thought. Just blandly, "If there's trouble, call me anytime." Luo Xinlian also smiled at his words and nonchalantly responded, "Yeah." Seeing that things have come to an end here, Luo Xianlian immediately recalled that the instant shadow dragon was malnourished. Immediately, he said to Bei Luan again, "Amber, I have something to do. I'm going out for a bit. I'll be back later." Kitrio is also very nice to talk to. Immediately returned, "You go ahead and get busy. I'll be here with Fatty." After receiving a response, Luo Xinlian also walked towards the outside. As he walked, he pulled out the Imperial Beast cookbook in his arms and read it. On the first page, it is about the energy replenishment of the Imperial Beasts. It turns out that it doesn't matter if it's a companion Imperial Beast or a contracted Imperial Beast. After becoming subordinate to humans, both draw on human psychic energy as a medium to activate their abilities. Its own growth, however, consumes the Imperial Beast's own energy aka nutrition. This requires regular replenishment of nutritional energy for the Imperial Beast. If it is not replenished on time to provide it with nutritional energy, if it is light, the battle power will be greatly reduced, and if it is heavy, it will affect the growth of the Imperial Beasts. Because Luo Xinlian was only a rookie who had just become a royal beastmaster not long ago, before worshipping the Southern Cloud Lord, there was no one to teach him this knowledge, plus he had never attended the Imperial Beast Academy himself. Naturally there is no knowledge of this, not to mention an average guy in his last life. After reading these instructions, Luo Xinlian couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. If one were to nullify such a strong Imperial Beast as the instant Shadow Dragon because one didn't know this knowledge, that would be a really good hand to play. Luckily it's not too late. Just help the transient Shadow Dragon get its nutrition back. Immediately, Luo Xinlian flipped towards the second page of the Imperial Beast cookbook. It was also at this moment that Luo Xinlian's brain suddenly resounded with the system's voice. Ding! Detecting that the host has been exposed to the knowledge of Imperial Beast cultivation. Breeding of beasts is now open. Through the beast breeding template, the host can check the loyalty, character, preferences, mood, appetite, and health status of the beast. In case of abnormal status, you can also check the solution by cultivating the template.
Seeing this, Luo Xinlian also became interested. Immediately, he opened the Instant Shadow Dragon's cultivation template to check it out. Name, Instant Shadow Dragon. Loyalty, 100, absolute loyalty of companion beasts. Personality, arrogant, with a slight hint of arrogance. Preferences, trampling powerful beings underfoot. Mood, depressed, unhappy, displeasure. Intense hunger upsets/depresses the transient shadow dragon. How can a noble dragon wag its tail and beg for food? Solution, let him eat. Eating habits, omnivorous. Description: the meat of a powerful spirit animal combined with the spirit herbs/crystals used to boil the flesh can accelerate the growth of the instant shadow dragon. Suggested combination of ingredients: spirit beast meat, the higher the better, plus dark crystal stones/dragon crystal stones plus dragon cherry grass. Method of production. Health status, malnutrition. Malnutrition caused by not eating for a long period of time will result in a 70% discount in battle strength. After looking at the transient shadow dragon's breeding panel, Luo Xinlian's heart also felt a pang of guilt. Brother, bitter you, I'm going to get you some good food. Soon after, Luo Xinlian arrived at the largest spirit beast/materials trading platform in City A Four Saints Lodge. It is said that Four Saints Lodge is backed by Four Saints College. Whether it supplies imperial beasts, imperial equipment or other services related to imperial beasts, there's everything here. Of course, because of the Four Sacred Academy, naturally no one dared to make trouble here. After all, the Four Sacred Academy's position in the imperial beast world was significant. Naturally, no one ungrateful dared to make trouble. Just as Luo Xinlian was preparing to enter the Four Sacred Lodge, but he was stopped by the guards at the door. Hello, Sentinel badge. Please, 27, purchase. The Four Sacred Fast. Luo Xinlian just froze at the words. I didn't realize that I would need to show the Sentinel's coat of arms just to enter. But, where did he get the Imperial Beast coat of arms from a person who hadn't even attended the Imperial Beast Academy? Immediately, he was a bit overwhelmed. But soon Luo Xinlian remembered the token that Nan Yunlord had given himself earlier. Immediately, he pulled out the token from his clothes and placed it in front of the Four Sacred Lodge's doorkeeper. Heraldry is not available. Will this do? Originally, Luo Xinlian was only in the spirit of trying it out. Who knew that the moment the doorkeeper saw the token he instantly took a 90-degree turn and bowed towards Luo Xinlian. My lord, come in. Luo Xinlian was also never expecting it. The token given by his own master actually had this effect. Immediately, there was no more procrastination. Collecting the token, he took a step across the threshold of the Four Sacred Lodge. Just a glance, Luo Xinlian was then mesmerized by the wide array of items within the Four Sacred Lodge. One could only see that the Four Saints Fast was like a huge department store supermarket, with countless counters. The various goods looked at Luo Xinlian for a while, and each counter sells different things. Just as Luo Xinlian was like Lulu entering the Grand View Garden, she was aimlessly looking around within the Four Sacred Lodge. A guide walked over to Luo Xinlian with a professional smile, asked politely, "How can I help you, sir?" Luo Xinlian was also quite surprised. I didn't realize that this Four Saints Lodge had such good service. Even if one is dressed in a ground-up suit, the other man is still so polite to himself. But soon Luo Xinlian also figured this out. Almost everyone who could enter the Four Sacred Lodge was a beast sentinel. How can one conclude the identity of the other person on the basis of appearance? After all, some of the former senior people had some quirks to a greater or lesser extent. After all, his own master, Nan Yunlord, wasn't a very good seller. Seeing that the other party was so polite to him, Luo Xinlian also said politely, "Hello sister, I'm here to buy ingredients for the imperial beasts." After a brief moment of thought, Luo Xinlian went on to add, "Well, might need a larger amount." Upon hearing this, that guide also very skillfully pulled out a list of materials. Softly, "Look, sir, this is a list of all the supplies we have for the Four Sacred Lodges. You can check the box directly above if you need a larger quantity and note the amount required. We'll have someone special pick up what you need. This will also save you time in your search." At those words, Luo Xinlian was overjoyed. Immediately, they shopped according to the information given by the system's cultivation module. Soon, Luo Xinlian, who had completed her shopping, handed the shopping list to the shopping guide lady. The shopping guide lady then began to scrutinize Luo Xinlian's shopping list. 300 pounds of blood and flesh of mature spirit beasts, 300 dark crystal stones. But soon, as the guide lady gradually looked towards the back of the list, a slight change finally appeared in those cheeks that had been wearing a professional smile. She asked somewhat tentatively to Luo Xinlian, "Sir, are you sure you didn't fill out your shopping list incorrectly? 300 dragon crystal stones, 100 dragon cherry plants." Luo Xinlian raised an eyebrow slightly when she saw this. "What? Out of stock?" The shopping guide lady sniffed and hurriedly waved her hand. "That's not true. It's just that this dragon crystal stone and dragon cherry grass only have an effect on dragon imperial beasts." Hearing the shopping guide lady say this, Luo Xinlian also reacted immediately. After all, the dragon imperial beasts had disappeared for over 300 years. He suddenly ran over to buy so many dragon materials himself. It was no wonder that the shopping guide lady would ask more questions. Missy, don't worry, there's no mistake. You just take what's on the list. After receiving an affirmative answer, the guide lady said no more. He didn't care what Luo Xinliang was buying dragon materials for. It's also just a matter of asking about it for fear of being liable if you get the wrong thing the customer needs. Now it's been answered in the affirmative. Then he began to seriously calculate the price of the lot. Half a day later, the shopping guide lady still had that professional smile, opened his mouth. Hello sir, the price of this shipment has been calculated to be 10,350,000 inch. If you confirm that there is no problem on your side, I will contact the warehouse to get you the goods. We can also arrange for a special van to deliver to your home if that's not convenient for you. At this moment, Luo Xinlian felt a sudden pain in her flesh after hearing the price of more than $10 million. His own master probably guessed that today's situation, and that's why he gave himself that $10 million. I thought I was rich enough to be carrying $5 million. I didn't realize that breeding imperial beasts would be so costly. When you think about it that way, it's just not enough to build with what you have. Still have to figure out how to get money. But that was a misunderstanding on Luo Xinlian's part. Although these materials consumed by the imperial beasts were very expensive, however, if they were replaced with other attribute materials, they would only require half the amount of dragon materials. After all, the materials of the dragon system were much rarer compared to those of other attributes. The shopping guide lady on the side looked at the frozen Luo Xinlian. There was also a flash of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Luo Xinlian seemed to have sensed the guide lady's abnormality. Naturally, he also reacted. I guess the way he froze was taken by the guide lady as someone who had come to deliberately amuse him. Immediately, he fished a card out of his pocket. Delivery won't be necessary. I can take care of it myself. Swipe your card. Hear the word swipe. The guide lady immediately performed a textbook face turn. Immediately, he took out the machine with a smile on his face and handed it to Luo Xinlian. As the card is swiped through the machine, a mechanical sound is produced. The smile on the guide lady's face just got even bigger. Card swiped successfully. $35 million in the account. At the same time, the guide felt more and more that people could not be seen. It was true that anyone who could enter the four sacred lodges was not simple. Who would have thought that this teenager in front of him would actually be able to come up with more than $10 million? At this moment, the shopping guide lady also had a burst of dark joy. I should be able to get a lot of commission this time. I'm glad I didn't forget the contents of the induction program. Receive every guest carefully. If you judge by appearance, I'm afraid you'll let this big fish get away. But the smile remained on the surface, only it was a little more genuine. Hello sir, here's your voucher. I'll go get the supplies for you. With those words, the shopping guide lady turned around and left. After waiting for a long time, Luo Xinlian felt a bit bored at once, so she wandered around inside the four sacred fast. But Luo Xinlian's look of looking around was seen by a woman in professional attire. The woman's eyes instantly flashed with disgust. Straight away, he rushed to Luo Xinlian's face and said nonchalantly, still quite well informed. I've just returned to a city and you found me, but how many times have I told you not to bother me with anything? Your kind of behavior only makes me sick. 28. Conflict. Luo Yuyan's difficulty. Luo Xinlian was also a bit confused at this time. He couldn't figure out why this woman, who had suddenly rushed to his eyes, was cursing him. Also subconsciously asked, recognize? Who knows? The woman after seeing Luo Xinlian's reaction. There was also a hint of sarcasm. Pretend. You keep pretending. New tricks this time? Don't think you can get my attention by always acting like this. I, Luo Yuyan, will never recognize you as my brother. My brother is only Luo Xingyuan. At those words, Luo Xinlian then remembered the identity of the woman in front of her. The fourth daughter of the Luo family, Luo Yuyan. From an early age, he had a superb talent for business. Luo Xinlian was also a member of her own family, knowing her own business after returning to the Luo family. Knowing that he had no talent in the area of imperial beasts, he had wanted to learn about business from this fourth sister. But Luo Yuyan always didn't want to take care of Luo Xinlian. But in order to prove her determination to learn, Luo Xinlian always ran to Luo Yuyan's workplace from time to time to curry favor with her in every way. I thought that as long as I gave my heart, I would be accepted by Luo Yuyan, my sister. But what Luo Xinlian didn't expect was, instead of being ungrateful, Luo Yuyan even loathed Luo Xinlian even more. Whenever he saw Luo Xinlian, he felt that Luo Xinlian's behavior was particularly downright and disgusting. He even asked Luo Yu to further his education abroad because of this. It was to avoid Luo Xinlian. Luo Yuyan has been out for 2.5 years this time. It wasn't until 2 days ago that he returned to the Dragon Kingdom. With his excellent resume,
he successfully applied for a job as a floor steward at Four Saints Lodge.
Don't look at Luo Yuyan as merely a floor steward. However,
it has the right of first refusal to buy the supplies of the four sacred lodges in City A. There was no doubt about the strength of the four sacred lodges. Their means of acquiring imperial beast resources could be said to be number one in the Dragon Kingdom. Suppose the four sacred Zai obtained a supreme treasure that could enhance the potential of the imperial beasts. Naturally, an auction would be held, inviting all the major imperial beast families as well as forces to come and participate. But having the right of first refusal allows you to skip the auction and buy early. This was quite beneficial to the competition for resources among the great clans,
unless the person you're competing with has higher authority than Luo Yuyan. Otherwise, as long as it was something that Luo Yuyan had her eye on, the Four Sacred Lodge would prioritize selling it to Luo Yuyan. Plus, the Four Saints Lodge was backed by the Four Saints Academy. If he could climb further up the ladder, he might even be able to come into contact with those truly great people inside the Four Sacred Academy. Many rich people and bosses in the outside world are not even qualified to be hired. You can imagine the gold in this floor stewardship. Of course, not every Four Saints Lodge position is as golden as this. Like the guides, security, and janitors here, all just belong to the supernumeraries. There isn't much authority. After remembering who the other person was,
Luo Xinlian didn't have much of an emotional change.
Just coldly, "Step aside, leave me alone." Seeing Luo Xinlian with an indifferent expression, the sneer at the corner of Luo Yuyan's mouth became even stronger. "Told you, no tricks in front of me. This will only make more disgusted with you. Get lost if you know what's good for you. This is no place for you." Luo Xinlian was all rendered somewhat speechless. How come he hadn't realized that Luo Yuyan was such a chicken before? He doesn't even want to talk to him and he keeps beeping. In order to get rid of Luo Yuyan as soon as possible, Luo Xinlian also spoke.
"I came to the Four Saints fast to buy something."
"What does it have to do with you? Hurry up and go to the side. Looking at you in the way." Luo Yuyan was all pissed off and laughed. As he said that, he tugged on Luo Xinlian's clothes, wanting to rip him out. "I really don't know if you're ignorant or just bold. This is the Four Sacred Lodge. Only beast sentinels can enter, though I don't know how you, a loser who can't even contract a royal beast, got in here, but you better get out of here before I call security to kick you out." Luo Xinlian, who had been grabbed by her clothes, instantly came to fire as well. One shook off Luo Yuyan. "Get out of here. Do you not understand human language? I told you I'm here to buy something." Luo Xinlian didn't have the slightest bit of retention, and this fling directly caused Luo Yuyan's center of gravity to become unbalanced. It fell to the ground. Luo Yuyan was instantly furious. "Security! Security! There's a guy sneaking in here and making a mess." Next moment,
4 or 5 security personnel wearing the uniforms of the Four Sacred Zai with a few kangaroo imperial beasts surrounded Luo Xinlian.
"See the help coming." Luo Yuyan's face instantly became smug. "I just told you to leave and you didn't. Now you can't even leave if you want to. I'm going to arrest you right now and take you to the sheriff's office." Though at this moment, Luo Xinlian was surrounded by security. Still no change of color. "Is this how you treat your guests at the Four Saints Lodge?" Words. Luo Yuyan immediately sneered. "When treating guests, we at the Four Sacred Saisons naturally treat them with courtesy. But for you, the one who sneaked into the Four Sacred Lodge with mischievous intentions, naturally there's nothing more to say. What are you waiting for? Do it and take him down." Seeing that it didn't make sense, Luo Xinlian immediately narrowed her eyes slightly as well. The instant shadow dragon in the shadows was also poised and ready to strike. Just as the two sides were about to come to blows, the doorman who had let Luo Xinlian in earlier suddenly ran over and shouted, "Don't do it. It's all a misunderstanding." The doorman explained as soon as he directly blocked in front of Luo Xinlian. "It's all a misunderstanding. Don't be impulsive. This is the one who possesses the Elders' Order of the Imperial Beast Association. We can't afford to offend, because it's not too far from the door." The doorman was just about ready to sneak a few glances at the doorway after noticing the commotion over here. Look at the hilarity. But who knew that it would be this teenager with the Elders' Order who was going to fight with his own security team? How can he continue to watch the show with this? And so it was rushed to know. Although the Four Saints Academy was very powerful, but the Imperial Beast Association wasn't a vegetarian either. Especially this kind of existence that possessed the Elders' Order. It was either an elder disciple or a member of the Imperial Beast Association who had a mission. If you take a shot at this teenager today, those of them at the bottom will only suffer. Hearing the words Elder Order of the Imperial Beast Association, the crowd was stunned. Those security personnel, once they heard that it was a big shot from the Imperial Beast Association, were instantly a bit scared as well. Thankfully, it hasn't been done yet, otherwise it would be the end of the line for those of you who are on your own. Just what they didn't expect. How could this big shot from the Imperial Beasts Association be so young? Even Luo Yuyan couldn't help but be startled. He thought to himself,
How could Luo Xinlian be a member of the Imperial Beast Association? But immediately afterward, Luo Yuyan seemed to understand something. Covering her own mouth, she laughed that laugh, said to the doorman, "You're not out of your mind, are you? How could he, a loser who can't even contract a royal beast, have an elder's order from the Royal Beast Association? I don't know how you look at the door, being tripped up by a loser." Hearing Luo Yuyan's explanation, the group of security also came to a realization. I told you, he's so young, how can he be an adult of the Imperial Beast Association? Exactly, look at him with all his cheap, ground-level goods, how could he have come over here to spend money? Luo Yuyan's face also changed as she snapped at the doorman. Alright, get out of my way. I'll hold you accountable for your failure later. Before the janitor could speak, it was then pushed aside by security. The janitor's mind was a bit scrambled at this point. When this teenager came in, he clearly showed the elder's order. How can it be fake? When the doorman was trained, the information clearly summarized the various objects that represented the identity of the big man. It's just that I'm afraid that these doormen of theirs won't see the light and will offend the big shots. The details of the elder's order's appearance are all remembered by himself now. How can you admit you're wrong? But at this moment, Luo Yuyan only wanted to get Luo Xinlian locked up for a while in the security center. Where would the janitor's thoughts be known? After 2.5 years of not seeing each other, you're really getting bold. Not only do you dare to sneak into the Four Sacred Lodge, you even dare to imitate the Royal Beast Association's elder's order. Mother was absolutely right. You're covered with the bad habit of stealing chickens and dogs. If we don't get you into the police station for a good education, we're only too close to murder and arson. In the next moment, a group of security guards also began to command the kangaroo imperial beasts, launching an attack towards Luo Xinlian. Seeing Luo Xinlian standing still, she thought that Luo Xinlian had been stunned by the battle in front of her. A feeling of relief washed over him. You're the one who's always bothering me. You loser. I had to leave the country. I've been wanting to teach you a lesson for a long time. Today, since you've sent yourself to the door, don't blame me. 29. Provocation. The real guards of the Four Saints Lodge. As the crowd of security slowly surrounded Luo Xinlian, Luo Yuyan's face grew more and more smug. He was already fantasizing about Luo Xinlian kowtowing and begging for mercy. After all, this trash was like this when he was in the Luo family. Because of her unclean hands and feet, she was always educated by the third sister with a whip. Every time, they are all stiff upper lip beforehand, and then finally they can't take it anymore and they are there crying and begging for mercy. But what Luo Yuyan didn't expect was, Luo Xinlian was surprisingly breezy. Seeing this, Luo Yuyan immediately became a bit upset. This punk is getting better and better at pretending. Just watch. It won't be long before you'll be begging for mercy again. Just like before. Boo! Suddenly a loud bang exploded. A kangaroo sentinel surprisingly flew backwards directly out of the encirclement. It smashed into a side pillar. He lost his ability to fight on the spot. Luo Yuyan immediately felt that something was wrong. Immediately, he looked toward the front. Only the shadow of a pitch-black dragon could be seen flopping around in the middle of the field, knocking that cadre of security to the ground along with the imperial beasts. It's none other than Shadow Dragon Wave. The next moment the 2-meter-tall instant Shadow Dragon also appeared on Luo Xinlian's side. This caused Luo Yuyan's brain to go into a trance. What is this? How come I've never seen it before? When did this loser contract a royal beast? It seemed that the commotion here had attracted some imperial beastmen who were purchasing supplies at the Four Sacred Zai. They were also curious as to who was so bold as to dare to cause trouble in the Four Saints Lodge. Immediately, someone recognized Luo Xinlian as well as the instant Shadow Dragon. Look, isn't that the Imperial Dragon Genius that was reported in the newspaper not too long ago? Is that big guy next to him the Dragon Imperial Beast that has disappeared for 300 years? The whole room was in an uproar at these words. There was a lot of talk starting. Listen to the noisy chatter around you. Luo Yuyan could hardly believe her ears. What? Dragon Emperor? Luo Xinlian? This trash? No. No way. What the hell happened in the 2.5 years I was gone? How could this loser have become a Dragon Emperor? That's an imperial beast that's disappeared for 300 years. But before he could get back to his senses, Luo Yuyan suddenly felt as if her head was being clamped by something. No matter how much he struggled he couldn't break free, until his eyes met a pair of fierce dragon eyes. He then realized that it was Luo Xinlian's Dragon Imperial Beast that was pinching his head and lifting him up. Just then, someone else recognized Luo Yuyan's identity. Look, you guys, isn't this the fourth miss of the Luo family? Some of the uninformed crowd also raised their doubts at the right time. You guys, this Luo family is also interesting. First, Miss 5 was forced to eat by her own brother. Now the fourth miss has also been caught by Luo Xinlian. Why does this Luo Xinlian always have trouble with the Luo family? Immediately, some people who knew the inside story said, you wouldn't know it. With that, he told Luo Xinlian about being lost as a child.
That's fine if you don't say it. The crowd became even more puzzled. That's not right. It's just as well that you say this Luo Xianlian is a waste.
But he's a royal dragon genius.
Is this Luo family out of their minds?
They don't like it when their own son is so good. They have to favor their adopted son?
The previous brother understanding also shook his head. I don't know about that. For a while, the crowd was also watching the farce in front of them with the mentality of watching a good show. Not a single person held an ounce of sympathy for Luo Yuyan. After all, this family is so odd. In any other family, if a child is lost for years, when you find it again, you will surely love it twice as much, as a way to make up for the years of missing affection from your child. But this Luo family member, instead of making amends to Luo Xinlian, targeted Luo Xinlian at every turn. Who would be in favor of such a family? It was only at this moment that Luo Xinlian said with a teasing voice, "Do you think I'm better off sticking your head in the toilet? Or is it better to feed you like your fifth sister?" At those words, Luo Yuyan's entire face turned green. "Still," he said with some defiance, "aren't you afraid Dad and Mom will find out if you do this?" "Dad? Mom? Ha 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 ha." Luo Xinlian suddenly laughed out loud. "MS. Luo looks like she hasn't been back to the Luo family yet, right? Don't you know that? I severed all ties with the Luo family a long time ago. You're the one who messed with me first today. Then don't blame me for being ruthless." Luo Yuyan was immediately startled. He couldn't think of how Luo Xinlian had severed her ties with the Luo family. She can't put it off any longer. Luo Yuyan couldn't care less about her face. Immediately, he shouted, "If you guys don't make a move, the Four Sacred Lodge will lose face." Swish! A fiery red plume appeared out of nowhere. Suddenly, it shot towards the dragon claws of the instant shadow dragon. Because of the suddenness of the instant shadow dragon was also forced to let go of Luo Yuyan. Immediately, Luo Xinlian felt four powerful spiritual power fluctuations inexplicably appear around her. Was eyeing himself intently. The security guards on the ground can only be used as a deterrent to the average beast sentinel. "I guess this is the Real Guard of the Four Saints Lodge?" A voice rang out immediately afterward. "Dare to make trouble in the Four Sacred Lodge. Do you really think that the few of us are vegetarians?" At those words, the crowd of onlookers instantly became excited as well. Rumors have been circulating for some time. Every city's Four Saints Lodge was guarded by the Four Saints Academy's elites. I think this is the person who just spoke. Though it's true that this matter can't be blamed on Luo Xianlian. It's all because his sister, started the whole thing. But this is the Four Saints Lodge. After all, making a move here is tantamount to slapping the Four Sacred's eyes face. It's a pity. I'm just afraid this can't be resolved today. At this moment, Luo Xinlian was also seething with anger. I didn't expect the people of the Four Sacred Lodges to be so unreasonable. He had only come to buy something, but he had encountered Luo Yuyan's difficulties. It was clear that they had started it, but they were blaming it on themselves. All the displeasure all converged into one sentence at this moment. "Don't bull ****** me. If you want to fight, then fight." The whole room was shocked at the words. They could never have imagined that Luo Xinlian would dare to provoke the elites of this Four Saint Academy. Even Luo Yuyan couldn't believe that Luo Xinlian would dare to say such words. I really don't know if that's bold or ignorant. However, there was a dark joy in her heart. This is you asking for death to mess with the people of the Four Sacred Academy. Immediately, he took advantage of Luo Xinlian's confrontation with the Four Sacred elites. Sneaking off to the side, he checked up on his cell phone for news about Luo Xinliang. The more she looked, the more alarmed she became. One of the stories that creeped him out the most turned out to be Royal Dragon Genius. The Luo family's abandoned young man abused more than 10 lives in the orphanage. Not a single body. Not guilty of murder? The chief of the security bureau is in cahoots with Luo Xinlian. They're killing people. Think back to earlier when the instant shadow dragon pinched his head. Luo Yuyan only felt that she had walked back and forth in front of the ghost gate. 30. Dilemma. Against the 5-star Imperial Beast Master Chao Xing. At the same time, a middle-aged man in a suit was sitting in a luxurious office, watching the surveillance through the computer on his desk. And the computer was displaying the image of Luo Xian refining the brain of the Four Sacred Lodge. He also had a list of purchases in his hand. It was the same one Luo Xinlian had filled out earlier. Interesting. Dragon Sentinel. Let me see what you're really capable of. The Hall of the Four Sacred Lodges. At this time, a youth dressed in red also appeared. The youth was full of arrogance. It was obvious that he didn't put Luo Xinlian in his eyes. "Kid, you're still the first one in a city who dares to make trouble in my Four Sacred Lodge." See the youth present. The previous brother understanding was also full of excitement. "I'll go." Surprisingly, it's Chao Xing from the Four Sacred Academy. He actually came to our city. The crowd on the sidelines sniffed. It was also a big surprise. "What? Chao Xing? That's the Chao Xing who swept away more than 10 newcomers by himself at the entrance ceremony of the Four Sacred Academy?" Brother understanding nodded instantly. "Nice. That's him. though Chao Xing only got 23rd place in the freshman entrance ceremony of the Four Saints. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that if Chao Xing hadn't been too sharp and made too many enemies, I'm afraid the ranking would still be moving forward. At this moment, Luo Xinlian was not affected by those surrounding remarks about Chao Xing. Instead, he sized up the youth in front of him to himself. Were you the one who just sneaked up on me? These words also caused Chao Xing's arrogant color to converge. A handsome face also became a bit gloomy. I'm a member of the Four Sacred Sect. Do I need to sneak up on a nobody like you? Just now, I only saw that you were going to hurt Miss Luo and randomly stepped in to save her. As he spoke, Chao Xing turned his gaze back to the instant shadow dragon. Not a bad imperial beast, just a shamus with the wrong master. Otherwise it wouldn't have gotten into this malnourished state. Dragon man, how about it? Are you interested in following me? I guarantee you'll be well fed and well drinking. At those words, the instant shadow dragon clasped his hands to his chest. A pair of dragon eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. Seeing the instantaneous shadow dragon look like he was looking down on himself, Chao Xing was also embarrassed. Equally embarrassed was actually Luo Xianlian, though not much else was known about the imperial beasts. Still, he was clear about loyalty. As long as the imperial beast's loyalty is below 60 or less, the power of the contract between the imperial beast and the imperial beast becomes incredibly weak. Not only is there a risk of being broken into, even the imperial beasts themselves have the potential to defect. This is also thanks to the fact that the instant shadow dragon is a companion imperial beast and is always absolutely loyal. Otherwise, by the discerning eye, who saw this malnourished look of the instant shadow dragon, they thought that the loyalty was not high. They're all trolling like Chao Xing. What's wrong with that? Trying to pry someone's corner without even fighting. Is that all the elites of the Four Sacred Academy are capable of? At those words, the already embarrassed Chao Xing's face became even darker at that moment. He had only seen the instant shadow dragon before and mistakenly assumed that its loyalty was low. Plus this was a dragon imperial beast that had disappeared for 300 years. Naturally, some thoughts rose. It would be just as well if we succeeded in prying the corner. Now instead of succeeding, he was also mocked by Luo Xianlian. How could this be tolerated by the already arrogant Chao Xing? At that moment, there were no more words. Straight away, he summoned his imperial beast. Only a falcon with a body like fire and a ring of black lines at the tip of its feathers suddenly appeared. Luo Xinlian also immediately began to check the battle panel of this red falcon. Name, Inferno Falcon. Racial bloodline, Firehawk bloodline. Quality, epic. Attribute, fire/wind. Stage of growth, metamorphosis. Talent, fire plume. All beings that touch the fiery feathered eagle are liable to be scorched. Skills, fire plume. Flame spit. Storm, eagle claw. Inferno shadow split. Evolutionary route, scorching feather eagle, blazing feather eagle, inflammable feather falcon, blazing feather eagle, amazing feather eagle, emperor, burning sky overlord. Description, descendant of the vermilion bird, contains a tiny trace of the vermilion bird bloodline. After evolving into the burning sky overlord, there is a 1 in 10 million chance of awakening into the vermilion bird. Note, the vermilion bird is the only one that exists. When there is a vermilion bird in the world, the probability of evolution is 0. Luo Xianlian was also slightly startled. Unexpectedly, this inferno feather falcon actually contained a trace of vermilion bird bloodline. Surprisingly, it was still an epic bloodline. It would be nice to get my hands on it. It's just a shame that this infernal feathered falcon is being bred quite well and doesn't seem to be in danger of being scooped up. Chao Xing saw that Luo Xinlian was a bit frozen, and thought that this was because she was frightened by her fire-feathered falcon. At that moment, he also said with great complacency, "You know you're scared? Then hurry up and beg for mercy on your knees, or suffer less." Luo Xinlian was also pulled back into her thoughts by Chao Xing's taunting voice. Immediately, the battle spirit was high. Cut the crap. We'll see what happens underhand. Chao Xing was also slightly surprised by the sudden outburst of Luo Xinlian's battle intent, but then also immediately adjusted his mind. Come on then. Next moment, the Yin-Yu falcon then killed directly towards the instant shadow dragon. Luo Xinlian's eyes narrowed, and she also instantly saw the other party's intentions. It was clear that the Yin-Yu falcon was more adept at attacking from afar, but he was trying to get in close. This was clearly an attempt to use the Inferno Falcon's talent to cauterize the instant shadow dragon. Although at this time, Luo Xianlian didn't understand what would happen if she fell into a burning state. However, it still hurriedly ordered the instant shadow dragon to avoid it. Use shadow dragon wave to return fire. After receiving Luo Xinlian's order, the instant shadow dragon moved directly away from the spot in a flash. The fiery feather falcon's fiery eagle claw also hit the ground. Seeing the reaction of the instant shadow dragon, Chao Xing was also quite surprised. I didn't realize that the other party had seen through his intentions. The next moment Yin-Yu falcon felt an incomparably deep and dark energy coming his way. It's none other than shadow dragon wave. Due to inertia, the Yin-Yu falcon was unable to dodge for a moment.
Seeing this, Xiaoxing hurriedly ordered the Yanyu Falcon to make a flame spit to resist. For a moment, both the light and dark energies formed a huge impact. The interior of the Four Saints Lodge was also surging with air currents. For a while, it was difficult to distinguish between the two, and they were frozen in place. This caused the surrounding crowd watching the battle to be surprised. Holy, I'm not seeing things. This kid is actually tied with Xiaoxing. Xiaoxing is a fierce man who got 23rd place in the Four Spirits entrance ceremony. From the looks of it, the key to victory in this duel lies in which side's spiritual energy is stronger. The one who is the first to run out of spiritual energy will naturally lose. Not just in the crowd of onlookers. The two people dueling in the field naturally understood this, only to see Xiaoxing confidently looking at Luo Xinlian across the room. Mindfulness. I was promoted to a 5-star beast master long ago. In terms of the strength of my spiritual energy, how could I lose? But over time, Xiaoxing only felt his own spiritual energy gradually depleting. But on the contrary, Luo Xinlian was still looking as normal. Its spiritual power was even as deep as the ocean. Immediately, he was also alarmed. What's with this kid? How can spiritual energy be so continuous? If this continues, I'm bound to lose. I have to think of something. Only Xiaoxing's eyes rolled. The corners of his mouth followed in an arc. Inferno Falcon. Inferno Shadow Split. In the next moment, Xiaoxing only felt that a portion of his own spiritual energy, which was already very little left, had been drained away again. It added to the pressure, but he forced himself to carry on. Only one of the fire feathers on the Inferno Feather Falcon suddenly detached. The next moment it transformed into a different Inferno Feather Falcon that was generally the same as the Inferno Feather Falcon. And this Inferno Feather Falcon also attacked towards the instant Shadow Dragon without any hesitation. Luo Xinlian secretly screamed, but at this time, the instant Shadow Dragon could not dodge at all. The two sides that were facing off against the wave, the one that was the first to close their hands would surely be completely hit by the other side's skills. If he didn't dodge, he would suffer an attack from the Inferno Shadow Divergent. If he dodged, the instant Shadow Dragon would be defeated. 31. Launch. Mephisto's Pride. Just as Luo Xinliang was in a dilemma, the instant Shadow Dragon let out a loud and clear dragon roar. It seemed that some sort of emotion was swelling up inside the transient Shadow Dragon. Luo Xinlian also understood what the instant Shadow Dragon was trying to convey. That is, he would take all of his opponent's attacks with all his might. Immediately, all Luo Xinlian could do was to fully output her spiritual energy and supply it to the instantaneous Shadow Dragon. Click bared. The Inferno Shadow Split's attack hit the instant Shadow Dragon's body solidly. This was also the moment that allowed the Yanyu Falcon to find a crack in the instant Shadow Dragon. The next moment the flames of the fiery spit gradually overshadowed the darkness of the Shadow Dragon wave. It struck straight at the body of the instant Shadow Dragon. For a moment, the instant Shadow Dragon was also instantly wrapped in flames. Xiaoxing was overjoyed. The transient Shadow Dragon, which is in a constant state of burning. Victory and defeat have been decided. Behave yourself. The crowd clamored again. The Four Sacred Academy is worthy of being the #1 Beast Sentinel Academy in the world. This Xiaoxing is quick thinking and tactically alive. Worthy of being an elite of the Four Saints. Although this Luo Xinlian has outstanding talent, whether it's in terms of substance, knowledge or tactics, he's still a step behind in the end. Not a bad loss. Seeing Luo Xinlian defeated, Luo Yuyan, who had been hiding behind the crowd and shivering, was also bold, squeezed right through the back of the crowd. Pointing at Luo Xinlian, he yelled, "Arrest this brutal murderer. He's the one who abused a dozen innocent children in an orphanage." The crowd frowned in unison at the words. No way? I've heard something about the orphanage on the outskirts of the city. I didn't think it was this kid who did it. I've read something similar in some of the gossip magazines before. This all makes sense. So it turns out that the Luo family's dislike of Luo Xinlian is because of this person's penchant for killing. To the extent that he doesn't even spare children. I say you're not mistaken. Can you believe the Gossip Weekly? Unknown. Not evaluated. At that moment, the same brother know-it-all came forward again. You're all mistaken. Luo Xinlian did kill people, but the dozen or so people he killed were all from the city's southern skinhead gang, and the purpose of doing so was to protect the children in the orphanage. Just blow it off. Luo Xinlian is indeed very strong, but if you say that he fought a dozen or so people from the bald head gang in one fight, I don't believe it anyway. At one time it says Luo Xinlian killed 10 children, and at another time it says he killed the bald head gang. I'm confused. Who's telling the truth? I'll go. You guys, the Inferno Falcon is about to deliver its final blow. In an instant, everyone's eyes were also drawn back to the duel. For the noises around the outside, Luo Xinlian remained oblivious. All of his attention was focused on the instant Shadow Dragon. At this moment, Luo Xinlian didn't panic because the instantaneous Shadow Dragon had been struck. It was because he suddenly felt that there seemed to be an inexplicable power awakening within the instant Shadow Dragon.
Seeing that Luo Xinlian still hadn't made any movements,
Chao Xing directly ordered to make up a blow to completely disable the instant shadow dragon before striking out to capture Luo Xinlian.
Inferno Feather Falcon, give it the final blow with the fiery eagle claw. The moment the order was received,
the Yenyu Falcon then turned into a flowing rainbow and attacked towards the instant shadow dragon.
See this scene. Luo Yuyan,
who was watching the battle from the sidelines, felt a sense of relief in her heart. A salted fish will always be a salted fish and will never be able to turn around.
Even after contracting a dragon imperial beast, it's still the same. Just as Luo Yuyan was recklessly sneering in her heart, the next moment, the accident was steep. Just when the Yenyu Falcon was about to hit the instant shadow dragon again,
the bright flames originally wrapped around the surface of the instant shadow dragon's body were unexpectedly gradually replaced by a wave of evil and dark energy. Immediately after that, the instantaneous shadow dragon suddenly erupted with an unrivaled speed, and with a single lift of its hand, it grabbed the eagle claw of the Inferno Feather Falcon. The strength was so great that the Yenyu Falcon had no room to struggle at all, because the companion royal beast and its master share the same mind. Luo Xinlian also immediately understood the source of this power of the instant shadow dragon.
Natural skill, Mephistopheles' arrogance. An instant shadow dragon in distress will explode with a powerful aura of arrogance, double the value of each aspect of the ability. It turned out that the reason why the instant shadow dragon had resisted the 2 attacks of the Inferno Feather Falcon was to stimulate its natural skill. It's the only way to bounce back. Seizing the opportunity,
the instant shadow dragon also began to output at full power.
Shadow Fist and Tyrannosaurus Kick output one after another.
The beating caused the Yenyu Falcon's eagle to squawk incessantly.
Luo Yuyan, who was originally gloating,
her face also collapsed again and hurriedly hid behind the crowd again. The crowd naturally took in the scene.
Unable to help himself, he said, "Is that what the Locke family is all about?"
As for Chao Xing at this time,
he could only be on the sidelines. After a few moments of thought struggle,
or clenched his teeth and shouted to the few people in the shadows,
"Don't come out and help." But who knows? The few people in the shadows were not in a hurry. There was even a sneer in the words.
"Chao Xing,
that's not good, is it? After all, this is your fight. As a person from the Four Sacred Academy, if you even have to help against a nameless person, what do you want your instructors to think of you when word gets back to the academy?"
Chao Xing immediately had a dark face and stopped speaking.
"You can only harbor anger in your heart. These villains, this is a deliberate attempt to see my joke here. If you guys were up against this guy, you wouldn't be much better than me."
Luo Xinlian naturally took in this scene. The so-called elite of the 4 sacred colleges are not all iron barrels. They all have their own agenda.
Originally,
Chao Xing was still somewhat looking down on Luo Xinlian, thinking that this was just a teenager who had gotten lucky and contracted a dragon man.
But when he fought Luo Xinlian, he realized that things didn't seem so simple.
The other party's spiritual energy was immense and simply not comparable to his own. Plus this incredibly creepy dragon man, although in a starved, malnourished state, but it was this state that managed to fight with his own Inferno Feather Falcon. Where is this general presence? Especially since this dragon man had suddenly erupted with such a terrifying power when his negative buffs were stacked.
It's even more scary.
And at this moment, where did Luo Xinlian know that Chao Xing had already been beaten out of himself? There was just no hurry to open the Inferno Falcon's cultivation panel and check it out.
Name, Inferno Falcon. Sex, male. Loyalty, 90. Personality, extremely horny. Preferences, finding beautiful birds, breeding offspring. Desire, to awaken the vermilion bird bloodline someday. Mood, fear. Source, the terrifying dragon man in front of me. Edible, carnivorous. Health status, physical fitness, subhealthy. Reason, prolonged abstinence. Suffocated.
Life condition, serious injury, wound increasing. After looking at the Inferno Falcon's breeding panel, the corner of Luo Xinlian's mouth also hooked into a sinister smile.
Instant Shadow Dragon, stop it.
At those words,
the instant Shadow Dragon also stopped its attacking movements.
It just used one dragon claw to grab the root of the Inferno Feather Falcon's wing in a death grip.
It's like the way you catch a chicken when you kill it in the country. Seeing this, Chao Xing's originally anxious face was relieved for a few moments.
In his heart, he actually felt a little more grateful to Luo Xinlian. Although the Yenyu Falcon was in a bit of a mess at this point, it had at least saved its life.
"I was just about to say thank you,"
he heard Luo Xinlian say to the Yenyu Falcon that was being held to death by the instant Shadow Dragon.
"Submit to me and let you live." Upon hearing this,
Chao Xing immediately swallowed back the words he was about to utter.
Turning the tables, he said, "Kid, what do you mean?" But Luo Xinlian didn't pay any attention to Chao Xing at all.
This made Chao Xing anxious.
Immediately look around to see if there is anyone who can help. But after scanning the circle,
Chao Xing sighed helplessly.
Somewhat self-deprecatingly, he smiled. Being the resident of the Four Saints Academy and the Four Saints Lodge, not even a single helping hand on their own turf. 3 guys hiding in the shadows watching themselves laugh. These onlookers of the Imperial Beasts were also watching the fun, and no one would intervene. Normal security doesn't work at all, and it's useless to come in with more. Now he himself could only pin his hopes on his captain. As long as we can wait until the captain arrives, we'll be fine. Thinking of this, Chao Xing was instantly relieved, even opened his mouth to sneer. Don't waste your efforts. The Yanyu Falcon will not yield to you. Just die with your heart. Just after saying this, Chao Xing felt that something was wrong. He had a feeling that the Inferno Falcon seemed to be losing its loyalty to him. Chao Xing looked up. At some point, Luo Xinlian had already walked up to Yanyu Falcon and was saying something, and a pair of eagle eyes of the Yanyu Falcon even vaguely threw a hint of excitement. 32. Compromise. Protecting Koan's Yanyu Falcon. A few minutes ago, just as Chao Xing was looking around for help, Luo Xinlian had quietly arrived in front of the Yanyu Falcon, trying to squeeze out what he thought was a gentle smile. He said, "Little Quin, how about submitting to me?" The infernal feather falcon was scared to death in its heart even though the instant shadow dragon had pinched the roots of its wings. But instead of compromising on this, it shook its head firmly. How can he betray his master because of the safety of an eagle? Seeing that Yanyu Falcon had rejected herself, Luo Xinlian was not annoyed. Instead, they continued to speak kindly. Does that Thai little brother in the red suit spend his days either leading you in training or leading you to get into fights? The Inferno Falcon didn't know what the human in front of him wanted, but nodded honestly. With that, only Luo Xinlian revealed an expression that all men understood. Well, suffocating, huh? The daily training and fighting doesn't give you time to even look for those pretty little birds, does it? The Yanyu Falcon's body trembled and looked at Luo Xinlian with some doubt. It seems to ask, how did you know I was good at this? Luo Xinlian revealed a gentle smile. They're all males. What's not to understand? As long as you follow me, not only will I not restrict you from those pretty little birds, if you need it, I can even take you to the spirit beast market to scout for the object of your desire. What do you think? The Yankee Falcon has its heart set on an involuntary quirk of the throat. Luo Xinlian also saw the Inferno Falcon's cultivation panel. Loyalty is starting to dwindle. 89, 88, all the way down to 87. But it's not enough. Yanyu Falcon also immediately stabilized his swinging mind. Repeat it over and over in your mind. He can't apologize to his master for being so good to him. See, the effect is not obvious. Luo Xinlian switched tactics again, opened his mouth. I know you harbor a trace of the vermilion bird bloodline. If you submit to me, I'm confident that I can make you evolve at a speed that surpasses other flying birds with the vermilion bird bloodline. Make you a true vermilion bird. The moment these words came out, the Inferno Falcon's body clearly began to tremble. Loyalty began to dwindle again. 86, 80, 75. Seeing this dwindling loyalty, Luo Xinlian was also overjoyed. It really works. As for what Luo Xinlian said, half of it was to fool the Yanyu Falcon, and half of it was what he saw through his forbidden eyes. As one of the four sacred beasts, the vermilion bird must be extraordinary. Estimates are the only ones that exist, but there was definitely more than just the Inferno Feather Falcon that possessed the vermilion bird bloodline. Jubilee is again unique. Since this was the case, it must be that whoever evolved faster would have a higher possibility of awakening into a vermilion bird. Once a flying bird took the lead in evolving into a vermilion bird, naturally the other vermilion bird bloodlines lost the possibility of evolution. How could the Yanyu Falcon not be excited when he himself said such words? As for whether he can do it himself, obviously Luo Xinlian himself is not clear. But first, let's snub the Inferno Falcon. It was at this moment that Chao Xing sensed the decrease in the loyalty of the Yanyu Falcon and looked up. Chao Xing didn't know what Luo Xinlian had said though, but looking at how excited the Yanyu Falcon was, coupled with the fact that he sensed that wildly dropping loyalty, he felt bad in his heart. Hurry up and shout out, Yanyu Falcon, are you betraying me? Whatever he says, don't believe him. He's lying to you. With Chao Xing's angry shout, the Inferno Falcon's loyalty stopped at 74. The Yanyu Falcon was also reeling from Luo Xinlian's sugar-coated bombardment. Yeah, who is this kid to say he'll help me evolve into a vermilion bird? Even the Dean of the Four Sacred Academy, that supreme being, would not dare to say such words. For a time, the loyalty of the Inferno Falcon unexpectedly began to slowly rebound. This made Luo Xinlian depressed for a while. This damn Chao Xing, he's really in the way. And at this moment, Chao Xing, who couldn't take it anymore, rushed towards Luo Xinlian's side in 3 steps. Seeing this, the people around them, too, were doubly surprised. No way, no way. Chao Xing actually rushed over. Looking at Chao Xing's anxious appearance, it can't be that Luo Xinlian is going to succeed in his rebellion. It looks like a real possibility. And the 3 people in the shadows were talking to each other at that moment. The gloating tone was not at all disguised. This time Chao Xing has lost his face. One duel with someone, and the Imperial Beasts are lost. This is going to be interesting when it gets back to the Four Saints Academy. A voice with a somewhat naive tone emerged immediately afterward, who told him that he usually always likes to look at people with his nose in the air. Today is a lesson for him. When the Chaoxing royal beast is captured, we'll make a move to finish off that Luo Xianlian. His Vermilion Bird Academy is even disgraced. At those words, the remaining two nodded slightly, agreeing to the offer of the naive voice, and Luo Yuyan, who had been hiding behind the crowd, saw Luo Xinlian getting more and more powerful. There was just a rush of anxiety. He wanted to ask for help from the three people in the dark, but those three people didn't give a damn about him. Then he suddenly remembered the figure of a man, store manager of the 4 sacred saisons in City A, also the captain of the 4. He can be asked for help, but no matter how frantically Luo Yuyan dialed the manager's phone, it's all showing no answer. On the other side of the same time, Luo Xinlian saw that Chao Xing had unexpectedly rushed over. A look was also given to the instant shadow dragon. Immediately, a shadow dragon wave was thrown towards Chao Xing. Chao Xing was horrified. Hurry up and dodge. It was also thanks to the fact that the instantaneous shadow dragon did not have a killing intent and was only scaring Chao Xing. That's what made him duck. But despite this, Chao Xing also experienced the feeling of his life hanging in the balance. The body shuddered instinctively. Don't dare to advance the slightest bit further. For today's sake, one could only pray that the Yin Yu Falcon stance was firm enough. Immediately, Luo Xinlian's patience was completely exhausted. The original gentle smile was gone. In its place was a face full of ferocious viciousness. Little Quinquin will give you one more chance. Submit to me, and you'll have all the beautiful birds and prospects. Reject me. Hey, Luo Xinlian wanted to say something. Instead, his eyes began to sweep toward the center of the 2 eagle legs of the Inferno Falcon. Good. Obey me. Obey me. After all, you don't want your little tiny Quinn to get smashed, do you? In that case, I'm afraid you don't have much fun living, do you? Luo Xinlian's voice echoed in Yen Yu Falcon's ears like a demon's whisper. In the next moment, the 2 eagle legs of the Inferno Feather Falcon clenched violently. The whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. The instant Shadow Dragon even cooperated by lifting the Yen Yu Falcon upwards, while the other dragon claw revealed the sharp-pointed nails. After a fraction of a second of thought struggle, the loyalty of the Inferno Falcon began to plummet. 70, 65, 60, 55. Seeing that it was almost time, Luo Xinlian directly pressed her hand on the head of the Yen Yu Falcon. Start channeling spiritual energy. Soon Luo Xian's refined conveyance found the contractual chains of the Yen Yu Falcon and Chao Xing. But at this point, the contractual chains were clearly in name only. Luo Xinlian only gently urged her spiritual power, and the entire contractual chain instantly ruptured. At this moment, Chao Xing also sensed something. In the next second, a mouthful of blood was spat out from Chao Xing's mouth, while Chao Xing fainted on the spot. The contract backfired. Luo Xianlian was also a bit surprised, not expecting that forcibly pulling out the contract chains would cause such damage to the dominant party. After sympathizing with Chao Xing for 2.5 seconds, Luo Xinlian then began to conclude a contract with the Yen Yu Falcon. Technically speaking, this was his first time contracting a royal beast, but it was surprisingly smooth. Perhaps it was because the companion space had been awakened long ago. Soon, deep within Luo Xinlian's consciousness, next to the immense and incomparable pride space, there was then an additional tiny, fiery red space. It was the imperial beast space of the Yen Yu Falcon. After doing all this, Luo Xinlian was also well aware that it was not advisable to stay here for long. I'm not even going to ask for what I bought earlier. Then he stepped forward and was about to leave. He was aware that there were 3 guys with notable strength who were staring at him from the shadows. The Inferno Feather Falcon had long been seriously injured by the instant Shadow Dragon and could only recuperate within the Imperial Beast space. The Shadow Dragon has the ability to go over the top and has a powerful passive called Mephistopheles Hubris. But it was, after all, still only in its formative years. And taking on 3 Imperial Beastmasters suspected to be of the same level as Chao Xing was clearly not a wise move. But nay, Luo Xinlian's movements were still slow. Those 3 figures had already formed a triangular stand to surround Luo Xinlian. You want to leave after making trouble? Do you really think the 3 of us are just for show? 33, bullying? Luo Yuyan who twisted the truth. Seeing that his path of retreat had been completely cut off by these 3 people, Luo Xinlian immediately discarded the idea of escape completely as well. In his last life he was obsequious, always living for someone else, till death do us part with nothing. In this life, he just wanted to follow his heart. Since these 3 are not willing to let themselves go, then one can't make it too easy for them anyhow. The instant Shadow Dragon on the side also erupted with a majestic battle intent. The 3 people blocking the way were also shocked by the aura emanating from Luo Xinlian as well as the instant Shadow Dragon. They didn't think so before. Just think of it as Chao Xing's lack of strength. But now it seems that I'm afraid that I and others have underestimated the young man in front of me. But at the moment it was an arrow that had to be shot. If we just let Luo Xinlian leave,
not only the three of them, but even the entire Four Sacred Lodge would be reduced to a laughingstock. Just when all four of them were a bit dumbfounded and ready to strike, the guide from before was also finally back. He looked down the hall with some bewilderment. Doubtful asked, what's going on here? But not much attention was paid to the guide. After all, their entire attention was focused on the tit-for-tat four. Seeing that no one was paying attention, the guide lady didn't care so much. Straight away, he trotted over to Luo Xin and said, "Sir, the supplies you purchased have been inventoried for you and are now being stored in the warehouse. You see now. Convenient. Go. Fetch it." The guide lady spoke in a diminishing voice, because he finally also realized that something seemed to be wrong with the situation, only to see that at this moment, all the gazes in the entire room unexpectedly all converged on him. This made the guide lady feel a bit like a man. Boy, this is going to be fun. So Luo Xin wasn't causing trouble, but came to buy something. Who was the one yelling about Luo Xin causing trouble there before? I remember it seems to be the Luo family's fourth young miss, that floor steward. It was he who led the people to surround Luo Xinliang before the four sacred Jin guards were lured out. The crowd of onlookers all had a look of amusement on their faces. This statement was made. The eyes of the entire audience converged on Luo Yuyan, who was hiding behind the crowd again. Even the three people who were about to strike at Luo Xinliang stopped their hands, eyes unkindly looking towards Luo Yuyan. It seemed to be waiting for him to give an explanation. After all, Luo Xinliang was really a guest who had come to buy something. So what was the current behavior of his own people? Assaulting a customer? If this gets out, does the reputation of the Four Saints fast still exist? At this moment, Luo Yuyan's face was as ugly as if she had eaten a fly, but only for a moment. He then adjusted himself and walked straight towards the guide lady. You say he's here to buy something? Where's the slip? Show me? Seeing that it was the floor management who wanted to check the slips, the shopping guide lady didn't think much of it and handed over the slips in her hand. Luo Yuyan took a look at the slip. A pair of beautiful eyes couldn't help but widen as well. More than $10 million in supplies. He's actually here to buy something. Where did this punk get so much money? I can't take the blame for this, otherwise my future will be over. Not as good as. Immediately, Luo Yuyan directly tore the guide list into pieces. The shopping guide lady on the side was also stunned. Luo Xinlian was also staring at Luo Yuyan in death. This guy looks like he's going to die trying. Fruity. The next moment, Luo Yuyan said with a face full of teasing. What kind of guide list is this? It clearly has a bunch of gibberish written on it. How dare you try to fool everyone with something? I see that you and this loser have colluded beforehand, preparing to cover up the theft of the Four Saints fast supplies. Luckily, I poked and prodded, and that didn't stop you guys. Looking at the flying confetti in Luo Yuyan's hands, the crowd present was dumbfounded. Isn't that a clear attempt to distort the truth? It's pretty clear when it comes down to it. No one else is a cutie. Both knew exactly what Luo Yuyan was thinking at this time. He was trying to destroy Luo Xinlian's vouchers for purchasing supplies. Without the vouchers, even if they all know it in their hearts, what can they do? The four sacred Saisons are planning to make a mistake out of a mistake? Shoo, you know it in your heart. Don't say it out loud. What if we're going to be cleaned up together later? The Four Saints Lodge is behind the Four Saints Academy. Originally, there were still some Imperial Beastmasters who were holding out for Luo Xinlian, but after hearing these words, they were also instantly dumbfounded. After all, they didn't have the guts to offend the Four Sacred Lodges. The shopping guide lady was also a bit flustered. He himself was just receiving customers normally. How did you become an insider who plotted against the supplies of the Four Saints Lodge? The shopping guide lady was just about to open her mouth to explain. As a result, she was slapped to the ground by Luo Yuyan. You traitor! I'll deal with you later. Immediately, Luo Yuyan turned her gaze to the other three. What are you waiting for? Do it and take him. The three didn't say much after a moment's hesitation. This is the only way to call a stag a horse when it comes down to it. After all, it's gotten to this point. One can only prioritize maintaining the credibility of the Four Sacred Lodges. Although the Four Sacred Lodges might be criticized, those people would at most only dare to talk about it behind their backs, without evidence. Who would dare to say anything wrong about the Four Sacred Lodges in plain sight? Do you really want to die? Immediately, the three of them put their heads together and also stepped forward. Take this kid first. Watch as things are moving in the direction you expected. Luo Yuyan's heart was also relieved after she took a long breath. Luo Xinliang, how dare you embarrass me and almost ruin my career? If I don't fix you up, do you really think you're somebody? I'm just a shoplifter. What can you do? If I'm mistaken, what can I do? You're the one who's going to take the fall in the end. But immediately afterward, a cold and gloomy voice rang out in the hall, interrupting Luo Yuyan's thoughts. Good. What a Four Saints Lodge. This is what you guys are forcing me to do. Since you guys want to fight, then come on. Only Luo Xinlian took a step forward.
The instant shadow dragon beside him was also high on battle spirit. Mephistopheles' hubris is instantly activated. The three people on the opposite side didn't dare to be careless. Hurrying variously, he summoned his imperial beasts. Luo Xinlian merely swept a glance, and the information of these three imperial beasts became clear to her. Purple clouded leopard, wind/gold, metamorphosis. Xianin python, poison/ice, metamorphosis. Thick earth turtle, earth/rock, metamorphosis. Though all three are of good quality and all have dual attributes, however, none of them possess the four sacred bloodline in the same way that the Yinyu falcon did. But that's normal. Is the four sacred bloodlines so easy to see? At this moment, no matter if it was Luo Xinlian or the instant shadow dragon, there wasn't the slightest bit of fear in their eyes. There was even a hint of excitement. The transient shadow dragon's favorite thing to do was to trample powerful existences under its feet. Apparently, for transient shadow dragons that are still only in their formative years, these three metamorphosis stage imperial beasts had already fulfilled his requirements. Instant shadow dragon 1v3. The battle is imminent. Enough. Stop it. Just then a thick voice stopped the great battle that was about to break out among the four, only to see a middle-aged man in a high-class suit walk slowly. 34, shock. An invitation from the Four Saints Academy. Manager, you're finally here. We're ready to take down this troublemaking brat. Seeing men appear, Luo Yuyan then rushed forward to brush her presence, but the man simply ignored Luo Yuyan. Instead, he plunged right into the middle of the four men who were about to make a move. Towards Luo Xinlian, he showed a natural smile. Hello, little brother. I'm the manager of the Four Saints Lounge, as well as the leader of the Four Saints Academy's town guard squad stationed in City A. My name is Xiao Yuncheng. While saying that, he also extended his right hand. This scene not only dumbfounded the surrounding crowd, but also the remaining three town guards as well as Luo Yuyan. Holy, what's going on? Xiao Yuncheng actually took the initiative to shake hands with Luo Xinlian. Just now the swords were drawn. Why now? The three town guards were also a bit puzzled by their captain's actions, but did not issue a challenge. Looking at Xiao Yuncheng's palm hanging in midair, Luo Xinlian didn't mean to respond, just looking coldly at the man in front of him. Seeing Luo Xinlian with such an attitude, Luo Yuyan, who was originally a little uneasy because of Xiao Yuncheng's actions, was also secretly happy in her heart. You really don't know the sky and the earth. How dare you refute Xiao Yuncheng's face? Watch me add more fuel to the fire. Immediately, Luo Yuyan came directly to Xiao Yuncheng's side, pointing at Luo Xinlian. He angrily rebuked. Don't you give a damn? Our manager treats us with courtesy, and you're so ungrateful. Immediately after that, he incited the fire at Xiao Yuncheng. Manager, this kid doesn't know what's good for him. He dares to deny you face in public. I don't think there's any need to talk nonsense with him. Why don't we just do it and take him down? Then Luo Yuyan interrupted. Xiao Yuncheng withdrew his right hand quite naturally. Immediately afterward, he turned his head to look at the chattering Luo Yuyan. You're teaching me things? Although he was still wearing a smile, there was obviously a hint of coldness in that smile. At this time, Luo Xinlian was also a little confused as to what the man in front of her actually wanted to do. So the door was opened. Just tell me what's going on. Don't get all bent out of shape. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuncheng looked at Luo Xinlian again with a friendly face. Little brother is so quick to talk. I came over this time to apologize to little brother on behalf of the Four Sacred Zai. It is the men who did not do their job well and wronged little brother. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. The crowd's amazement rose another notch. Apologize on behalf of the Four Sacred Lodges. There were even many who began to wonder if their ears hadn't heard wrong. No way. Reversed again? I would have thought that the Four Saints Lodge was planning to just make a mistake. I didn't expect Manager Xiao to personally apologize. At this moment, Luo Yuyan only felt her cheeks burning hot. Although he had tried to use his power to suppress people before, the crowd knew it in their hearts. But the list of purchases had been torn up by him, and no one else dared say anything more without evidence. But now it is different. Xiao Yuncheng is the manager of the Four Sacred Lent in a city, represents the Four Sacred Lent. Now that Xiao Yuncheng personally stepped in and said that he had wronged Luo Xinlian, it was the same as pulling Luo Yuyan's cloth of shame right off. How could this make Luo Yuyan's face hang? Nonetheless, he wasn't about to just compromise, only to see Luo Yuyan continue. Manager, did you make a mistake? This guy even forged the purchase list. He's trying to join forces with this guy to profit from the supplies of the Four Sacred Zai. Also, he butchered the Chao Xingtown guard and forcibly took his imperial beast, causing the Chao Xingtown guard to suffer a backlash. Not only that, he abused and killed a dozen orphans at an orphanage on the outskirts of town. Someone as vicious as him deserves. Luo Yuyan's voice ended abruptly. This was because he suddenly realized that Xiao Yuncheng was staring at himself expressionlessly. Luo Yuyan only felt as if she was being stared at by a terrifying beast. You're treating me like a cutie. Is that it? Even though the shopping list was torn up by you, the back end of the Four Sacred Saisons system can still be traced. Also, Which did you see that this little brother abused more than 10 orphans? Gossip Weekly? Can that stuff be trusted? The moment these words came out, the Imperial Beastmasters who had been somewhat holding out for Luo Xinlian before, now he heard the manager of the Four Sacred Lodge personally clarify for Luo Xian. There was a lot of clapping. Before, he didn't dare to say much because he was afraid of the power of the Four Saints Lodge, but now that the leader of the Four Sacred Zai had opened his mouth to prove it for Luo Xinlian, there was still something to be afraid of. As for whether or not there would be retaliation from the Luo family afterward, they, on the other hand, are not worried at all. Of all the people there, how many can you remember? Good. Manager Xiao said it well. If I really let this Luo Yuyan turn black and white upside down, I'm afraid I won't dare to come to this Four Saints Lounge in the future. That is, the Four Saints fast is still credible and won't engage in any shoplifting, but there's always some rat that spoils the pot. Listening to the people around me, you and I, unapologetically uttering these words, Luo Yuyan's face was green for a while and red for a while. At this moment, Luo Xinlian was also a little unsure of what medicine this Xiao Yinqing was actually selling in his gourd. Just a calm reply. Apologize or whatever. I just want my supplies back that I purchased earlier. Xiao Yinqing also quickly reverted to his previous expression with a slight hint of a friendly smile when he heard this. Of course there's no problem. The supplies have long been prepared for little brother and can be picked up at any time. Luo Xinlian heard Xiao Yinqing say this. It was also a straightforward opening. Then lead the way. Wait. Not yet. Seeing Luo Xinlian in such a hurry, Xiao Yuncheng hurriedly stopped him. At those words, Luo Xinlian's eyes narrowed. What? Changed your mind? Xiao Yuncheng said after a moment of deliberation. That's not true. It's just that before that, I would like to ask if little brother would like to join my Four Sacred Academy. Quiet. You can hear a pin drop. As Xiao Yuncheng uttered these words, the entire room became incomparably quiet. Even the crowd that was noisy before shut up instantly. Eyes wide open. He looked at Xiao Yuncheng and Luo Xinlian. But just a few moments later, the entire hall of the Four Sacred Lodge exploded. I'm going. I didn't hear it wrong. Xiao Yunqing is actually inviting Luo Xinlian to join the Four Sacred Academy. If this is agreed, it's a direct step to heaven. If the Luo family head knew about this news, I'm afraid that his intestines would be green with remorse. Serves you right. You don't want your own son. You have to spoil your adopted son. It's fun now, isn't it? At this time, Luo Yuyan's heart had long set off waves of shock. He wouldn't have expected it anyway. Xiao Yunchang would directly invite Luo Xianlian to join the Four Sacred Academy. You know, his heart-far brother, so talented doesn't even have this qualification. He, Luo Xinlian, is nothing more than a waste of space. What gives him the right? But he did not dare to say anything. The glance Xiao Yuncheng had just given him was still fresh in his mind, and the chill on his body had not dissipated yet. The crowd had expected Luo Xinlian to agree without hesitation, but who knew that Luo Xinlian unexpectedly said without changing her face, "It's okay to join, but I have 3 conditions. If one of them can't do it, this matter is off the table." 35. Extortion. Luo Xinlian's 3 demands. Holy, the Four Sacred Academy directly invites, and he even has to make conditions? Kid, you've gone too far, and you have 3 demands, one of which you can't fulfill is exempt. This is an invitation from the Four Sacred Academy. Are you crazy? I had some sympathy for this kid, but now how come I feel that he has some hateful faces? So angry. It's worse to see someone else pretending than to be punched in the face yourself. Just as the crowd started talking again because of Luo Xinlian's reaction, Knowles jumped back in at that point. You guys just don't get it. A royal dragon genius that comes out once every 300 years, would it be the same as an ordinary genius? Naturally qualified to negotiate. He's trying to see just how high he is in the eyes of the Four Sacred Academy, thus creating momentum for entering the Four Sacred Academy afterward. Which of the scholars who can enter the Four Saints are not amazingly talented? There will always be high-minded people who will go to Luo Xinlian's trouble because of the Four Saints' direct invitation. But with today's incident, those people know the importance of Luo Xianlian, so naturally there are fewer people looking for trouble. The crowd also realized what they were hearing. When Xiao Yuncheng heard Luo Xinlian's words, he obviously froze for a moment, but it was soon back to business as usual. Apparently his thoughts coincide with those of Brother No. Tell me about it. Seeing that Xiao Yuncheng did not refuse, Luo Xinlian was also nonchalant. First, since it was you, the Four Sacred Zai, who wronged me, and because of your mistake, I suffered heavy losses and nearly died. Shouldn't you guys compensate me for the damage? As for the amount of compensation, it depends on how much your Four Sacred Zai's reputation is worth. At those words, the crowd of onlookers on the sidelines couldn't stop their cheeks from twitching. Not, where you lost a lot of money. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Can you have some face? Why didn't I see it before? This guy is so thick-skinned? Chicken thief ah.
He also intentionally took the four sacred saisons' credibility. This four sacred saisons just want to pay out less is impossible. Chao Xing, who had previously been forcibly taken by Luo Xinlian from the Imperial Beast, had gradually regained consciousness. It was only shortly after waking up that he heard the conversation between Luo Xinlian and Xiao Yuncheng. Strongly bracing himself, he sat up and raised his hand to point at Luo Xinlian. You, put. After still saying only one word, he felt his body's qi and blood flip over, followed by another mouthful of blood being spat out. Then he fainted again. When the crowd saw this scene, they couldn't help but sympathize with Chao Xing. Xiao Yuncheng did not have any emotional changes when he heard this and still maintained his smile. No problem. That's a reasonable request on your part. After all, this incident was indeed an oversight on our part. Tell you what, we'll give you a 50% increase on the amount of supplies you originally purchased. In addition, the Inferno Falcon you took away will be considered a gift to you, and the Four Saints Lodge will no longer pursue the matter, and then attach a portion of your Inferno Falcon cultivation supplies. Lastly, this black gold card of the Four Saints Lodge. From now on, when you come to the Four Saints Lodge to buy something, it's all 50% off. As he spoke, Xiao Yunqing pulled out a black card with gold trim from the lining of his suit and handed it to Luo Xinlian's hand. When the crowd of onlookers saw this, they only felt their scalps go a little numb, knowing that Luo Xinlian had bought more than 10 million cultivation materials before. Now it was like giving away another 10 million. The most unexpected thing was the black and gold card. I'm only afraid that there are no more than 10 people who possess it in the entire Dragon Kingdom. And this time, even the 3 town guards who had been standing behind Xiao Yunqing were somewhat puzzled. There was even more of a hint of defiance in the eyes that looked towards Luo Xinlian. On what grounds? As the town guards sent by the Four Saints Academy to the Four Saints Lodge, we don't even have a black card, so why give it to him? Although they thought this in their hearts, they didn't dare to make a sound. The consequences of disobeying Xiao Yuncheng, they are very clear. Okay, on to your second request. Immediately after, Xiao Yuncheng also continued to ask. Luo Xinlian saw the envious and jealous gazes of the surrounding crowd though, but he didn't care in the slightest. Instead, he turned his gaze to Luo Yuyan, who hadn't dared to speak. What's the use of Four Sacred Sai keeping this kind of person who abuses his power and thinks about shoplifting all the time? Luo Xinlian's gaze condensed, then said, it's better to kick this kind of black sheep out of the Four Saints Lodge. Hearing that Luo Xinlian actually wanted Xiao Yunqing to kick himself out of the Four Sacred Lodge, Luo Yuyan couldn't care less about anything else, and immediately blew up a bit as well. He pointed at Luo Xinlian and opened his mouth to curse. You're just an unpopular outcast of my Luo family. You're not even as good as one of my Luo family's dogs. Who are you to tell me to leave the Four Sacred Lodge? In response to Luo Yuyan's tirade, Luo Xinlian simply ignored it. He just looked at Xiao Yunqing with a smirk. Xiao Yunqing was not much surprised by this. Just a slight nod. You're right. Spin made a public announcement. Luo Yuyan, innocently framing customers and abusing her power, causing damage to the Four Sacred Lent's reputation. Now I'm kicking Luo Yuyan out of the Four Sacred Lent as the general manager of the Four Sacred Lent in City A. Never higher. The crowds of onlookers were and are gloating and talking. Arrogant. I'll see if you're still arrogant. Shu Tan Ah. Just now, I was using the power of the Four Sacred Zai to bully my customers, but now it's good that I've been directly fired. How arrogant you were before. How wretched you are now. When Luo Yuyan heard the words never employed, her entire mind went into a trance. Regardless of whether it was the family or himself, it had taken a tremendous amount of cost and effort to allow him to climb to this position in the Four Saints Lodge. How can one be fired? Immediately a boundless anger rose in Luo Yuyan's heart. Her mind was blank at this point. The only thing he wanted to do was strangle Luo Xinlian. This piece of trash. Her body also moved the instant the thought arose. Looking at Luo Yuyan, who was charging towards him in a furious manner, the corner of Luo Xinlian's mouth hooked into a sinister smile. He raised his foot and kicked directly at Luo Yuyan's abdomen. Kicked Luo Yuyan's ass. At this time, Luo Yuyan was also sobered up by this kick. A sharp pain came from his abdomen, and he also subconsciously covered his stomach with both hands. Luo Xinlian's grim voice was also heard in his ears. Don't mess with me or I don't know what I'll do. Nor did he wait for Luo Yuyan to react in any way. Xiao Yunqing then waved his hand. Then 2 security guards racked Luo Yuyan out. Okay, say your third request. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian also revealed a harmless expression. Tentatively, he asked, if you can't fulfill the third requirement, you won't renege on your previously promised compensation, right? Xiao Yuncheng could not help but be amused by Luo Xinlian as well. You're looking down on my Four Sacred Lodge too much. A mere 10 million cultivation materials. For Sacred Lodge, don't put it in my eyes yet. Luo Xinlian was also overjoyed. Raising his hand, he pointed at the 3 town guards behind Xiao Yuncheng. Yes, my third request is,
I want to fight these three guys. As long as they can defeat me, I'll immediately join the Four Sacred Academy. 36, Showdown. 1v3. Hearing Luo Xinlian's third request, the crowd has expressed their lack of understanding. Not only do they not bother you anymore, they have to come up with large quantities of supplies to compensate you. It's more of a direct invitation to join the Four Saints Academy. What else do you have what's not to like? In the eyes of the others, Luo Xinlian, this was youthful exuberance. He was surrounded by three people before and now he wanted to get back. But that was completely unnecessary. After all, they didn't think Luo Xinlian could really 1v3. Instead of joining the Four Saints Academy to be criticized after being abused by the three, might as well just join to be much better. Even Xiao Yunqing thought so, but unbeknownst to him, at this time Luo Xinlian had reasons why she had to do this. It was true that he didn't want to tangle with these three before, but because of the pride space, Luo Xinlian and the instant shadow dragon were inextricably linked. He could clearly sense that the instant shadow dragon seemed to have reached a certain tipping point. Just what is needed is some external factor to stimulate the transient shadow dragon to push its limits, and fighting is the best way to do that. The three people in front of them happened to be able to be used by Luo Xinlian as a whetstone for the instant shadow dragon, hence the 1v3 idea. As for losing, he wasn't worried at all, although Nan Yun Lord didn't say anything to him. However, it was not difficult to deduce based on this embarrassing situation that the Four Fierce Academy was in nowadays. It must have something to do with the Four Saints Academy. In that case, join in yourself if you lose the fight. Be a parasitic cuckoo in someone else's nest. Nourish your own growth with the nutrients of your enemies. Luo Xinlian hadn't forgotten Fatty's teachings. Since he had already defined the other party as an enemy, it was natural to weaken the enemy as much as possible to strengthen himself. Where's the moral justice in that? As Luo Xinlian's words fell, those three town guards had also been somewhat displeased with Luo Xinlian for a long time. When the three of them entered the Four Sacred Academy, it could be said that it was 1,000 times more difficult. Now it gave Luo Xinlian a chance to join straight away. Instead of cherishing it, he made conditions. It made the three of them as jealous. Since this Luo Xinlian was looking for death, it was no wonder the three of them were to blame. Captain, since this little brother has such a request, we should fulfill it. The rest of the duo chimed in. Xiao Yuncheng also nodded slightly. In that case, you will choose one of you to fight against. At those words, the three town guards immediately froze. Didn't we say 3 against 1? 1-on-1. How can you and the others be a match? Even though they don't like Chao Xing, but there is still considerable recognition of its strength. Even Chao Xing was defeated. 1-on-1, they're no match for them. The most terrifying thing was that this guy's spiritual energy seemed to be extraordinarily large. After the battle with Chao Xing, he couldn't even see a trace of fatigue. Xiao Yuncheng's words made the three of them somewhat regret what they had just said for a moment. Seeing this, a trace of displeasure flashed across Xiao Yuncheng's cheeks. What? People dare to challenge all three of you at the same time. You guys don't even dare to go 1-on-1? Do you guys deserve to be from the Four Sacred Academy with this? One by one, the three town guards held their faces red, but there was no rebuttal. They had seen what happened to Chao Xing. Even the Imperial Beast was robbed. He himself had suffered an extremely strong backlash. They didn't want to follow in Chao Xing's footsteps. Just then, Luo Xinlian was saying with a smile on her face, "It's okay, let the three of them come together. If 3 Four Saint elites can't defeat me against one of me, then it's fine not to attend this Four Saint Academy." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunqing nodded. "Since you ask so, the Four Sacred Academy, can't take advantage of you either. Let's put it this way, I have a power-raising elixir here made by our Academy's patriarchal cultivator. This power-rising pill can promote the growth of Imperial Beasts and enhance their physique and strength, and it also has no side effects, and is specifically suitable for Imperial Beasts in their growth phase. If little brother can defeat the three of them, I will give you this power-rising pill." Although Luo Xinlian didn't change her face, she was quite surprised in her heart, to think that this man in front of him had seen that the instant shadow dragon only had a growth stage. Otherwise he wouldn't have taken out cultivation supplies for the growth stage as a reward. "Aren't you afraid I'll go over the top and win against the three of them because of this reward? In that case, not only will I not join the Four Sacred Academy, you'll have to lose a fortune in supplies." "Ha!" Xiao Yuncheng only smiled faintly, then said, "You're joking, little brother. Whether or not to join the Four Sacred Academy is up to little brother's personal will. I just see that little brother is quite compatible and want to make friends with him." The crowd of onlookers were also impressed by Xiao Yunqing's heart and pattern. Xiao Yunqing didn't mean to say, "What 3 requirements? What rewards? Even if you were invited to join the Four Sacred Academy, it was only to make you a friend. What gambling fight? But also just see you have this interest. Accompany you to spend some time. This mother ***** or Luo Xinlian. What kind of luck did he have to be so valued by Manager Xiao? If you have the talent that people have, you can do it too." At this time, Luo Xinlian did not have the joy of being flattered. Instead, a hint of vigilance rose towards Xiao Yuncheng. In his last life, he had seen the world. He didn't believe there could be anyone in the world who didn't seek gain and was so open-minded, especially still in this world of the weak and the strong, where strength is honored in the world of imperial beasts. Even his master, Nan Yun Lord, treated him so well because he wanted to rely on his qualifications to one day lead the Four Fierce Academy to rise again. Therefore, Luo Xinlian was certain that Xiao Yuncheng must have some plans, although the answer is in the mind. But there's no reason not to take what's delivered to your door. In that case, let's begin. The 3 town guards had also been waiting for a long time. Originally, they were extremely jealous of Luo Xinliang. Now Xiao Yuncheng had actually directly taken out the Power Rising Dan as a reward to motivate Luo Xinlian. This was even more upsetting to them. In the next moment, the imperial beasts of the 3 of them all leapt onto the field. The crowd of onlookers also subconsciously stepped back a distance. The purple cloud leopard, Xianin python, and thick earth turtle stood side by side. The instant shadow dragon was also undaunted as it took a step forward and stared at the 3 metamorphosis stage imperial beasts. In the next moment, the purple cloud leopard bore the brunt of the attack, utilizing his best speed to launch an attack on the instant shadow dragon. But the next moment an even faster attack struck the purple cloud leopard. It was the shadow fist of the instant shadow dragon. All light is darkness to the back. As fast as light travels, shadows travel faster. A solid punch to the neck of the purple cloud leopard. It directly knocked purple cloud leopard to the ground. The purple cloud panther immediately only felt his brain go into a trance. Standing is a bit of a challenge. Apparently this punch almost killed the purple cloud panther. Of course this was thanks to a first attack type skill like Shadow Fist. If not, the instant shadow dragon's speed was also extremely fast though, but it was still not as good as the purple cloud leopard, which was known for its speed. After all, the instantaneous shadow dragon was only in its growth stage, and the metamorphosis stage purple cloud leopard was a full 2 growth stages away. Instant shadow dragon is ready to ride out the storm. With a single vertical leap, he unleashed the Tyrannosaurus kick, kicking straight towards the purple cloud leopard. Bang! But it was blocked by a thick wall of earth. Just in the nick of time, the thick earth turtle arrived. Hastily, he cast earth rock wall to block the fatal blow for the purple cloud leopard. The entire wall of earth and rock was shattered by this kick from the instant shadow dragon. For a time, debris exploded and dust flew. The transient shadow dragon's vision was also obstructed for a moment. Suddenly, the instant shadow dragon could only feel a cold aura approaching behind him. 37. Advancement. Stepping into maturity. At some point, the Xianin python had silently arrived behind the instant shadow dragon. A direct move of the talent skill Xianin poisonous teeth bit towards the instant shadow dragon's neck. In just an instant, the information of the Xianin poison tooth was deciphered by Luo Xinlian's forbidden eye. Xianin poison tooth, Ice Xianin python's natural skill, which can release strong ice attribute snake venom through the poison tooth, and will deduct 1% of the poisoner's stamina every 10 seconds. Dragons are naturally highly resistant to many elemental attributes such as fire, water, thunder and wind. However, the ice attribute is the Sky Kick Dragon system. Once the instant shadow dragon was hit by this move Xianin poison tooth, the original 1% of stamina deducted every 10 seconds would become 2% of stamina deducted every 10 seconds. Don't look at just 1% more. The damage is doubled. Plus the 1v3 battle nowadays. Once the transient shadow dragon was poisoned, it would surely lose. But the instant shadow dragon was also quick to respond, because it all just happened in the blink of an eye. The broken pieces of the earth and rock wall that had been exploded by the instant shadow dragon's kick earlier were still splattering in the air, because the Xianin python wasn't good at speed. It was nowhere near as fast as the instant shadow dragon's movements, only to see that the instant shadow dragon grabbed a piece of broken rock in its wake the moment it spotted the Xianin python and shoved it directly into that bloody mouth of the Xianin python. This blow not only blocked the Xianin python's attack, but also caused considerable damage to the Xianin python. Because it was too late to dodge, the Xianin python directly swallowed the stone. Luckily, snakes could temporarily dislocate their jaws. If it were any other imperial beast it would only be stuck in the throat by this rock. But the Xianin python was not a good place to be even if it wasn't stuck. After all, there was an extra rock in its stomach, and every time it moved, it would feel a sharp pain. Although the current situation on the field seemed to be that the instant shadow dragon had a slight advantage, but Luo Xinlian was clear that in these few rounds of exchanges, as long as there was a slight mistake, he would end up losing. Once the instant shadow dragon was struck by the other party, it would be greeted by 3 metamorphosis stage imperial beasts attacking it in turn. If you want to defeat your opponent, you can only do it quickly. Immediately, Luo Xinlian also took advantage of the opponent's bad state and commanded the instant shadow dragon to unleash the shadow dragon wave. The shadow dragon wave, which possessed 2 superlative attributes, dragon and dark, was extremely destructive. and as long as it could hit the opponent, it would surely succeed in achieving the feat of piercing through 3 in 1. Just as the Shadow Dragon wave was about to hit the Xianin Python, a spinning turtle shell flew over, directly blocking Shadow Dragon wave's attack. Thick Earth Turtle Talent Skill, Jedi Turtle Armor. Effect, can completely defend against one attack of the same growth stage and below. Luo Xinlian was also startled. What? Seeing Luo Xinlian finally reveal a hint of surprise, the 3 town guards couldn't mention how happy they were in their hearts. Make you arrogant. Now you know the power of my 4 sacred Zai. But that's not all. It was only under the cover of the Thick Earth Turtle. The other 2 town guards made seals with their hands and activated their spiritual energy. Heal. With the word healing being shouted out by it, a trace of life energy aura appeared on the bodies of the Xianin Python and the Purple Cloud Leopard. The injuries of the 2 were instantly much better. The Purple Cloud Leopard that had almost lost its ability to fight before had also recovered. The onlookers on the sidelines were not lacking in people with eyes to see. That's the bottom line. A Beastmaster skill. A skill that can only be learned by entering the higher Beastmaster Academy. A skill that aids the Imperial Beasts in battle through their own spiritual energy. It seems that Luo Xinlian is defeated. These words, naturally, also reached Luo Xinlian's ears. At this moment, Luo Xinlian also felt a trace of suffocation. When the academy starts, I'll make sure to brush up on my knowledge. Otherwise, no matter how strong the Imperial Beasts are, the lack of their own cognition and ability will also limit their battle power. The Purple Cloud Leopard, which had already recovered 74%, also suddenly stormed out. A gale-tearing gold claw came towards the instant Shadow Dragon's chest. The melee skills of the wind and gold attributes were combined with the Purple Cloud Leopard's natural skill, Purple Cloud Claw. All melee skills increase in power by 10%. Even the instant Shadow Dragon didn't dare to take it hard. Ben wanted to pull away and stay away. As a result, the ground melted into a puddle of mud at some point. The instant Shadow Dragon's feet quickly sank into it, unable to move. It is also because of this next control, causing the instant Shadow Dragon, which could have easily dodged the gale-tearing gold claw, to take the blow solidly. In the next moment, the instant Shadow Dragon's chest was torn open with 4 claw marks. Blood splatters. The 3 men rejoiced at the sight. Ha ha, bingo. Hurry up. Finish it. As soon as the words fell, the 3 Metamorphosis stage Imperial Beasts all sent out their strongest strikes, wanting to kill the instantaneous Shadow Dragon in a single blow. The 3 powerful attacks caused the instant Shadow Dragon's surroundings to be surrounded by a wave of energy. We recognize that you're strong, but trying to 1v3, you're still a little short of the mark. The 4 Sacred Academy's heritage is not something you can imagine. This time, Xiao Yincheng did not reprimand the 3 for their mockery of Luo Xinlian. Even the eyes that regarded Luo Xinlian were hiding a hint of disappointment. Oh, yeah, you guys don't really think you've won, do you? Suddenly, Luo Xinlian's voice came into the ears of the crowd at an inopportune moment. Immediately afterward, the 3 felt a dark, eerie aura slowly growing stronger in the center of the energy mass. How? That Draconian actually advanced during the battle. In the next moment, a loud and clear dragon's roar resounded through the entire arena. The energy mass was eroded by a dark force and instantly disappeared. A figure as fast as a ghost leapt out from it. It went straight to the 3 Imperial Beasts on the opposite side. The corner of Luo Xinlian's mouth was also slightly curved. Shadow Dragon Triple Dance. As Luo Xinlian's words fell, that ghostly figure was like dancing under a spotlight, prancing back and forth around the 3 Imperial Beasts. It's just that it moves every time. All of them would resound with a cracking sound, followed by a sound of blood and flesh breaking apart. It was only a matter of a few breaths. The Purple Cloud Panther and the Xianin Python then could not support themselves and collapsed to the ground. The 2 Imperial Beasts were covered in large and small wounds around their bodies. Blood was even flowing all over the place. The Thick Earth Turtle is slightly better, but only slightly. It wasn't long before the crowd heard a click. The people present instantly sucked in a breath of cool air. Holy, the shell of the Thick Earth Turtle, surprisingly, shattered. It was only a dozen breaths of time before and after. All 3 Imperial Beasts fell to the ground, incapacitated, and their masters, the 3 town guards, were also looking at what was happening in the field with unbelievable faces. You know, they were the elites who had been admitted to the 4 Sacred Academy. I didn't realize that they really all lost. Still lost by 3-1. For a moment, they only felt that all their strength had been drained out of their bodies, and the 3 of them just sat straight and paralyzed on the ground. At this point, all of the 4 Saint Zai's 4 major town guards had lost to Luo Xinlian. The instantaneous Shadow Dragon's constantly flying figure also finally came to a halt in front of Luo Xinlian's heels, only to see that at this moment, the instant Shadow Dragon's height came to 3.5 meters. The original bulge on the head is also fully grown. It turned into a pair of genuine dragon horns. There was also an explosion of dragon hyenas on his head. A dragon's tail, on the other hand, became even thicker and longer, full of power, maturity, Ding! Congratulations to the host. The transient shadow dragon has reached maturity. Name, Instant Shadow Dragon. Stage of growth, maturity, racial bloodline, arrogant demon bloodline. Quality, forbidden, unique. Attribute, dark/dragon. Talent, Mephistopheles Pride. Skills, Shadow Fist, Tyrannosaurus Kick, Shadow Dragon Wave, Shadow Dragon Triple Dance. Evolutionary route, Shadow Dragon, Instant Shadow Dragon, Starry Magic Dragon, Heaven's Wrath Black Dragon, Extreme Dragon Emperor, Mephistopheles. Evolution requirement, wear the Thunderbolt Stone and draw thunder into your body. Description, a mature Mephistopheles bloodline, possessing the bloodline of a demon king, can easily fight over the levels, and if he can control that manic power, he can surely take it to the next level. 38, beginning, reappearing at Standing Rock, looking at the latest panel of the transient shadow dragon. Only then did Luo Xinlian react. The reason why the system released the task of seizing the Thunderbolt Stone turned out to be waiting here. According to the memories of his last life, the Thunderjack Beast would be coming out in 2 days. At that time, it would surely attract competition from all the major families. Previously, Luo Xinlian was worried that she was not strong enough and would be in danger if she rashly fought for it. Now that the instant shadow dragon has successfully advanced, coupled with the Mephistopheles arrogance, which is a heaven-defying talent skill, the remaining time would then be used to help the instant shadow dragon regulate its nutrition and restore it to 100% of its battle power. That should be enough for him to fight on. Luo Xinlian, who had made up her mind, instantly withdrew her thoughts, looking at Xiao Yuncheng, who was not far away. There was also a harmless smile. Manager Xiao, I won. Time to fulfill your promise? Even Xiao Yuncheng, who had seen too many talented youngsters in the Four Sacred Academy, was shocked by Luo Xinlian's performance today. Previously, he thought Luo Xinlian was going to lose, but he didn't expect it to give him such a big surprise. However, Xiao Yuncheng still maintained the same gentle smile as before. Decisively, he took out a palm-sized delicate gift box and a small ring and handed them over to Luo Xinlian. This is the power-raising elixir. Take it, and the supplies you originally purchased, as well as the compensation you were given, have been packed into this space ring. You can take it out by inputting spiritual energy towards it. Luo Xinlian only slightly looked at the item in her hand before putting it away. Thanks. Since you guys lost, there's no need for me to join the Four Sacred Academy. If there's nothing else, I'll go first. Xiao Yuncheng did not show any displeasure. It just remained a gentle nod. Naturally, after all, we had a deal. Luo Xinlian was also quite surprised, not expecting the other party to really be so trustworthy. For a while, Luo Xinlian only felt that she could not see through this man in front of her, but he didn't look too deeply into it. Since the benefits had been taken, the other party wasn't looking for trouble. Then why keep it for yourself? Then thank you, Manager Xiao. After a polite expression of thanks, Luo Xinlian then turned around and walked towards the entrance of the Four Sacred Lodge. I don't know if the scene just now was too surprising. At this time, the crowd of onlookers also finally came back to their senses. A thunderous shout broke out immediately afterward. Luo Xinliang is awesome. He really rejected the invitation from the Four Sacred Academy. 1 through 3. 3 people from the Four Sacred Academy can't even beat Luo Xinlian. He may be the best genius a city has ever seen. There were even quite a few female sentinels there shouting, "Do you still lack a girlfriend? Little brother? Want to think about your sister?" There are even quite a few news agency paparazzi as well as journalists who have caught wind of the situation and have already begun to transmit the battle information secretly captured in the dark back to their own home media outlets. In response to the cheers of the crowd, Luo Xinlian only smiled politely. Xiao Yuncheng also did not feel angry because of the defeat of the Four Sacred Academy. For the 4 defeated town guards, he didn't give them a second glance. Just let the other staff bring their imperial beasts down for treatment. Instead, he came to the guide lady who had received Luo Xinlian before with a calm face, whispered, "You've done a great job. From now on the position of floor steward will be yours." Words. The shopping guide first did not believe what her ears heard, and then she was somewhat flattered. "Thank you, manager. I will do a good job." Xiao Yuncheng nodded slightly. Turning his head, he looked in the direction Luo Xinlian had left, showed a meaningful look. "I'm really curious to see how far you'll go." Luo Xinlian, who left the Four Sacred Lounge, directly played a royal beast trip and went straight to the hospital where Chen Wanru was. Upon arrival at the hospital, because of time constraints, Luo Xinlian then explained to Bei Luyun and Zhao Deju about what he had to do afterward. The two were also quite shocked, although they were surprised at Luo Xinlian's audacity to dare to hit the Thunderjack Beast's idea. But there was an expression of understanding. They all knew Luo Xinlian's potential. After all, how can one become strong without fighting for these chances? Zhao Deju had wanted to follow Luo Xinlian to the Changpan forest, but Luo Xinlian was worried that the Su family's next of kin, who he had beaten up earlier, would bring someone to the hospital to look for trouble. so he asked Zhao Deju to stay at the hospital to help.
Zhao Deju saw that Luo Xinlian was insistent on doing so he didn't have the intention of forcing himself to follow. It also just instructed Luo Xinlian to be safe first. Bei Luan was also expressing that having the two of them here to take care of Chen Wanru allowed Luo Xinlian to put 10,000 hearts. Regarding Bei Liuyun's words, Luo Xinlian naturally believed them. The reason why Luo Xinlian had refused Zhao Deju to follow her, besides worrying about Chen Wanru's safety in the hospital, he was also thinking that he needed to hide his identity this time when he traveled to Tokiwa Forest, and only by hiding his identity could he do something recklessly. If Zhao Deju followed along, he was only afraid that his size would betray their identities. In terms of imperial beasts, although the instant shadow dragon was conspicuous, don't forget that Luo Xinlian also had an inferno feather falcon. Although this inferno feather falcon had a trace of vermilion bird's bloodline, its appearance was no different from other inferno feather falcons. Although the Yen Yu falcon was rare, it was not completely unseen. As long as there was some wealth and status, it was possible to get it. Naturally, there is no fear that others will guess on themselves. When there were many people, Luo Xinlian would be able to use the Yen Yu falcon to hide her identity. And this inferno feather falcon had already grown to the metamorphosis stage, though the real battle power is not as good as the instant shadow dragon. However, it could be said that it was more than enough to deal with the average spirit beasts in the Changpan forest. After taking care of business, Luo Xinlian then spent some time disguised. Half a day later, a man wearing a villainous ghost mask and a black robe arrived at the Standing Rock Forest. This person was none other than Luo Xinlian after his disguise. Only, Luo Xinlian's taste made people somewhat disagreeable. Dressing up like a cultist kept the crowd of imperial beasts gathered at the entrance to the Standing Rock Forest away. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian was also happy to be quiet. The supplies purchased as well as compensated in the spatial ring had already been transferred to the companion space by Luo Xinlian. Immediately, he found a tree, leaned upward, and closed his eyes. Then he let his consciousness enter the pride space. Follow the way the forbidden eye sees how the food is made. He began to utilize the unique aura in the pride space to make the food for the two imperial beasts. With the aid of the forbidden eye, soon two different servings were ready. The instantaneous shadow dragon, which was originally practicing the shadow dragon triple dance in another part of the pride space, suddenly stalled in its movements. The nose also moved subconsciously. A drop of saliva also flowed out of the corner of the instant shadow dragon's mouth in an indisputable manner, but it was quickly wiped away by the transient shadow dragon. As noble dragons, there was no way it would allow itself to be seen drooling, even though its stomach was already rumbling with hunger. You know, the transient shadow dragon has never eaten since it crawled out of its eggshell. It had been relying on the pride breath and the pride space to maintain its vitality, but it couldn't be helped. Who called his master illiterate? Not knowing even the most basic knowledge of the imperial beasts had caused the instant shadow dragon to starve for so long. Seeing that Luo Xinlian hadn't called it over to eat for half a day, the instant shadow dragon was also quite infuriated. But as a noble dragon, how can you wag your tail and beg for food? Although he thought so in his heart, the instantaneous shadow dragon's body subconsciously leaned towards Luo Xinlian's side. As he moved, he pretended to gesture the newly learned shadow dragon Sanda Adori dance, fearing that Luo Xinlian would see something. However, these thoughts of the instant shadow dragon were naturally seen by Luo Xinlian. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel amused. What an arrogant dragon! With that, he wasn't going to tease the transient shadow dragon. Dinner! As soon as the syllables of the word rice left his mouth, Luo Xinlian realized that the instantaneous shadow dragon had already stood in front of him with a haughty look on its face. Although the instant shadow dragon power was maintaining an arrogant demeanor, but anyone could see that one of its dragon eyes was about to drop to the food in front of it. Immediately, Luo Xinlian then directly handed the 2 portions of food in front of her to the instant shadow dragon. You're starving. Eat. Immediately, the instant shadow dragon immediately received the food ingredients and directly began to dazzle the rice as if it was a windfall. As the transient shadow dragon feeds, the cultivation panel in front of Luo Xinlian's eyes also began to change. 39. Anger. Qian Xiaodao appears. Name, Instant Shadow Dragon. Loyalty, 100, absolute loyalty of companion beasts. Personality, arrogant, with a slight hint of arrogance. Preferences, trampling powerful beings underfoot. Mood, pleasure, plus 10% of all skills. Description, the instant shadow dragon's taste buds and tummy are satisfied, and a happy mood will allow the imperial beast to perform its skills more perfectly. Eating habits, omnivorous. Description, the meat beat of a powerful spirit animal combined with the spirit herbs/crystals used to boil the flesh can accelerate the growth of the instant shadow dragon. Suggested combination of ingredients, spirit beast meat, the higher the better, plus dark crystal stones/dragon crystal stones plus dragon cherry grass. Method of production. Health plus 10% of each base ability, growth rate plus 100%. Description, nutritional supplementation.
the physical body to achieve a perfect state, can be superbly utilized in battle, growth speed accelerated. Luo Xinlian was overjoyed. He also didn't expect that the foodstuffs made according to the cultivation templates method would even have this kind of effect. Not only does the imperial beast's body get a full nutritional supplement, it also puts it in a good mood. Moreover, a pleasant mood and health plus state of well-being will also allow the imperial beasts to outperform themselves in battle. This was something Luo Xinlian had never expected. As for the Ascension Elixir, Luo Xinlian didn't take it out. After all, at this time, the instant Shadow Dragon had already stepped into maturity, and the Ascension Elixir didn't have much effect on the instant Shadow Dragon anymore. Moreover, Luo Xinlian always felt that over-reliance on external objects was never as solid as the power gained from one's own cultivation. After solving the problem of the 5 temples of the Shadow Dragon, Luo Xinlian also followed the recipe given by the cultivation module and made the most suitable food for the Yenyu Falcon. Inferno Falcon has plus 10% power to all skills because of his happy mood. Physical state of health plus 10% to each base ability, plus 100% growth rate. Seeing the scene in front of him, a thought suddenly exploded in Luo Xinlian's mind. If I open a store that specializes in helping people make Imperial Beast food ingredients, wouldn't I make a fortune? For a while, Luo Xinlian was getting more and more confused the more she thought about it, but it was only YA for a moment, and the consciousness returned to the body. As soon as he opened his eyes, Luo Xinlian realized that there seemed to be a few people surrounding him in front of him, sizing him up there. Asterisk. This man is not moving. He's not dead, is he? Are you out of your mind? Can't you see he's breathing? Can a dead man breathe? Although this area at the entrance of the Standing Rock Forest was a safe zone, and there were specialized beast sentinels maintaining it daily, however, Luo Xinlian disliked the feeling of being approached by strangers. Immediately, he lowered his voice and spoke with some impatience. Something? The few people who had gathered around at the words were also startled by the sudden voice from Luo Xinlian as well. Hastily, he pulled away. Holy, kid, it's scary for you to talk so suddenly. Luo Xinlian was also finally able to see the appearance of the person in front of her at this time. It was none other than the captain of the cheetah squad, the money leopard, who had been taught a lesson by him before. At that moment, the corners of Luo Xinlian's mouth under her mask also slowly raised. I haven't gotten anything out of you before. Now that you've come to my door again, it's not my fault. Just as Luo Xinlian was about to summon the Yenyu Falcon to violently beat up the money leopard, time to knock off another fortune, only to see the money leopard continue again. Forget it, you're not to blame for this. We just saw that you were alone and wanted to ask you if you want to join our team and go into the mountains together to hunt spirit beasts. By the looks of it, I assume you're new here? I'm not afraid to tell you. I don't know what's been going on lately. The number of hunting squads on this side of the Standing Rock Forest has suddenly increased, and the competition is getting tougher. If you try to go in alone, you just won't hit the hares. At those words, Luo Xinlian also put away her thoughts of making a move. He also realized that he had only entered the Imperial Beast space for such a short time. The entrance to the Standing Rock Forest was then filled with many more squads. Then he surveyed the 6 men of the cheetah squad. A squad is usually 7 people. It looked like they hadn't searched for a suitable member to join the cheetah squad since Zhao Dezhu left. Together with this sudden emergence of a competing team today, that was why the cheetah squad was thinking of pulling the lone Luo Xinlian to join them. This is so, for one thing, to make up for any shortfall in numbers. Secondly, in the money leopard's opinion, those who dared to come here alone should not be that bad in terms of strength. The Thunderjack beast is about to come out. These squads that suddenly appeared should be sent out by the 3 great families to search for information. I can blend in with the cheetahs and hide my face. After all, I'm not familiar with the interior of Standing Rock Forest, so I still need someone to guide me. After figuring everything out, Luo Xinlian also nodded. Lowering his voice, he said, no problem. I happen to be looking for a team to go into the forest with. Seeing that Luo Xinlian didn't refuse, the money leopard was also quite happy. Then one by one, he introduced the squad members to Luo Xinlian. Then the cheetah squad crowd turned their gazes to Luo Xinlian. It seemed to be waiting for him to introduce himself. In the blink of an eye, Luo Xinlian had concocted an identity for herself as a royal beastmaster who roamed around and hunted spirit beasts. My name is Nightlord. See that assistance has been reached. The money leopard then eagerly led the crowd into the Standing Rock Forest. While walking, he also said, we've got to move faster. Don't let the others get ahead of us. Recently, I don't know what's going on, but there are many rare spirit beasts that have run into the Changpan Forest from the Cloud Mist Mountain. The materials on these spirit beasts can be very valuable. The last sentence was directly ignored by Luo Xinlian. Instead, it was the second sentence that caught Luo Xinlian's attention. Is it because of the Thunderjack beast?
Perhaps only a powerful spirit beast like the Thunderjack beast would cause the spirit beasts that originally inhabited the Cloud Mist Mountain to run down from the mountain.
In other words,
The Thunderjack beast was on Cloud Mist Mountain.
after learning this news, Luo Xinlian also became a little excited.
Before he could think much about it, the money leopard suddenly shouted,
"Look, the emerald dolphin, take it and we will be rich."
Luo Xinlian also immediately opened her forbidden eye to check the information of the emerald dolphin.
After all,
This was the first time he had seen it.
name, Jade Dolphin. Attributes, rock/gold. Stage of development, growth period. Evolutionary route. Skills.
Description: a pig-type imperial beast with little combat power, but its emerald-inlaid body is of great value, generally hiding in the less traveled areas.
Quite difficult to see. Luo Xin Lian,
Who had finished reading the emerald dolphin's information, was also speechless for a while. How could he not expect such a weak spirit beast to grow a treasure?
isn't that a sin?
No wonder he hides off the beaten path all day. If it wasn't for the Thunderjack beast, this thing would only be seen once in a lifetime.
In a matter of moments,
The cheetah squad greeted their imperial beasts and surrounded the emerald dolphin.
ha ha, great luck today. I met the emerald dolphin as soon as I came in. If we catch it, we're rich. Immediately after that, the money leopard looked at Luo Xinlian with some dissatisfaction. Where's your imperial beast? Just joined the team and you're slacking off? If you don't contribute, this emerald dolphin won't have your share. The situation in Tokiwa Forest is unknown at this time.
He also didn't know if the three great families or any other forces had eyes in the neighborhood. Luo Xinlian didn't want to expose her strength too early to attract the attention of these forces. One must know that putting aside the instant shadow dragon,
The Inferno Feather Falcon could also be a metamorphosis stage imperial beast. It's too conspicuous. So he spoke up. It's okay, there's enough of you six to take down this emerald dolphin. I'll just take it as an uptick. Seeing Luo Xinlian say this, the money leopard was immediately okay with it. As Luo Xinlian said, they took the emerald dolphin, so to speak. Now that there is one less penny to share, naturally there is no problem. Just as Cheetah Squad was about to take down the emerald dolphin, a vine suddenly emerged. A circle like a small gladiatorial arena was formed, surrounded the entire cheetah team, along with Luo Xinlian and the emerald dolphin. Immediately afterward, an extremely arrogant voice suddenly rang out. Be sensible and hand over the emerald dolphin, or your lives will be in danger. Following the voice, Luo Xinlian also narrowed her eyes slightly. There seemed to be anger churning in his eyes. It wasn't because the other side jumped out and tried to cut off the cheetah squad halfway. It was only because of the people who came he recognized. It was none other than Qian Xiaodao, who hadn't shown up since the orphanage incident. 40, an accident? A young girl fell from the sky into my arms. Looking at the rather familiar face in front of him, Luo Xinlian's face under the mask couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. I've been searching for it, but I've got it with no effort. You colluded with outsiders to set up the Dean, causing both Dean and Ming to be seriously injured. I didn't think it would let me meet you here today. At this time, Chen Xiaodao didn't know that he had been targeted by Luo Xinlian. Instead, he took the other 6 and swaggered over. There were also 7 tree people imperial beasts following them. Name, Deadwood Demon. Stage of growth, maturity. Attribute, wood. Racial bloodline, tree people. Quality, high quality. Talent, rooting. Roots that act as feet into the ground can quickly restore stamina. Skills, flying leaves. Vine entanglement. Evolutionary route. Description: tree people living in the jungle often pretend to be ordinary trees, blocking the path of humans to make them lost. It looked like the vines that surrounded them were made by these 7 deadwood demons. After reading all the information, Luo Xinlian already had a good idea of the basic strength of Qian Xiaodao's squad. It could be said that just by virtue of the Yanyu Falcon was enough to regimentally destroy their entire squad. Only Luo Xinlian was now pondering whether to exterminate him on the spot, or find a place where no one was around to do it again. And at this moment, the face of the money leopard as well as the other members of the cheetah squad became extremely ugly. One should know that without the restriction of the tree vines, with the speed of the entire cheetah squad's feline imperial beasts, it would be completely possible to fight with Chen Xiaodao's team. But now the other side has made the first move, blocked off all the surrounding space with vines. The cheetah squad's speed advantage was gone. You can only stand hard in place. The Deadwood Demon's talent for rooting was well known. What's the difference between standing in place and fighting, and sending people to their deaths? People recover their stamina while fighting. You, on the other hand, are getting weaker the more you fight. Unless they could kill each other in one hit, they would only be consumed. But in spite of that, the money leopard said with the mindset of giving it a try. That's not appropriate, my friend, is it? We found this emerald dolphin first. At those words, Qian Xiaodao suddenly covered his stomach and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, I see you're not too old. Why are you so senile? This is Tokiwa Forest. Tell me first come, first served. You're not kidding, are you? As he said that, Qian Xiaodao's face changed to reveal a hint of sinister. All I know is that I can do whatever I want with a big fist. Be sensible and don't move, or I can't guarantee that these deadwood demons will not launch flying leaves at you. Immediately, a deadwood demon then extended a vine to bind the emerald dolphin directly. Then it was sent to Qian Xiaodao. In response, the people of the cheetah squad dared to be angry, though the wealth that came to hand was robbed, but it looked like the other side wasn't at least prepared to get them killed. As long as there is life, there is hope for everything. The emerald dolphin is not very big, about the size of a typical domesticated pet pig. Qian Xiaodao lifted it up with one hand. Then he laughed madly. Ha ha ha, get rich! The last time I screwed that over, it wasn't even enough for me to stuff my teeth with. Now it's good. I can be dashing around for a while again. These words had undoubtedly touched Luo Xinlian's reverse scale. Originally, I was still struggling with where I was going to do it. It's okay now. This strawman has made the choice for himself. Just as Qian Xiaodao was laughing rampantly, Luo Xinlian's icy voice suddenly entered his ears. I'm giving you a chance to live. Give back the emerald dolphin and break your own legs. At those words, Qian Xiaodao's laughter came to an abrupt end. Even the cheetah squad on the side was looking at the new Night Lord with a dumbfounded expression. The money leopard was the first to come back to his senses. Somewhat overwhelmed, he said, "No, dude, are you that stiff? Are you unable to see the situation? People are the chopping block for me. You're not afraid to die, don't bring us along." Luo Xinlian simply ignored the complaints of the money leopard. At this time, Qian Xiaodao also came back to his senses. With a displeased face, he looked at Luo Xinlian. I've been looking at you a little bit. Wearing a mask and a black cloak makes you think you're a member of the Black Chamber of Commerce, Yen? Brothers, get him. As soon as the words fell, countless vines struck towards Luo Xinlian. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian didn't panic in the slightest. Just in time, but that's when the unexpected happened. A thunderbolt suddenly struck down. It blew up all the vines that had originally struck towards Luo Xinlian as well as the vines that had previously formed a circle. A figure fell from the sky immediately afterward. Luo Xinlian also subconsciously reached out, only to see a silver-haired girl with skin like gelatin just fall into Luo Xinlian's arms. Because of the spiritual power, Luo Xinlian also steadily caught the young girl. Luo Xinlian, who was just about to summon the Yanyu Falcon, was also interrupted by this sudden arrival of an accident. Instantly, a natural fragrance from a young girl's body entered Luo Xinlian's nose. Immediately afterward, Luo Xinlian felt a soft and tight squeezing sensation coming from her chest. Luo Xinlian looked along. What caught his eyes was the extremely proud career line of the young girl. That strange squeezing sensation from before, and also the young girl's pride, was pressed against Luo Xinlian's chest. Luo Xinlian, who hadn't touched a woman since his previous life, only felt a rush of heat coming from his body. The whole face was also directly red to the ears. However, because of the mask there wasn't much to notice. Just then, the extremely weak voice of the young girl also entered Luo Xinlian's ears. Quickly, run, blow yourself up sheeple, chase, the chase is on. Because of the limited knowledge of the imperial beasts and he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Luo Xinlian was just about to open her mouth to inquire about what a self-destructing sheep was. Suddenly, I heard the sound of OMG, the cries of my only to see that several people from the cheetah squad had already fled along the gap blown out by the lightning earlier. The previously arrogant and incomparable Qian Xiaodao also fled in haste with his squad carrying the emerald dolphin. Luo Xinlian just wanted to chase after Qian Xiaodao, just felt a jolt from behind him. He looked back, only to see a dense flock of sheep, with yellowish fluffy hairs charging towards their side. There were also hidden currents trapped around their circumference. Name: self-exploding lamb. Stage of growth, maturity, attribute, electricity. Racial bloodline, sheep. Quality, ordinary. Talent, electricity storage. A capsule grows inside the body that can store electricity for it. Skills, self-destruct. Electrical discharge. Evolutionary route. Description: cowardly sheep. Strong reproduction. Individual strength is extremely weak, but often frequented by groups of people, and will blow themselves up if frightened. After receiving the message from the self-destructing sheep, Luo Xinlian only felt her scalp tingle. Self-explosion. One may not matter, but it's a ing herd. Looking at the motionless Luo Xinlian, the young girl in her arms thought that the man in front of her was scared silly. In a hurry, he summoned a blizzard wolf with what was left of his spiritual energy, packed the duo right up. Flee as fast as you can toward the front. 41, beautiful view. Throw yourself into the net. A few hours later, next to a stream at the junction of the foot of Cloudmist Mountain and the Standing Rock Forest, Luo Xinlian turned her back to the young girl who was leaning against a rocky block to rest, unmasked himself, took a handful of fresh water and hurriedly washed his face, cleaned up the nosebleed that had long ago run down his chin, finally got rid of the self-exploding sheep. The process of escaping was too exciting. so exciting that Luo Xinlian couldn't stand it any longer. Of course, this so-called excitement doesn't mean the excitement of racing against danger. Rather, the visual impact of the journey was so exciting. The injured young girl was simply unable to sit firmly on the back of the sprinting blizzard wolf, so she had to let Luo Xinlian remain in the princess hug position. Only what it tested was for Luo Xinlian, a teenage bloodthirsty lad. The bumps along the way caused the young girl's already proud curves to shake continuously in front of Luo Xinlian's eyes. Luo Xinlian only felt a blur before her eyes. Coupled with that unique perspective at the time, it made Luo Xinlian, who had been untouched in both lives, simply unable to move her eyes. The air and blood came up too quickly, so it spurted out of his nose without a fight. It was a good thing that there was a mask to cover it up. Otherwise Luo Xinlian would have been considered to have lost her face. Hey, come here for a second. Hearing the young girl seem to be calling herself, cleaning her face, Luo Xinlian hurriedly put her mask back on again, came to the young girl's heels. How are you doing? Before Luo Xinlian could finish her sentence, the young girl actually directly removed her outer clothing, leaving just a small, close-fitting undershirt. It seemed that because this little undershirt let in so much light, it didn't cover much of the beauty inside. Instead, the young girl's figure was more perfectly outlined. There is a vague sense of beauty of holding a pipa and half covering the face. This made Luo Xinlian, who had just finished washing her face, work for nothing. I'm only afraid that if it comes a few more times, Luo Xinlian will suffer from anemia. Missy, what are you doing? Even though I saved you, I'm not some random guy. At those words, the young girl also couldn't help but blankly glance at Luo Xinlian. Don't be a stinker. I hurt my back. I can't reach it myself. I need your help with it. Besides, it was clearly me who saved you just now. Seeing the self-exploding sheep coming and still standing still, if I hadn't let the blast wolf pack you up, you'd have been blown up a long time ago. If there's going to be payback, it's going to be you. After carefully recalling the scene, it seemed as if it was really this sister who had saved herself. Thus, Luo Xinlian also muttered in a small voice, this young lady is so good-looking. If she insists that I use my flesh to repay her kindness, it's actually not impossible. Hey, what are you muttering about over there? Don't come over and help yet. Along with the young girl's shout, Luo Xinlian also came back to her senses from the endless YY. Bumper to bumper, he ran to the young girl's back and tended to the wound. Looking at the somewhat hideous wound on his back, Luo Xinlian couldn't help but frown as well. Missy, that's a serious back injury. How did you get it like that? The young girl said through clenched teeth while enduring the pain. A spirit beast has appeared in this mountain. Although it's already in a state of serious injury and near death, its strength is still extremely terrifying. I was wounded by it. Even my strongest one, the imperial beast, was seriously injured by it. Even the flock of self-exploding sheep, it was because it was frightened. That's why it started to go berserk. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian's first reaction was Thunderjack Beast, seriously injured and dying. With terrifying strength, it was like saying Thunderjack Beast in any case. Coupled with that terrifying blast of thunder from before, it should be the Thunderjack Beast without a doubt. After all, those self-exploding sheep couldn't land a blow that terrifying. According to the information obtained from the mouth of the young girl in front of him, wasn't the Thunderjack Beast near you at the time? At once, Luo Xinlian felt that she had missed out on several $100 million. Thus, Luo Xinlian asked tentatively, is Missy ready to take revenge on it when she's healed? The young girl nodded. That's for sure. This Thunderjack Beast, my Jiang family is determined to get it. The Kangs? Luo Xinlian asked with a slight hint of surprise. You're from the Kong family? It seemed to have heard the surprise in Luo Xinlian's tone. The young girl said with a slight hint of amusement. What? Scared? Let's see if you dare to glance at my chest while I'm hurt. It turned out that the young girl in front of him had been aware of his little actions along the way. It was only because of his own injuries, coupled with the mobbing of the self-exploding sheep, and the Thunderjack Beast that had been hiding in the shadows that he did not speak out in rebuke. Luo Xinlian, who had been lifted out of her old bottom, immediately felt nothing but a wave of shame. Seeing that Luo Xinlian didn't say anything anymore, the young girl didn't have the intention to continue pursuing the matter. Well, see, you're not a bad person. This lady will leave you alone on this matter. But if this young lady learns that you've had any bad thoughts, I'll be sure to gouge out your eyes. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian, who knew she was at a disadvantage, could only smile awkwardly. The atmosphere became a bit awkward for a while. It was the young girl who finally spoke up. My name is Jiang Sakuratsu. I'm the second miss of the Jiang family. What's your name? Hearing the young girl announce herself, Luo Xinlian, after thinking for a moment, still decided to report the false identity she had made up beforehand. My name is Nightlord, a wandering spirit beast hunter. At those words, Jiang Zhuishue's eyes lit up. Wandering spirit animal hunters. That's so cool. Tell you what, when this is over, as long as I can capture the Thunderjack Beast, Father will definitely return my freedom. When the time comes, you'll take me to wander around the cities. I've wanted to go out and see the outside world for a long time.
These words were unconsciously spoken by Jiang Sakura Snow though, but to Luo Xinlian's ears, she heard something different. Another poor man bound to his family.
Thinking about the hellish life in the Luo family, for a moment, Luo Xinlian actually felt some empathy. Only,
Jiang Sakuraxu was definitely much better than herself.
Who was he to pity him? Hey, I'm asking you, okay? Seeing that Luo Xinlian didn't reply for half a day, Jiang Sakuraxu prodded 2 more times. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian could only speak.
I naturally have no problem with it. Having a big beautiful girl Jiang to accompany me in my wanderings is just more than I can ask for. At those words, Jiang Sakura Snow had a haughty look on her face.
Cut. Come on, look at the way you were before.
You were so scared by the self-exploding sheep that you couldn't even walk.
Your strength must not be good.
You'll have this young lady to cover you from now on, so just be happy.
In response, Luo Xinlian just smiled and didn't retort. Just then,
a rather familiar voice sounded once again.
Yoo-hoo, what an enemy. Didn't you kids say you wanted to get me killed? Come on now. Heard someone else.
Jiang Sakuraxu hurriedly put on the removed outerwear while no one was looking,
and Luo Xinlian also followed the voice. Surprisingly, it was Chen Xiaodao who sought it out. Immediately, under the mask,
Luo Xinlian revealed a playful smile.
If you don't go to heaven, you can't go to hell. There won't be any accidents this time. 42 seconds. The Inferno Falcon wore 7 in 1. Counted you lucky before.
You should be thanking the self-exploding sheep that came out of nowhere to keep you alive for a few more hours.
Before Luo Xinlian could say anything, Jiang Sakura Shui, who was at the side,
then opened her mouth with a bad expression on her face. A word of advice. Get the hell out of there,
or you'll lose your life for no one's fault. Upon hearing this,
Chen Xiaodao also turned his gaze towards Jiang Sakuraxu who was leaning on top of the rock.
However, he didn't take Jiang Sakura Snow's threat seriously at all. Instead,
a few moments of lechery appeared in his eyes.
Yo, you're a lucky boy.
This is the woman who fell from the sky and into your arms earlier,
isn't it? It's a great looking thing. Tell you what, I'll let you go. But this chick, you have to stay for me. After hearing Chen Xiaodao's revealing words, Jiang Cherry Snow's beautiful eyes stared. It seems to be really angry. Today she has not only injured herself.
The most important thing was that his main battle royal beast had been injured by the Thunderjack beast and had lost its ability to fight.
The only Blizzard Wolf that can fight now, but only in the adult stage. Far from being a match for those tree people on the other side. At this moment,
Jiang Sakuraxu also ghosted her gaze to the guy wearing a mask and cloak in front of her.
Though the first time he saw the man,
he felt an innate sense of closeness.
But knowing people doesn't mean anything.
There's no telling if this guy will leave him alone and run away. Just as a sense of anticipation inexplicably appeared in him towards Luo Xinlian.
In the next second, he heard Luo Xinlian's teasing voice. Are you thinking about fart food?
This young lady has promised to accompany me on my wanderings from city to city. Since you dare to think such crooked thoughts about him,
this life of yours, I'll take it. It doesn't matter who comes today. I said so.
At those words,
a trace of inexplicable feelings also appeared in Jiang Zuoshue's heart,
but on his lips, he muttered somewhat defiantly.
Humph, what a show. What a feisty guy, talking big without fear of flashing your tongue. However, when these words fell into Chen Xiaodao's ears, he only took them as the other party's external strength scaring him. Ha ha ha, just you? We're 7 people and 7 imperial beasts. Is it hard to think that you still want to 1v7? Since you want to seek death, don't say we bullied you later. Do it. In the next moment,
the 7 Deadwood demons were up to their old tricks again.
Start by using vines and vines to cordon off the surrounding area. In this way, no matter how good the opponent was at speed, he couldn't exert it.
One can only compete with them in terms of consumption.
In this way, the Deadwood demon, who possessed the talent of rooting, was basically invincible.
As for whether or not the masked guy in front of them could kill their 7 Deadwood demons in seconds, for their part, they pressed the possibility.
Looking at Luo Xinlian,
who was surrounded and motionless on top of the vine-blocked open space,
the open look on Chen Xiaodao's face grew stronger.
Jiang Zuoshue, who had been sitting on the ground to recuperate, also stood up with a strong support,
bringing the Blizzard Wolf to stand side by side with Luo Xinlian. You're too impulsive. You had a chance to escape, but now we're both doomed. At this time,
Jiang Zuoshue's heart was still quite moved. I didn't realize that a guy who was a casual acquaintance would be willing to get into a desperate situation for himself. The uneasiness from before had all turned into worry for Luo Xinlian.
He was a little sorry now. If he hadn't thought to test Luo Xinlian's attitude towards himself before. Instead,
they simply let them escape. And perhaps the person in front of them had already escaped. And there's no need to suffer along with yourself. Just thinking about it made Jiang Sakuraxu feel guilty.
Immediately afterward, Later you summon your imperial beast. Combine with my blast wolf to attack one spot and see if we can tear a hole. When the time comes, you run away with all your might. Don't worry about me. I'm the Jiang family's young lady. They won't dare to do anything to me. At those words, Luo Xinlian also looked at Jiang Sakuraxu in front of her rather unexpectedly. He also didn't expect the other party to be so righteous. Since that was the case, he had to protect her today anyhow. But when the two words Jiang family fell into Qian Xiaodao's ears, his original open-hearted expression first turned to a hint of fear, then to a hint of madness. He's actually from the Kong family. This time it's bad. But this is a deep forest. As long as it's done cleanly, even the Jiang family won't be able to find out. At this time, Qian Xiaodao was also angry and evil. He had been prepared to wait until after he finished off the masked guy, imprisoning the beautiful chick in front of him as a plaything for his own venting. But now it seems that it is not possible to leave them alive. Brothers, go straight for the kill. Today's events must not be spread. Otherwise, if the Jiang family finds out, we'll be finished. The other 6 were also aware of the seriousness of the matter. They were ready to kill the duo directly. Seeing this scene, Luo Xinlian was also a little bit in tears. This young lady in front of me is really silly and cute. You don't even know how to talk behind someone's back? It's so loud. Jiang Sakuraxu also could not have imagined that her words would cause such a reaction. He had originally thought that if he reported the name of the Jiang family, the other party would leave. But unexpectedly, it accelerated the death of the two. Hey, I'm the one who got you into trouble. In response, Luo Xinlian just smiled. Can't talk about it, look at me, don't be impulsive. But Luo Xinlian simply ignored Jiang Sakuraxu's dissuasion. Step straight forward. Ha ha ha, kid, you just go ahead and die. Deadwood demon. Flying leaf. The withered wood demon that heard the order directly launched its flying leaves towards Luo Xinlian. Seeing this scene, Jiang Cherry Snow also covered her eyes in fear. He really didn't want to see his opponent perish. But after a long time, the imaginary screams did not appear. Instead, there was a loud boom. When Jiang Sakura Snow slowly lowered the palm covering her eyes, a scene that struck him as unbelievable appeared. Only a giant eagle with a fiery red body and some black lines at the tip of its feathers was seen hovering in the sky. It was the Inferno Falcon in the metamorphosis stage. Both the Deadwood Demon and the vines used to encircle them were all burned to flying ash. There was also a sheet of extremely hot flames burning on the ground around them. The 7 people on the opposite side of Qian Xiaodao had even been dumbstruck. How? Surprisingly, it's the Yin Yu Falcon. 7 withered wood demons were actually killed in a second with a single move. Jiang Sakura Shue's beautiful eyes were also filled with different colors. Surprisingly, it's a metamorphosis stage Inferno Feather Falcon. How can he be so strong? Unexpectedly, the guy he originally regarded as a weakling. It's amazing how strong it can be. No wonder this guy didn't look the least bit flustered from the get-go. Turns out it was already in the back of his mind. This annoying guy. How dare he hide his strength from me? It's a shame I was so worried about him before. But on second thought, it's not right. Why do I care so much about him? Never mind. Let's just ignore the look and see what he does with it. At this time, Jiang Sakura Shui hadn't realized that a different kind of feeling that belonged uniquely to the person in front of her had already silently planted a seed in her heart. 43. Extermination. Feel the pain. Looking at the 7 deadwood demons in front of him that instantly vaporized and turned into ashes, Chen Xiaodao as well as the rest of the 6 were scared straight. One of them, seeing the situation, even turned his head and fled. But where was he as fast as the flame-feathered falcon? Only the Inferno Feather Falcon's wings vibrated. 2 storms enveloped the man. The storm that was like a sharp blade cut the person who tried to escape directly into countless pieces. The bloodshed of the scene caused the remaining few who were also prepared to flee to instantly stop in their tracks. Run! Why don't you run? Luo Xinlian walked towards the remaining 6 without any hurry. The 6 were also stunned by the death of the man they had just seen. Surprisingly, they directly brushed plop and kneeled down. Qian Xiaodao even kowtowed directly. We were wrong. We know we were wrong. It is we who have eyes to see. Please let us go. Luo Xinlian smiled without saying anything. However, because of the mask's concealment, it made Qian Xiaodao and the others not know Luo Xinlian's expression at this moment. Luo Xinlian casually snapped her fingers. I don't want to say more nonsense. Hand over the emerald dolphin and all the belongings you have on you. At those words, several people did not hesitate. Immediately, he handed over the emerald dolphin, which was still bound by vines, as well as a bearer bank card and some scattered cash to Luo Xianlian. After a slight count of the possessions that had arrived, excluding the emerald dolphin, there was only about $300,000. Are you guys that poor? Qian Xiaodao sniffed and was also bitter. I had gotten a fortune before, but I had squandered it all on myself. Of course he wouldn't tell Luo Xianlian about this, so squeezing out a smile that was worse than crying, he said to Luo Xianlian, My lord, bottom-tier imperial beasts like us are not rich by nature. there's only so much left. Will you do us the favor of letting us live? Luo Xinlian nodded. Aha. Well, there's nothing to be done about it. Yen Yu Falcon, send them on their way. Flame spit. In an instant, the remaining 4 people other than Qian Xiaodao were all surrounded by flames. For a while the screams continued. Every now and then there would be some crackling sounds. That's the rattling sound that body fat makes when it's cauterized. But soon thereafter it went quiet. Once again, Qian Xiaodao who witnessed the death of his companion. The clothes on his body were already soaked with sweat. It was clear that the flames around them had not yet been extinguished, but he always felt a chill in his body. Qian Xiaodao finally came back to his senses after being dumbfounded for a long time. Somewhat incredulously, he touched his body. The expression on his face also changed from fear, gradually to the kind of joy he felt when he had been robbed of his life. Hey! I'm alive! Immediately after that, he was kowtowing towards Luo Xinlian in a frenzy. Thank you, my lord, for sparing my life. Thank you, your excellency. Looking at Qian Xiaodao on the ground who kept kowtowing to himself, Luo Xinlian slowly took the mask off her face. Come on, we've known each other for years. What a bore to keep kowtowing at me. At these words, Qian Xiaodao also slowly raised his head. When he saw Luo Xinlian's face, he first hesitated for a moment. Then only his pupils were seen to crinkle. Yes, it's you. Qian Xiaodao then remembered the reports about Luo Xinlian over this period of time. Whether it's the once in 300 years royal dragon genius, or the orphanage abuse of more than a dozen people, all of them caused quite a shock to Qian Xiaodao's perception. As one of the co-conspirators in the orphanage incident, he was naturally aware of the details. He was aware of the mother-like bond between Luo Xinlian and Chan Wanru. It was also because of the fear that Luo Xinlian would seek to settle the score with him. That was why he had been avoiding Luo Xinliang. But I didn't expect to bump into it here today. Luo Xinlian's strength today was enough to cause him to despair. He could no longer think of any way to stay alive other than to keep kowtowing and begging for mercy. Don't kill me. We grew up together at least. Please leave me alone. The sneer on Luo Xinlian's face gradually dissipated and was replaced by a cold expression. Don't worry. I'm not going to kill you outright. I have a new way to play. The next moment, before Qian Xiaodao could even open his mouth, the Yen Yu Falcon then directly used its sharp eagle claws to pluck out 2 of Qian Xiaodao's kneecaps. Immediately after that, the wing swung and slapped on Qian Xiaodao's chest, shattering his sternum. Qian Xiaodao, who had collapsed on the ground, was unable to speak at all because of the heavy blow to his chest. However, blood was constantly flowing out of its mouth and nose. Looking at Qian Xiaodao on the ground who was out of breath more than in, there wasn't the slightest bit of emotion in Luo Xinlian's eyes. I told you, you must die today. It's useless for anyone to come. Just feel what it's really like to experience the harm that Director Chen and Xiao Ming have suffered. After the words were spoken, Luo Xinlian put her mask back on, turning towards Zheng Cherry Snow, leaving Qian Xiaodao alone. He died slowly and painfully in the same place. When Luo Xinlian rejoined Zhang Zuishue's side, originally, he thought that Zhang Sakura Shui would have some opinion of himself because of the fact that he had just abused a few people. But who knows? The first words Zhang Sakura Snow said when she looked at Luo Xinlian again were, Night Lord, you look ugly? Luo Xinlian froze with it. What? Seeing that Luo Xinlian didn't understand what she meant, Ginger Cherry Snow continued again. You just scared that guy half to death when you took your mask off. If you weren't ugly, would he be so afraid? Luo Xinlian also finally understood the meaning of Zhang Sakuraxu's previous sentence, but there was no explanation. Just a little breathless. Isn't your focus a little off? Shouldn't you be asking me why I'm abusing them? However, Zhang Sakuraxu was somewhat speechless as she looked towards Luo Xinlian. Just a few morally corrupt villains. Kill them or what? As for why you abused them, naturally you have your reasons. Why should I care about that? What's more, that guy just tried to hit on me, and by doing so, you've taken the heat out of me. On second thought, Luo Xinlian also understood somewhat. After all, for the 3 great imperial beast families, all of them had done some unseemly things. Zhang Sakuraxa came from the Zhang family. Naturally, I've been exposed to some similar things. Thinking about it this way, it was also possible to understand why Zhang Sakuraxa's focus of attention was Luo Xinlian's looks, because I'm afraid he's only seen a lot of killing like this. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian didn't dwell on it too much. Instead, he changed the subject. With those flies out of the way, what are you going to do next? Kong Cherry Snow let out a long sigh. What else can I do? My main battle royal beast is seriously injured, and I myself am also injured, so I can only return to a city first. That spirit beast that injured me will have to be dealt with by the rest of my Zhang family. At those words, Luo Xinlian's eyes rolled. Think of the forbidden eye effect. Immediately said, if you trust me, summon the imperial beasts for me to see. 44, Debut, Evil Eye Ghost Eagle. Zhang Sakuraxu just froze at the words. Then he looked at the Night Lord in front of him with a surprised face. Do you still know how to do Imperial Beast medicine? Luo Xinlian nodded slightly, but this shocked Jiang Sakuraxu to no end. Before I thought you were a pretentious little chick. I didn't expect you to display your terrifying Beast King strength first. Now you're even telling me that you know about Imperial Beast medicine. Plus you wear a mask and deliberately hide your identity. Not as good as my brother, though, but I dare to conclude that you are by no means unknown in the city. Say, just which great clan are you a genius secretly cultivated by? Luo Xinlian instantly gave Jiang Sakuraxu a blank stare. You have quite an imagination. Say, are you cured or not? If not, I'll leave first. Seeing Luo Xinlian's mouth so tight, Jiang Sakuraxu was also out of the mind to find out what was going on. Immediately, he spoke. Rule. I'd like to see if you're a braggart or not. Next moment, a large bird that was only slightly smaller than the Inferno feathered falcon. It was then summoned by Jiang Sakuraxu, appearance that was born extremely gorgeous. The Inferno feather falcon that was originally arranging its feathers on the side. After seeing the Ice Thunder Sparrow, he could not move his eyes. Surprisingly, he shamelessly ran right up to the Ice Thunder Sparrow's side and did a courtship dance. The Inferno falcon jumped while also unfurling as many feathers as it could on its own body, fearing that the Ice Thunder Sparrow would not see it. However, the severely injured Ice Thunder Sparrow did not want to pay any attention to the Inferno feather falcon. Luo Xinlian was lacking in knowledge of imperial beasts though, but the courtship behavior of the bird imperator is still known. Immediately, there was only a wave of embarrassment. It's so humiliating. Instantly and angrily. Dead breeder bird, get out of here. Can't you see people are hurt? But the Yen Yu falcon simply ignored Luo Xinlian. Seeing that the Ice Thunder Sparrow ignored it, it instead jumped even harder. It made Luo Xian refine her toes to dig out the 3 rooms. Jiang Sakura Shui, who was on the side, also covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Just let it jump. It doesn't interfere with your diagnosis anyway. Seeing that Jiang Sakuraxu didn't have any opinions, only then did Luo Xinlian put away the idea of cutting off the Yin feather falcon Koan. Just blanked the colorful bird. Immediately, he turned his gaze to the Ice Thunder Sparrow, and unleashed the forbidden eye. Name, Ice Thunderbird. Stage of growth, maturity 7. Quality, epic. Attributes, Ice/Lightning. Talent, Ice Thunder Plume Strike. Ice and Thunder Feather Strike. Attacks launched by the feather wings will deal damage with Ice and Thunder characteristics. Skills, Ice Thunder Breath. Split Ice Thunder Claw. Feather Storm. Feather Blade. Evolution requirement, use Ice Source Stone/Lightning Source Stone. Evolutionary route, Ice Thunder Fledgling, Ice Thunder Sparrow, Xian Ice Thunder Sparrow, Tianyuan Ice Thunder Sparrow, Ice Thunder Sparrow Emperor. After looking at the Ice Thunder Sparrow's information panel, Luo Xinlian was in a daze. It seemed that the Forbidden Eye had seen that there was a division of the stages of growth that had become more detailed. Could it be the reason why the instant Shadow Dragon managed to advance to the mature stage? After a little thought, Luo Xinlian noticed the Ice Thunder Sparrow's evolutionary requirements. Surprisingly, it's epic. Evolution can be achieved by using a Thunder Stone or an Ice Stone. It seems that when the Jiang family got the Thunder Source Stone in the last life, it was given to Jiang Sakuraxu. This time, my goal is the Thunderbolt Stone. It doesn't conflict with Jiang Sakuraxu, maybe I can help him then. Thinking of this, Luo Xinlian continued to investigate the Ice Thunder Sparrow's cultivation template. Name, Ice Thunderbird. Loyalty, 92. Character, Amy. Preferences, all beautiful things. Mood, bad, because his beautiful feathers were damaged. Edible, carnivorous. Health status, seriously injured. Paralyzed, less than 10% of battle strength. Treatment of serious injuries. Paralysis treatment. After looking at the Ice Thunder Sparrow's state at this moment, and then associating it with the scene of Jiang Sakura snow falling from the sky earlier, it was presumed that Jiang Sakuraxu had accidentally encountered the Thunderjack beast. Jiang Sakura Snow, who was not an opponent, had wanted to ride the Ice Thunder Sparrow to escape. As a result, he was hit by the Thunderjack beast's skill and fell from the sky this time. The Ice Thunder Sparrow, on the other hand, apparently had a thunder attribute of its own, and was still seriously injured after it had abetted a portion of the power of the Thunderjack beast's attack. It also resulted in a state of paralysis. But as the saying goes, where there are venomous snakes, there must be something in the vicinity to cure their venom. By the same token, the Cloud Mist Mountain was often infested with lightning attribute spirit beasts. The mountain must also have herbs to relieve paralysis. Just as Luo Xinlian was about to tell Jiang Sakuraxu about the method of healing as well as the location of the medicine gathering, a dark shadow covered the sky above. Luo Xinlian looked up and saw that it was actually another giant bird that was quite large in size. The Forbidden Eye was unleashed again. Name, Evil Eye Ghost Sculptor. Stage of growth, Metamorphosis 3. Quality, Legendary. Attribute, Ghost/Wind. Talent, Evil Eye Ghost Pupil. Evil Eye Ghost Pupil. Utilizing the third evil eye in the center of the eyebrow, it can create an illusionary realm of nothingness, where light and shadow are intertwined, and the real and unreal are intertwined, making it difficult for the enemy to discern the direction,
and plunging them into a deep sense of confusion and fear.
Skills: Ghost Feather Storm, Ghost Shadow Trail, Underworld Ghost Claws, Undead Breath, Evolutionary Route, Spectral Shadow Hatchling, Evil Pupil Young Eagle, Evil Eye Ghost Eagle, Dark Knight Evil Emperor Eagle, Spectral Underworld Master. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian's alarm bells immediately rang. Surprisingly, it was a legendary quality Imperial Beast, although they were all Metamorphosis stage Imperial Beasts. But after the data shown by the Forbidden Eye was more refined, Luo Xianlian was also aware that the Yenyu Falcon was only at the first stage of metamorphosis. Just with the Yenyu Falcon that hadn't awakened the Vermilion Bird bloodline, it was simply no match for this Evil Eye Ghost Eagle that had suddenly appeared in front of him, just as Luo Xinlian was preparing to summon the instant Shadow Dragon, only to see the face of Jiang Sakura Shui, who was on the side, unexpectedly reveal a hint of a smile. A few quick steps brought him to the bottom of the evil-eyed ghost statue. "Brother, I'm here." Immediately,
a handsome young man who looked 3 times similar to Jiang Sakura Shui leapt off the back of the Evil Eye Ghost Eagle.
It landed firmly on the ground. "Is everything okay?" Kong Cherry Snow nodded slightly. "Just a few minor injuries. Nothing serious." Seeing that John Sakuraxa didn't seem to have any major problems. At that moment,
a trace of a smile appeared on that face that originally didn't have much emotion.
But soon, the youth noticed the Inferno Feathered Falcon that had been doing a courtship dance around the Ice Thunderbird.
Immediately that handsome face with little expression in the first place, it was also becoming more and more somber.
"Where did that weedy bird come from to molest my sister's Imperial Beast?" At that moment,
the Evil Eye Ghost Eagle was unceremoniously using a move of Underworld Ghost Claw to attack the Yenyu Falcon.
Thanks to Luo Xinlian's quick reaction,
she hurriedly gave Yenyu Falcon the message to counterattack.
Otherwise, with this one hit,
the Yenyu Falcon would only be killed on the spot.
However, despite the fact that the Yenyu Falcon had used its fiery eagle claws to fight against it in the nick of time, it was still sent flying far away from the Evil Eye Ghost Eagle's strike. When the youth saw this, he couldn't help but let out a cold snort. "That's it? You dare to get your hands on my sister?" 45. Reach.
A world where only the Yenyu Falcon is injured. Seeing the other party laying down a deadly blow without saying a word,
Luo Xinlian was also enraged. "What do you mean?" When the youth saw this,
he also revealed a hint of a teasing expression.
"What? Not convinced? Good reaction. However, you don't think that you can fight me just because you blocked the Evil Eye Ghost Eagle strike, do you? To tell you the truth,
I only used 3 points of my spiritual power."
At those words, Luo Xinlian also sneered. "Coincidence? I didn't contribute either." The youth saw that Luo Xinlian actually dared to talk tough. Immediately, he was also interested. "No, come again. I guarantee that this time you and your Imperial Beast will die."
Luo Xinlian was also too lazy to talk any more nonsense, and immediately prepared to summon the instant Shadow Dragon and directly dry this in front of him. He had just begun to mobilize his physical spirit power, but he was stopped by a stunningly beautiful figure, only to see Jiang Sakura Snow suddenly come between the two tit-for-tat men.
One separates the two. Then protecting Luo Xinlian's body, he turned his head and then said to the youth, "Brother, you've gone too far. They saved me just once before, and now they're going to treat my Ice Thunder Sparrow. How can you lay your hands on someone?" The youth was also stunned by Jiang Sakura Snow's sudden action. Somewhat incredulously, he looked at Jiang Sakura Snow. "Sis, I'm your brother. Why are you helping an outsider?" But Kong Cherry Snow didn't eat that. Continued, "I don't care. He helped me, but you're not the one to repay me. It's you that's wrong." For a moment the youth did not know what to say. Luo Xinlian, on the other side, didn't let her anger subside either. "Get out of the way. I'm gonna teach this guy a lesson." The youth was happy to hear it. "Yeah, you come over here. Don't hide behind my sister. Come as you are. Think I'm afraid of you?"
The two were just about to make a move when they were yanked by Jiang Sakuraxa with one hand.
"Shut the up, all of you. Day by day, why are you boys so childish? You only know how to fight." For a moment, both of them were subdued by the aura emanating from Jiang Sakura Snow. Seeing that the two hadn't moved, only then did Jiang Sakuraxa turn to Luo Xinlian in embarrassment. "Night Lord, thank you for taking care of me all this time. Since my brother is here, he naturally has a way to help me heal the Ice Thunder Sparrow." At those words, the youth on the side also revealed a hint of smugness. Taking advantage of the youth's relaxed attention, Jiang Sakuraxa also hurriedly slipped a small note into Luo Xinlian's hand. Then he walked obediently to the youth's side. The youth also revealed a trace of a satisfied smile. "Kid, stay away from my sister from now on. If you are not convinced, you can come to me." Jiang Shaoling of the Jiang family. Remember that name. After saying that, he no longer paid any attention to Luo Xinlian. Instead, she turned around and headed off in a direction. Although Jiang Sakura Snow also honestly followed behind Jiang Shaoling, but still,
he was constantly signaling Luo Xinlian to remember to read the note later. Luo Xinlian also nodded, signaling that she would look. Seeing that the duo had already walked away, Luo Xinlian also sighed. Forget it, this guy is Jiang Sakurax's brother after all. Let him off the hook. Spinning around, he opened the note. There was a string of numbers written on it, which were Kong Sakura Snow's contact information, as well as her social accounts. Luo Xinlian also immediately took out her cell phone and made a friend add. The moment the friend request was sent, it went through in almost seconds. Soon after, Kong Cherry Snow sent a message. First, he apologized to Luo Xinlian for a while, asking Luo Xinlian to forgive his brother. Originally, Luo Xinlian was still a bit upset, but his own Yan Yu Falcon was almost taken out by the opposite side. He couldn't swallow this breath, but the next moment he saw another message from Jiang Sakura Snow. I'm sorry, Night Lord, as long as you forgive my brother, when we return to a city, I'll treat you to dinner, okay? *omega****. When he read the entire message, the corners of Luo Xinlian's mouth unconsciously curved up in an arc that even he himself didn't notice. Unsurprisingly, Luo Xinlian immediately agreed. That is, until the knocked-away Inferno Falcon flew back with a disheveled look on its face. It was only then that Luo Xinlian was interrupted from some special state. Looking at his smiling master, the Inferno Falcon's mood became even worse. He himself was beaten up. This surprisingly can smile so brightly, like a male bird with a successful courtship. Why am I the only one getting hurt? If it could speak human language, it would only have been unable to resist turning on Zwan mode. It seemed to have sensed the moody Yin Yu Falcon. Luo Xinlian also immediately opened the Forbidden Eye. Check out the Inferno Falcon breeding template. A few moments later, it was the heart of the matter, only to see Luo Xinlian hooked a hand around the neck of the Yin Yu Falcon, just like a street skater, hooking onto another street skater. The words were long and heartfelt. Don't be discouraged. That was a sneak attack. It doesn't count. You're in existence with a vermilion bird bloodline. Your future heights will definitely be stronger than that evil eye ghost eagle. By then, not only will you be able to that ghostly eagle every day, you'll also be able to pair up with the Ice Thunder Sparrow. For a time, the originally low mood of the Yin Yu Falcon was also instantly high. Seeing the Yin Yu Falcon recover as before, he also waved his hand. Let's go. Gotta pick up the pace to find the Thunderjack beast. I feel like there are more and more Imperial beasts around. Tokiwa Forest. 3 women and 1 man were riding their respective Imperial beasts towards Cloudmist Mountain. There were a dozen or so Imperial beasts following behind them. The 4 people at the head of the group were none other than the Su family's eldest Miss Su Jinshi, the Luo family's second Miss Luo Jinyu, the Luo family's 5th Miss Luo Yimeng, and the Luo family's adopted son Luo Xinyuan. Obviously, the Su and Luo families have joined forces. The target was none other than the Thunderjack beast that was already near death. Of course, in addition to this, the 2 families also wanted to use the opportunity to facilitate Luo Xinyuan and Su Jinshi's marriage, thus making the alliance between the 2 families stronger. Although at this moment, Luo Yu would rather have Luo Xinlian be the object of this union, especially after the 4 sacred lodges thing blew up. Luo Yu's idea grew stronger. In this way, in the future, if the position of the family head was given to Luo Xinlian, the Su family would naturally help out. It was a pity that this was met with Zhou Yajing's full opposition. Plus, he had also said in front of a large crowd that he would let Luo Xinyuan pursue Su Jinshi. Luo Yu couldn't say anything more, and could only put on an appearance of letting it happen. Where would Luo Xinyuan give up the opportunity to climb up to the Su family? It was also during this time that he launched a fierce courtship attack on Su Jinshi. But what made him feel rather strange was that his old tried and true tactics of chasing girls didn't have the slightest effect on Su Jinshi. Even he felt as if Su Jinshi was intentionally avoiding him. But Luo Xinyuan didn't think much of it, and just assumed that Su Jinshi was more difficult to pursue. So when he learned that Su Jinshi was also preparing to head out to hunt the Thunderjack beast, he also followed him over with his ass. Luo Jinyu on the side naturally knew what this younger brother of his was thinking. A lot of assists along the way, too, but Su Jinshi just couldn't get into the oil and salt and froze, not wanting to say a word more. And Luo Yimeng, who hadn't uttered a word, also looked distressed. Ever since the last time we started a beast wave in the Tokiwa Forest, Luo Yu's attitude towards Luo Yimeng then plummets. Although the last beast tide was small in scale, it was still detected by the Imperial Beast Association. Luo Yu had spent a huge amount of money to bring this matter to light. This time before he left, Luo Yu even specifically talked to him. He was told to make sure that he assisted his own second sister in seizing the corpse of the Thunder Tribulation Beast as well as the Thunder Origin Stone. If we can bring something back successfully, what happened before is a write-off. There was also no need for him to beg Luo Xinlian to return to the Luo family. Luo Yu's meaning was obvious. Either seize the Thunderjack beast or beg Luo Xinlian to return to the Luo family. As long as one was accomplished, he would still be the fifth miss of the Luo family, if none of them are accomplished. I'm afraid that Luo Yimeng's life in the Luo family won't be too good in the future. A few people had their own thoughts. For a while the scene first fell into awkwardness. Just then, Luo Xinyuan, who was still undeterred, broke the atmosphere. After being ignored several times in a row, Luo Xinyuan readjusted her mind and came over to Su Jinshi's side again and said, Jinshi, look, we're at the foot of Cloud Mist Mountain ahead. According to the intelligence, the Thunderjack Beast is there. With me here, I'll never let the Thunderjack Beast hurt a hair on your head. It seemed as if these words had touched some of Su Jinshi's thoughts. Luo Xinyuan, who was originally prepared to continue being ignored, was also not expecting it. Su Jinshi finally reacted. He actually smiled at himself. Luo Xinyuan was also becoming a bit agitated, but what he didn't know was that at this moment, Su Jinshi's mind was filled with the figure of that teenager who had a dragon man following him. If only it was that powerful teenager who shushed me at my side, and I don't know where he is now. 46. Subterranean. Muddling through the water. The Thunderjack Beast was present. At this moment, Luo Xinlian was searching for the Thunderjack Beast at the foot of the Cloud Mist Mountain based on the information in the news reports from her previous life. In order not to attract the attention of others, Luo Xinlian had long ago retracted the Yenyu Falcon back into the Imperial Beast space. In his hand, he was just carrying the Emerald Dolphin that he had snatched back from Chen Xiaodao. After all, without a contract, he couldn't take this thing into the Imperial Beast space. Unluckily, it was because of the Emerald Dolphin that Luo Xinlian was once again targeted. Night Lord, where have you been running off to? We've been looking for you for half a day. Luo Xinlian looked back towards the source of the voice. Surprisingly, it was the cheetah squad that had left them behind and slipped away earlier. The money leopard came over with a worried look on his face. Thank God you're okay. Although he said so on his lips, the money leopard's pair of eyes were always looking at the Emerald Dolphin in Luo Xinlian's hand. Luo Xinlian didn't bother to break him down. It just came back painlessly. Lucky escape. That's good. That's good. Then this Emerald Dolphin. Finally, the money leopard was able to hold back from directing the conversation to the Emerald Dolphin in Luo Xinlian's hand. The Emerald Dolphin was left behind by those people when the self-exploding sheep came charging in earlier, and it just so happened that I picked it up. Upon hearing this, the money leopard was overjoyed. That's great. Give me the Emerald Dolphin and I'll give you a big credit. But after waiting for half a day, the money leopard didn't see the Night Lord in front of him meaning to hand over the Emerald Dolphin, and his face became a little grim. What? Don't want to pay? Want to eat alone? Luo Xinlian sniffed and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. It's funny, when we met danger before, each of you ran faster than anyone else. Now that the danger is past and the benefits are coming, it's also a matter of sniffing around and coming back. Make me pay? On what grounds? Seeing Luo Xinlian put it so bluntly, Moneybags aren't going to pretend either. With a wave of his hand, the remaining 6 also hurriedly took their positions, surrounded Luo Xinlian in a group. Since you're so ungrateful, I don't care to talk to you. Today this Emerald Dolphin, you have to pay it or not. Luo Xinlian didn't panic in the slightest and only said in a slightly playful manner, what can you do to me if I don't deliver? The money leopard was also exasperated by Luo Xinlian's oil and salt attitude. No, you won't get out of this place today. Seeing that the other party seemed to want to get himself killed, Luo Xinlian was immediately ready to get real as well. It was also at the time when both sides' swords were drawn. A voice that made Luo Xinlian quite familiar rang out. What are you doing? How dare you rob us in broad daylight? Luo Xinyuan, a person that Luo Xinlian never expected to see appeared, but immediately after, when Luo Xinlian looked at the crowd behind Luo Xinyuan, she also reacted instantly. This is running towards the Thunderjack Beast. It seemed that he wanted to make a good show in front of Su Jinshi of his excellent character of seeing justice. Luo Xinyuan unexpectedly walked up to the masked Luo Xinlian and said sincerely, don't worry about this, brother. With me here, they can't hurt you. Others didn't notice, but Luo Xinlian did notice. Say this, Luo Xinyuan had been using her own afterimage to peek at Su Jinshi's reaction, but when he realized that Su Jinshi didn't have the slightest reaction to this, a trace of imperceptible disappointment flashed across Luo Xinyuan's eyes. But now that the play has begun, it is natural to finish it. Otherwise, it would not be good to get the impression of a hypocrite instead of a good impression later. The money leopard on the side, after so many years in the Changpan forest, had long since become a human being, especially when he had long since seen Luo Yimeng behind Luo Xinluan as well as Su Jin. How could one not guess the identity of the teenager in front of him? So it was said with a resigned face, young Master Luo, you don't know. It's not that we robbed him, it's that this kid he got his hands dirty and stole our prey. We caught them here. If you don't believe me, ask my brothers. At those words, before Luo Xinyuan could ask, the rest of the people all nodded their heads in succession.
Seeing this, Luo Xinyuan was also too lazy to distinguish between true and false, so he said towards Luo Xinlian, "In that case, give them back their stuff."
Luo Xinlian instantly smiled to herself as well. "I didn't realize I was such a piece of work in my last life.
What a shame." However,
Luo Xinlian did not intend to reveal her identity at this time, although he wanted to just get Luo Xingyuan killed.
But Luo Jinyu was right next to Luo Xian Yuan.
Although she hated Luo Jinyu,
Luo Xian Lian was still clear about his strength.
Although he wasn't afraid of him,
the Thunderjack Beast's emergence was imminent now.
There's no need to cause a commotion here and draw attention to yourself. Since their goal was also the Thunderjack Beast, why would they need to expend more effort themselves?
Might as well use them. Immediately afterward,
a scheme to fish in troubled waters and snipe at each other gradually took shape in Luo Xinlian's mind,
only to see
Luo Xinlian very decisively handed over the emerald dolphin in her hand to the money leopard.
"Take the emerald dolphin and don't give it back."
The money leopard who received the emerald dolphin thought that Luo Xinlian was speaking in anger.
At that moment, he also laughed triumphantly.
"You're afraid you're not dreaming, are you?
Give it back? Why don't you say I offered to give you my property?"
Luo Xinlian smiled non-committally.
Who knows?
Seeing that the emerald dolphin had arrived,
the money leopard was also ready to leave after thanking Luo Xinyuan and the others. But who knew that he would hear Luo Xian Lian open her mouth and say, "What's wrong with you?
He's brought so many people to Cloud Mist Mountain,
so he's got something to do. Help you get your emerald dolphin back and you're just going to pat yourself on the back? And you don't know to ask people if they need help?" Before the money leopard could react to the meaning of these words, only to see Luo Xinyuan's eyes light up on the side,
all of them knew that the Thunderjack Beast was not to be messed with.
Rather than risking their men and the Su family,
it would be better to let these people test the Thunderjack Beast for themselves first. Maybe Su Jinshi would even look at himself for reducing casualties for the Su family and change his mind about himself.
Seeing this,
Luo Xinyuan also waved at the money leopard that you will be leaving in the future.
"I do have some things I need help with, and I don't suppose you'll refuse?"
Luo Xinyuan had said so. The cheetah squad naturally didn't dare to refuse, but they were also clear that what Luo Xinyuan and the others had to do was by no means easy.
Thinking of this,
the money leopard also glared hatefully at Luo Xinlian.
In response,
Luo Xinlian was not at all amused and turned around,
ready to leave. But just then, a hand also stopped in front of him. "This friend, since this is what you're proposing, why don't you go forward with us as well?" Facing Luo Xinyuan's obstruction,
Luo Xinlian deliberately feigned helplessness and shook her head.
Then it followed honestly to the side. In this regard, Luo Xinyuan was satisfied. One more piece of cannon fodder. But unbeknownst to him, this was exactly the effect Luo Xinlian wanted, because that was the only way to blend into this team without anyone suspecting his intentions. He would only be treated as nameless cannon fodder who had split the spoils with his companions and lifted a stone to smash his own feet. When the money leopard on the side saw this scene, he also laughed with an extraordinarily gloating smile, still whispering, "I let you victimize my old man. I didn't think I'd be able to get away with it, did I?" Just then a blast of thunder caught the attention of everyone in the room. Seeing this, Luo Jinyu also frowned with her embroidered eyebrows. The Thunderjack Beast has come out. 47 seconds? Direct start. The top of Cloudy Mountain. Dark clouds wrapped in thunder and lightning kept churning in the air. From time to time, there were also channels of explosive thunder falling on the ground, blowing deep crater after deep crater. Many of the spirit beasts living in the surrounding area had started to flee, fear of being struck by lightning. However, there was still a portion of the thunder spirit beasts that did not flee. Instead, he hid nearby and observed this thunderous danger, to take strength to the next level. And in the middle of the thundercloud shroud, it was a four-legged beast with a two-horned head covered in golden fluff. It was the Thunderjack Beast. What was incredible was the thunder and lightning that frightened so many spirit beasts. When it bombarded the Thunderjack Beast's body, it actually turned into a silk current that surged into its body, meek as if it were a kitten. And with each lightning strike, the size of the Thunderjack Beast would shrink by 1 point. When Luo Xinlian's group arrived, it was also shocked beyond words by the appalling scene in front of him, especially the cheetah squad. At this point, several people's faces were already as black as the bottom of a pot. He knew it was going to be bad. It was all the fault of that damned Night Lord who insisted on dragging himself and the others down. "Now it's good. I don't even know if I'll make it back alive." Just then Luo Xingyuan spoke. "Is that the Thunderjack Beast? What is it doing? With such an appalling might, even if we are on the verge of death, I'm afraid we are no match." The money leopard was delighted at his words. He was just about to open his mouth to advise the crowd to return the way they came. But who knew that Luo Jinyu was the one who then spoke? "Don't panic, he's in nirvana." Ancient texts record that some special spirit beasts have the method of nirvana, which can renew their soon-to-be depleted lifespan. But once he succeeds in nirvana, he will fall into a weakened state and his strength will be 10 times less. At that time,
it will be the time for us to lay our hands on the treasure. At those words, Luo Xinyuan, who was on the side, also had his eyes light up. Second sister, then can we take the opportunity to tame this thunderjack beast? Hearing Luo Xinyuan's opinion, Luo Jinyu was shaking her head without thinking. This is impossible. No one has ever tamed a thunderjack beast since the beginning of time. This kind of spirit beast is extremely lonely and would rather blow itself up than be tamed. We'd better wait honestly for its nirvana to complete and seize the Thunder Source Stone. Knowing the cause, Luo Xinyuan could only cry out in shame. Just as the others were whispering, Luo Xinlian, on the other hand, directly opened the forbidden eye. Name, Thunderjack. Stage of growth, Awakening Phase 4. Status, in Nirvana. Racial bloodline, Pureblood Thunderbolt. Quality, Mythical. Attribute, Thunder. Talent, Law of Thunder, plus 100% power of Thunder skills. Skills, 5 Thunderbolts. Purple Heavenly Thunder, 1000 Thunder's Illusory Heavy Body. Thunder Jade. Evolutionary route, none. Incarnation of Thunderbolt origin has no evolutionary route. Opponent cannot be tamed. Breeding module cannot be opened. When Luo Xinlian finished reading the Thunderjack beast's information, she also sucked in a breath of cool air. Erase. Awakening stage. Mythic quality. Thunderbolt origin incarnation. At this moment, Luo Xinlian was also in a state of fear. Luckily, he wasn't reckless and chose to blend in with Luo Jinyu and his team instead. Otherwise, even if the instant Shadow Dragon and the Inferno Feather Falcon were together, they wouldn't be a match for the Thunderjack beast. After all, he couldn't figure out what the Nirvana state was for. Definitely meet and straight away. Or turn around and run. Never wait slowly in place. With each lightning strike, the size of the Thunderjack beast became smaller and smaller. The breath was also getting weaker. Luo Xinlian felt that it was about time, and took advantage of the crowd's concentration on the Thunderjack beast. Sneaking up behind the Money Panther, he aimed a kick at his ass. The Money Leopard didn't stand straight and flew straight out of the grass that covered his form. Poof! The Money Leopard fell hard to the ground, just about ready to open his mouth in anger. Instead, he found a pair of glaring beastly eyes staring at him dead in the face. Holy! Seeing that he was being targeted by the Thunderjack beast, the Money Leopard couldn't care less. Straight away, he turned and ran towards where the crowd was hiding. Seeing this, Luo Xinyuan cursed, waste. If he ran this way, wouldn't he be exposing everyone? Immediately, the crowd couldn't wait to think about how the Money Leopard suddenly flew out, and they all prepared to turn around and escape. But they had already been discovered by the Thunderjack beast. Where could they escape so easily? A flash of lightning hissed. The Thunderjack beast had stopped on the path that the crowd had come through. 1000 Thunder Fantasy Heavy Body. In the form of thunder, it was instantaneous. Seeing that the way of retreat was broken, there was nowhere to run. Luo Jinyu, who was the leader of the team, took the lead in summoning his Imperial Beast. Spirit Phantom Butterfly Spirit/Worm Metamorphosis First Order Epic. At this point in time, the only way to have a chance of survival is to fight to the death. Go! Upon hearing this, Luo Xinyuan, Luo Yimeng, and Su Jinshi also summoned their Imperial Beasts. The Cheetah Squad is no cutie pie to have been in the Tokiwa forest for so long. Naturally knowing that this time was not the time to play smart, he also summoned his royal beast to directly follow him. The only way to survive was to finish off the Thunderjack beast in front of him. Desert Feathered Lizard. Go! Luo Xingyuan was able to gain the favor of all of the Luo family, so naturally she wasn't useless. At least it's acting decisive now. Seeing Luo Xingyuan take the lead, the others followed closely. Luo Xinlian's eyes narrowed. The information about the Desert Feathered Lizard then became clear. Desert Feathered Lizard Earth/Rock Mature 7th Order Epic. Obviously, this was the Imperial Beast that the Luo family had given Luo Xingyuan object a new contract with. It's also because Earth and Rock have a resistance effect against lightning. Luo Xingyuan only dared to go on so decisively. They look like Western dragons, but there are no dragons in Desert Feathered Lizards. Properties. Seeing this, the corner of Luo Xinlian's mouth also hooked up into a sneer. Looks like he's been stimulated by the beating he took last time. I can't believe I chose a beast that looks like a dragon, but a reptile will always be a reptile, and can't become a real dragon after all. Just as Luo Xinlian felt contempt for Luo Xingyuan, suddenly I felt a push. Luo Xinlian turned her head to see that it was actually Luo Yimeng with Yunmeng Qin Spirit, who was looking herself up and down. What are you waiting for? Get on with it. Luo Xin Lian, who had wanted to touch the fish, saw that he had been caught. Also laughs. I was just scared by that Thunderjack beast. I can't move my feet a bit. I'll go help. At those words, Luo Yimeng only nodded slightly. Although she said so on her lips, Luo Xinlian couldn't help but sneer in her heart. All you do, you'll see if I'm done acting or not. Immediately, Luo Xinlian took a step forward, and at the same time, the Yanyu Falcon was summoned. The moment the Yenyu Falcon was summoned also instantly attracted the attention of the others.
Metamorphosis stage. Epic quality Inferno Feather Falcon. Oh my god. There's even this kind of expert in the team.
The money leopard is also greatly appalled. Originally thought that the other party is just a small party vegetable.
Who knows that it is a deep hidden big brother? Thinking of the previous incident of forcibly seizing the emerald dolphin, the money leopard couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. In the eyes of Su Jinshi, who hadn't been paying attention to Luo Xinlian before, a trace of a different look flashed through. Compare that to the complex psychology of these guys. Luo Xinyuan and Luo Jinyu were relatively much simpler. One more expert in the team would give them an extra chance to win.
But then the next jaw-dropping scene happened, only to see this masked man in their eyes,
with the Inferno Feather Falcon,
directly surpassing the Desert Feather Lizard at the very front, towards the Thunderjack Beast. He killed, but the Thunderjack Beast just casually released a blast of thunder, and it directly secured the Yenyu Falcon,
blasted to a cinder.
Because the contrast between the before and after as well as the contrast was just too great. The crowd at this time coincidentally raised a sentence in their hearts.
This is too much of a dish. At the same time, the disappointment in his eyes was undisguised. Immediately afterward, Luo Xinlian spat out a mouthful of blood in due time and collapsed to the ground. It seemed that the death of the contracted imperial beast had caused it to suffer a backlash. Luo Yimeng, who had been urging Luo Xian to refine before, also directly cursed a waste. Luo Jinyu, who was at the front, also hurriedly shouted towards Luo Yimeng, "Don't get distracted. Full assistance." Upon hearing this, Luo Yimeng's attention was also hurriedly placed on Luo Xian Yuan and Luo Jinyu,
allowing the Cloud Dream Chin Spirit to cast auxiliary skills on the two of them's imperial beasts. But what they don't know is that at this time the face under that mask, the corner of the mouth is slightly hooked up a touch of arc.
48. Exciting fight. The Thunderjack Beast that was suffocating. At this time, Luo Xian Lian,
who was dragging her seriously injured body, was also strongly supporting her body away from the center of the battlefield. When he found a more comfortable place,
he just sat down on his butt. There wasn't much of a reaction to the crowd,
who were busy tangling with the Thunderjack Beast.
After all,
they had witnessed the Yenyu Falcon being directly killed in seconds by the Thunderjack Beast. An Imperial Beastman who had lost his Imperial Beast was also equivalent to a warrior on the battlefield who had lost his sword and was only at the mercy of others. Even the money leopard who saw the Yenyu Falcon before couldn't help but secretly spit a mouthful of trash.
In this regard, Luo Xinlian was happy to see it, because only Luo Xian Lian knows clearly.
Just summoned out to be split into flying dust is only the Inflammation Shadow Split of the Inflammation Feather Falcon.
The real Yenyu Falcon, at this moment, was leisurely lying down in the Imperial Beast space to rest.
Fight! You'll just drain each other's strength. This way, when I grab something later, I'll be able to expend less effort.
As time passed, the crowd, which was still being pressed by the Thunderjack Beast, gradually began to show signs of turning the tide of battle. At this moment, the Thunderjack Beast's class had dropped to the 9th stage of metamorphosis due to its nirvana state. Though the strength is still strong,
but it can't help that it's in poor shape, and it was surrounded by dozens of Imperial Beasts. What made it most difficult for the Thunderjack Beast was that amongst the group of Imperial Beasts that surrounded it, there was even a Desert Feathered Lizard that very much restrained it. Although this Desert Feathered Lizard is only at the 7th stage of maturity,
however,
with the assistance of the Cloud Dream Zither Spirit, it was hidden to the strength of the metamorphosis stage. Whenever the Thunderjack Beast wanted to kill a group of enemies first, the Desert Feather Lizard will then utilize the resistance effect of the dual Earth/Rock attribute to share some of the damage. This caused the Thunderjacks to never be able to clear a group of opponents.
Moreover,
the Cloud Dream Zither Spirit also had a healing zither sound that could quickly recover from injuries.
Not only that,
the Thunderjack Beast would also have to suffer from the effects of the Spirit Illusion Butterfly's illusion wave from time to time. Although this effect was not large, it was always enough to slow down the Thunderjack Beast's reaction by a beat at a critical time.
Moreover, Su Jinshi's Wind Mercy Flower was still spreading the paralyzing powder, which made the Thunderjack Beast, which was already one against many, suffer. It could be said that the Thunderjack Beast's debuffs were already stacked, while Luo Jinyu's side had auxiliary buffs as well as resistance buffs stacked. Luo Xinlian, who was watching the battle from the side, was also watching with a seeming understanding. There was also a dark sigh in his heart. Surprisingly, he was able to force the Thunderjack Beast into such a state. This Luo and Su families were worthy of being two of the three great families of a city. It was really doing all the work to take down the Thunderjack Beast. Immediately afterward, Luo Xinlian turned her thoughts. Jiang Sakuraksu and his brother Jiang Shaoling should be arriving soon. After all, he could clearly remember the report from his last life, which recorded that the Thunder Source Stone had fallen into the hands of the Jiang family. This battle looks like it's almost over. There's no reason why people haven't arrived yet. And at this time, the Thunderjack Beast was also not expecting that the other party would be so difficult to deal with. Immediately,
there was also a hint of withdrawal. At this rate it's bound to lose. It would be better to retreat first. As long as it waited for its nirvana to complete and regain its strength, wanting to slaughter these people and beasts would be as easy as a slap in the face. Right after the Thunderjack beast unleashed 5 thunderbolts, pulling away from Luo Jinyu and the others. But immediately after that, the Thunderjack beast felt a chill surging behind him. The Thunderjack beast hurriedly used the Thousand Thunder illusory heavy body to dodge, but he was surprised to find that his surroundings had long been covered by a wall of ice one after another. Trap it firmly. Immediately afterward, the young girl's voice that sounded like a silver bell rang out. How can the siege of the Thunderjack beast be without my Jiang family? Only to see a man and a woman each stepping on a giant bird and flying in. It was Jiang Shaoling and Jiang Sakuratsu. Jiang Shaoling's originally cold face also revealed a hint of a sneering arc at this moment. Thank you all, the Jiang clan, except this Thunderjack beast. At this moment, the faces of the Luo family's people as well as Su Jinshi became exceptionally ugly. Unexpectedly, the Jiang family had killed out at this time, obviously just trying to sit back and reap the benefits. While the Jiang siblings didn't notice this side, Luo Xingyuan hurriedly asked in a low voice, "Fifth sister, how long can your spiritual power last?" Luo Yimeng, whose cheeks were a little white, shook her head. It was obvious that he had consumed quite a lot in the previous battle with the Thunderjack beast, but still, reluctantly, he said, "There's probably one more time you can unleash a reinforced zither sound." Upon hearing this, Luo Xingyuan felt bad, as he was able to tangle with the Thunderjack beast for so long before. Luo Yimeng's importance was naturally self-evident. Now the Jiang siblings suddenly killed them. Despite their numerical advantage, it was always hard to deal with people who were waiting for them with their strength, and Luo Jinyu had long since blackened his face. Raising his finger, he angrily rebuked Jiang Shaoling. "Is your Jiang family so shameless? Is it because you think we're afraid of you, Jiang Shaoling, because my big sister isn't here? To tell you the truth, this Thunderjack beast, my Luo clan and Su clan are determined to win. If you dare to get your hands on it, you will surely be made to pay for it." At those words, Jiang Shaoling was surprisingly happy instead of angry. It was as if he had heard some extremely funny joke. "With your rabble? Even if your big sister Luo Qingwan was here, she wouldn't dare say such big words to me." Just as the two sides were going toe-to-toe, Luo Xinlian, on the other hand, silently arrived near the Thunderjack beast. Watch the constant lightning strikes emanating from the thick wall of ice. Luo Xinlian felt that the strength of this Thunderjack beast had pretty much dissipated. Although he was unable to use his forbidden eye to judge the state of the Thunderjack beast at this moment through the ice wall, but he'll compare. This ice wall was obviously made by the Ice Thunder Sparrow. Just now, when Jiang Sakuratsu arrived, Luo Xinlian had used her forbidden eyes to check the state of the Ice Thunder Sparrow. The injuries had indeed recovered quite a bit, but it was only 60 or 70% of the state. For this reason, Luo Xinlian even spat at Jiang Shaoling in her heart. "Is that all you've got? How dare you look down on me?" It seems that after going back, it's still necessary to reorganize Sakurazuki's Ice Thunder Sparrow. I don't want to be harmed by Jiang Shaoling's quackery. It seemed to notice that he was thinking far ahead. Luo Xinlian hastily focused her attention on analyzing it. At this moment, the Thunderjack beast unexpectedly couldn't even break through the ice wall created by the Ice Thunder Sparrow, which only had 60% or 70% of its strength left. The state of affairs today is predictable. It's almost time to get down to it. Just as Luo Xinlian was about to make her move, she was noticed by Jiang Sakuratsu in the air. Jiang Sakuratsu saw Luo Xinlian's wretched appearance at the moment. There was still blood seeping from under the mask, as if he had been injured. At that moment, they couldn't care less. Immediately, he drove the Ice Thunder Sparrow to descend and came to Luo Xinlian's side. "Concerns Q&A. Night Lord, what's wrong with you? Why are you hurt so badly?" In response, Luo Xinlian could only shake her head with a bitter smile, then said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Seeing Luo Xinliang, his tone was calm and neutral. Jiang Cherry Snow's heart, which was still a bit worried, was also put down quite a bit. Luo Xinlian, on the other hand, was having a bit of a hard time, though the heart was kinda comforted by Kong Sakura Snow's concern. However, Luo Xinlian soon realized that because of Jiang Sakuratsu's actions, the gazes of the crowd had also gathered on his side. This in effect also announced the failure of his chicken stealing plan. Just as the Luo family siblings and Su Jinshi were curious as to how this dishrag masked man knew the Jiang family's eldest miss, Jiang Shaoling's face, however, had darkened. "I don't know where I'm gonna run into this guy. For the sake of his sister not being abducted, he must find a chance to finish him off. But before that, it was better to take care of these guys in front of us." Snatch the Thunderjack beast into your hands. Take your time to clean up that masked kid afterward. It seemed that it was because of Luo Xinlian that Jiang Shaoling's anger soared. Immediately, he was about to make a move. Right at that moment, it was unknown what purpose Luo Xingyuan had in mind. Suddenly, he shouted at Jiang Shaoling. "Humph, our big sister isn't here, but don't you forget it. Our Luo family also has an existence that has contracted a dragon man. Can you, Jiang Shaoling, fight it?" 49. Stealing chickens, each with their own thoughts. At those words, Jiang Shaoling, who was originally prepared to make a direct move, also stopped moving. Somewhat tentatively, he asked, "You're talking about that royal dragon genius who forced the Luo family's fifth young miss to eat some time ago, and who defeated the 4 great town guards at the 4 sacred lodges and refused to be recruited by Xiao Yunchang?" Although Kong Shaoling was just restating the facts, but the words fell on Luo Yimeng's ears and seemed particularly harsh. After all, she's a party too. At that moment, he also held back Luo Xingyuan with some dissatisfaction and asked in a small voice, "Brother Xin Yuan, what are you doing? What's the point of bringing that loser out for?" It was only then that Luo Xingyuan noticed Luo Yimeng's ugly face as an afterthought. Immediately, he also hurriedly explained, "We just went through a great battle with the Thunderjack beast, and your spiritual energy is about to run out. It's obviously not wise to take on the Jiang clan right now. Eldest sister is also not in a city, so we can only delay it for a while with brother Xin Lian's fame first, to buy time for everyone to recover." Upon hearing this, it was known that Loimu then stopped. After all, their top priority today was the Thunder Source Stone. Su Jinsher, who was on the side, also shuddered violently inwardly after hearing Luo Xinlian's name. It was also an uncontrollable flashback to that dangerous and powerful feeling that had fascinated her in the beginning. She had originally thought that she would be able to meet Luo Xinlian here this time after she revealed the news of the Thunderjack beast last time. But who knows, it didn't go as she had hoped. There was also a pang of loss in his heart, but now he actually heard Luo Xingyuan mention Luo Xinlian again. Su Jinsher also subconsciously looked towards Luo Xingyuan. This caused Luo Xingyuan to feel a secret joy. He thought that Su Jinsher had understood his delaying tactics and therefore thought highly of himself, so he replied towards Jiang Shaoling with an even more self-satisfied expression. "Yes, that's him. Brother Xin Lian is not far away. He will be able to come later. I advise you to get the hell out of here, or it won't be so easy to leave later." But Jiang Shaoling is not that easy to scare. With that, he also revealed a playful expression, his eyes still sweeping back and forth over the bodies of the Luo family's several people from time to time. The tone was light and slow. "Wrong, ha? How come I heard that royal dragon genius was swept away by your Luo family? Why else would he force his own sister to eat? Wouldn't you say, the 5th lady of the Luo family?" With these words, Luo Yimeng's face became even more ugly. Even the cheetah squad on the side looked a bit unnatural. At the end of the day, what happened then at the gates of Tokiwa Forest? They are also in the present. It's just as well that their 3 great families are tit for tat. But in case they get angry at the little people afterward, it's going to be tough. Facing Jiang Shaoling's mockery plus question, Luo Xingyuan also answered immediately. "You don't understand. It's common for siblings to fall out with each other. Are those rumors out there to be believed?" In response to Luo Xingyuan's rebuttal, Jiang Shaoling did not continue to argue. Instead, he said with a haughty look on his face, "Good, now that you've said that, I'm also curious as to just how much strength this so-called Imperial Dragon Genius has. I'll wait here for him." Seeing that Jiang Shaoling had been tricked, Luo Xingyuan was also secretly happy in his heart, but the mouth said, "Good, if you can defeat my Luo family's Dragon Sentinel, we'll give away this Thunderjack beast. It's a deal." Immediately, Jiang Shaoling began to close his eyes and rest his mind to adjust his spiritual energy, in order to use the most perfect state to fight against this Imperial Dragon Genius who had recently become a sensation in a city. Luo Xingyuan, on the other hand, hurriedly and secretly reminded the crowd to seize the time to recover their own spiritual energy. At this moment, there was nothing in the field other than the Thunderjack beast that kept bombarding the ice wall in an attempt to break free from its control. It had almost fallen into an eerie calm. Seeing the situation, Luo Xian refining people are stupid. This Luo Xingyuan is really shameless. Obviously he was the one who was happiest when I broke off relations with the Luo family. You're in bad shape and want to stall for time. How dare you use me as a shield? You can't have your way with me. Right at this moment, Luo Xinlian's ears also resounded with Jiang Sakurax's voice that was filled with curiosity. "I don't know what a dragon imperial beast really looks like. I really want to see it." At those words, Luo Xinlian also smiled faintly. "Don't worry, you'll see it later. Che, I know even if you don't tell me. Didn't the Luo family's people say that the Dragon Sentinel is about to arrive? You can naturally see it when the person arrives." But immediately afterward, Luo Xinlian was intriguing. "Are all of your Jiang family's talents in royal beasts? It's obvious that the other side that's lying to your brother." At those words, Jiang Sakurashue's brows furrowed. "How do you know that? If that Dragon Sentinel doesn't come, won't the Dragon Sentinel beasts be unseen?" Luo Xian Lian also had a headache at this time. The young girl in front of her didn't seem to realize the problem.
so he told Jiang Sakura Snow about Luo Xingyuan's calculations. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhuoxue realized Luo Xingyuan's purpose. They were already outnumbered, and they're even pulling this kind of stunt. No way, I'm going to tell my brother to go. However, he was stopped by Luo Xianlian. It's no use, a man as arrogant as your brother. How can it be so easy to change what he said? This way, you listen to me. I guarantee that not only can you see the dragon imperial beasts, but you can also get the Thunder Source Stone. Jiang Sakuraxu had an almost unwarranted sense of trust in Luo Xinlian and immediately nodded her head. Thus, Luo Xinlian talked about her general idea with Jiang Sakuraxu. Jiang Sakuraxu also agreed dryly. Immediately afterward, an opening was made in the thick wall of ice for only one person to pass through. Let Luo Xianlian burrow in. Just as soon as she entered the cage formed by the ice wall, Luo Xinlian saw the Thunderjack beast that had become the size of a small dog. At this time, the Thunderjack beast had clearly returned to its juvenile stage. It's not far from succeeding in nirvana. It was a pity that today's Thunderjack beast was completely incapable of escaping this place. Seeing the person in front of him, it was clearly the one who had previously had the Imperial beast killed in a second by his own move. Even though the Thunderjack beast had very little combat power left now, its eyes were filled with strong disdain. Electricity surged through his body, and it seemed that the Thunderjack beast felt that even if he had turned into a juvenile, he could still easily take the human in front of him. But what the Thunderjack beast never expected was, in the next moment, a dark-bodied draconian had appeared at its side at some point. One picked it up. At this moment, the Thunderjack beast felt the threat of death. It didn't understand how this human in front of it, who was clearly weak, could possess such a terrifying imperial beast. What frightened it the most was that the quality of this draconian in front of it was even higher than itself. The more the Thunderjack beast thought about it, the more alarmed it became. Because of too much fear, the Thunderjack beast also desperately released lightning to attack the instant Shadow Dragon. But the dragon system was inherently resistant to all kinds of elemental attributes other than the ice attribute. Plus, at this time, the Thunderjack beast was only in its juvenile stage. The instant Shadow Dragon just let the Thunderjack beast electrocute itself. There was even a hint of enjoyment on his face. Ahem, clear its head. The instant Shadow Dragon, who was originally in the middle of enjoying himself, also immediately came back to his senses after hearing Luo Xinlian's words. One hand carrying the Thunderstorm beast, the other hand is directly slapped 2 slaps, knocked the Thunderjack beast out of his senses. The lightning that was still being released continuously on his body also stopped. The corner of Luo Xinlian's mouth also curved up. Sober? At this moment, the Thunderjack beast did not have the domineering aura of the previous one beast fighting dozens of imperial beasts alone. In the hands of the instant Shadow Dragon, it was as meek as a quail. Hearing Luo Xinlian's question, she also nodded her head obediently. It's good to be sober. Listen to me. Only if you hand over the Thunder Source Stone and the Thunderjack Stone, I'll make sure you leave in peace. Otherwise, in your current state, if you fall into the hands of those outside, there's no second possibility but to be flayed and dismantled. The Thunderjack beast fell silent, seemingly pondering Luo Xinlian's words. You can think about it. Do you have a second way to live now? At those words, the Thunderjack beast wailed a few times towards the instant Shadow Dragon. It seemed to be signaling the transient Shadow Dragon to let it go. The instant Shadow Dragon, on the other hand, turned its gaze towards Luo Xinlian. Luo Xinlian gently waved her hand. The Thunderjack beast was also given the chance to move freely once again. There was no more hesitation at that moment, only to see that the Thunderjack beast spat out a blue-purple crystal from its mouth. Through the forbidden eye, Luo Xinlian was also quick to distinguish exactly what this crystal was. Thunder Source Stone. 50. Evolution. Heavenly Thunder Hardened Body. Starry Magic Dragon. Name, Thunder Source Stone. Effect, giving it to a Thunder Beast will break through the shackles and bring it from the mature stage to the metamorphosis stage. Description, the origin of Heavenly Thunder condensed by the Thunderbolt Beast for many years. After getting the Thunder Source Stone, Luo Xinlian nodded in satisfaction. Yet he hadn't forgotten the point of the mission, so he continued to speak. Well, there's still one more Thunderbolt Stone to go. The Thunderjack beast didn't drag its feet and directly slammed headfirst into the thick wall of ice. This startled Luo Xinlian. It was thought that the Thunderjack beast was unable to think of anything else and was ready to die headfirst. But what he didn't expect was that the Thunderjack beast had only broken one of the horns on its head. Then he picked up the broken horn with his mouth and handed it to Luo Xinlian's hand. Luo Xinlian looked at the Thunderjack beast with some confusion. He didn't understand what Thunderstone was doing giving him a broken horn. But right at this moment, a system beep sounded in Luo Xinlian's head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Thunderbolt Stone. Reward, Dragon's Tooth Necklace. In the next moment, a string of necklaces made of dragon teeth appeared around the neck of the instant Shadow Dragon. While at this moment, Luo Xinlian was raising an eyebrow, picked up the horn that the Thunderjack had knocked off. carefully scrutinize. Is this the Thunderbolt Stone? Immediately, he opened the forbidden eye. Name, Thunderbolt Stone, Horn of the Thunderbolt Beast. Effect, attracting lightning. Description, the horn of the Thunderbolt Beast, specifically used to attract heavenly thunder, temper the flesh, and condense the origin of thunderbolts. After receiving the message, Luo Xinlian also came to a realization. At this time, the Thunderjack beast on the side was looking at Luo Xinliang with a grave expression. It seemed to be waiting to see if the humans in front of them would keep their word. It was naturally aware of the value of this body of its own in human society. If it wasn't desperate, it wouldn't have handed over the Thunder Source Stone and Thunderjack Stone in exchange for the shelter of this pig-disguised Imperial Beastmaster. If the person in front of me keeps his promise, all is well. If the person in front of it was just deceiving it, then it would simply blow itself up. It seemed to have noticed the eyes of the Thunderjack beast at that moment. Luo Xinlian also revealed a gentle smile. Take it easy. I'm a man of my word. If you don't mind, come into my arms and I'll take you out. I promise none of them can hurt you. At those words, the Thunderjack beast's hanging heart was half lowered. Directly as Luo Xianlian said, he scurried into Luo Xianlian's arms. Seeing that the matter has been settled, Luo Xinlian then tossed the Thunderjack stone in her hand to the instant Shadow Dragon. Let's start the evolution directly here. The ice wall around you is like a polygonal plate. It should help you absorb the power of the Thunderbolt better. After accounting for everything, Luo Xinlian then carried the Thunderjack beast through the same gap that he had entered earlier and drilled out again. But as soon as he ventured out, he heard someone call out, "Look, the kid's coming out." Luo Xinlian was also stunned. By now the outside world had hit the ground running. Only the evil-eye ghost eagle was seen as if it was possessed by the god of war. With the ghost shadow trail and many weird and changeable ghost attribute skills, he fought the beasts. The ice thunder sparrow assists from the side, utilizing its ice attribute skill to restrict the enemy from the side. For a while, both sides fought back and forth. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian couldn't help but sigh. The Jiang family deserves to be the strongest existence among the three great families. Just two people. They were able to fight dozens of people from the Su and Luo families back and forth. Although the Su and Luo families have only just experienced a great battle not long ago, but after all, the numerical advantage is there. Just as Luo Xinlian was sighing, the voice of the money leopard suddenly rang out. Good boy, you're finally willing to come out. It turned out that from the moment Luo Xinlian had just entered the ice wall, she had already been noticed by the people of the two Su Luo families. Then he tried to step forward to stop it, but Jiang Sakura Shui wouldn't let it go, so the two sides moved straight into action. Jiang Shaoling naturally wouldn't let his sister get hurt. At the same time, they wouldn't allow the Thunderjack beast to be obtained by Su Luo's two families, so they also joined the battle. And just like that, it was touch and go. A great battle broke out between the two sides. You're hiding pretty deep. Earlier I wondered why you were dragging us down with you. So you're from the Jiang family, using us to blend into the ranks of the two Su Luo families so that you can fish in troubled waters. In response, Luo Xinlian just smiled and did not explain. Look at his arms. What he's carrying in his arms is actually a Thunderjack beast. I don't know who yelled. The sound of the original skill-to-skill energy riot on the battlefield came to an abrupt end. Even Jiang Shaoling was surprised, but he had long known about the Thunderjack beast's arrogance from the canonical texts, knowing full well that the probability of taming a Thunderjack beast is 0. But he never expected that the Thunderjack beast would allow the masked man he had previously looked down upon to hold it in his arms. It's hard to believe that he tamed the Thunderjack beast. Jiang Shaoling wasn't the only one who had such thoughts, and the Luo siblings as well as Su Jinshi. They also didn't expect that there were spies from the Jiang family inside the team. He even stole the chicken without realizing it. If this Night Lord wasn't a spy of the Jiang family, who would believe it? If not, how could he be so close to Jiang Sakura Snow? Damn it! Tricked! Luo Jinyu's fists clenched and creaked. On top of his exasperation, he was shocked beyond words. The other party had actually domesticated the Thunderjack beast. In that case, is there still room for the Su Luo family in a city? No way. This person must be gotten rid of. So, he shouted towards the cheetahs, who were closest to the masked man. Money leopard, his imperial beast is gone. Just a juvenile Thunderjack beast is no threat to you at all. Get this masked guy killed for me. Snatch back the Thunderjack beast. After this is accomplished, my Luo family will officially integrate the cheetah squad. Upon hearing this, the money leopard was overjoyed. Isn't this pie in the sky? The two powerful birds of prey had been entangled by the others. All one had to do was merely deal with a loser who had lost his imperial beast. Thinking of this, the money leopard had already begun to fantasize about the scene of flaunting the Luo family name. Wipe that drool off your face. If you want to kill me, do it. At those words, the money leopard also came back to his senses, and immediately became furious. You, a loser who has lost his imperial beasts, how dare you speak out to provoke? Afraid that you won't die fast enough? Immediately and without further ado, the money leopard directly commanded his imperial beast to pounce on Luo Xianlian. In the next moment, the cheeks under the mask, the corners of his mouth hooked into an intriguing smile. Boom! A flame that emitted a scorching temperature erupted instantly. It directly involved the imperial beast of the money leopard. After a miserable howl, the ground was left with only a layer of flying dust. The inferno falcon's wings spread out, hovering high in the sky, letting out an eagle cry that resounded through the clouds. The money leopard looked at the scene in front of him unbelievably, his fingers trembling as he pointed at the inferno feather falcon in the air that should have been cleaved into flying dust by the thunderjack beast. How can it still be alive? At this sudden turn of events, the people of the two Su Luo families were greatly shocked. They had clearly seen this inferno feather falcon being killed by the thunderjack beast in seconds before, so how could it suddenly appear again? The worst part is how it is so strong. Looking at the surprised expressions of the crowd, Luo Xinlian snorted out a laugh. Do you know about the Inferno Shadow Split? The one that was killed by the Thunderjack Beast was just a detached remnant. It dawned on the crowd, and the crowd that had originally despised Luo Xinlian, it was also scornful at the moment. Immediately after that, Luo Xinlian's eyes narrowed slightly, said to the money leopard, "You don't really think I picked up that emerald dolphin, do you? To tell you the truth, Chen Xiaodao and his teammates who were looking for trouble before have already turned into flying dust just like your imperial beast." At this moment, the money leopard's pupils suddenly shrunk. A face of fear looked at the masked man in front of him, said in a pleading tone, "Don, kill me. We just met in passing. There's no injustice. Just let me go like a fart." Luo Xinlian smiled at his words. "I won't hide it from you. I already let you off once some time ago. I didn't expect you to be so unenlightened." At those words, the money leopard's body began to tremble continuously, as if it was recalling something horrifying. You are Luo Xinlian, who was just about to continue teasing the money leopard, suddenly felt something, murmured, has it started? At that moment, he also stopped paying attention to the money leopard. Instead, he turned his head to the cage built from the wall of ice. For a time, the thunderclouds that had originally disappeared with the end of the thunderjack beast's nirvana, it began to converge again and again. This left the crowd a little confused for a moment as to what was happening. Boom! As the thunderclouds finished converging, a blast then slashed straight towards where the ice wall was. The crowd wondered why the sudden thunder and lightning had struck toward that. After dozens of thunderbolts converged at the place of the ice wall, a pitch-black energy mass glowing with electricity crushed the ice wall directly into pieces. In the next moment, the energy mass began to shrink, and then a pitch-black dragon man with wings on its back and streaks of deep blue lightning flecks on its body appeared in front of everyone's eyes. There were also threads of thunder containing the power of destruction flowing on its body surface. Starry Magic Dragon. Evolution complete. 51. Manifestation of Might. Killing the evil eye ghost eagle in seconds. This sudden appearance of the starry sky demon dragon instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. None of their eyes were filled with astonishment. How did a dragon imperial beast suddenly appear here? The first one to come back to his senses was surprisingly Su Jinshi. For this terrifying, mysterious, and mesmerizing sense of danger, it was a vivid memory for her. She had met the instant shadow dragon some time ago. Although today's heart hollow demon dragon had wings on its back and still had that one speckled pattern on its body that looked like thunderbolts, there are some differences from the previous transient shadow dragon. Still, it was possible to tell that the two were the same imperial beast. Thinking of this, Su Jinshi's breathing became a bit rapid. He's really here, and he seems to have gotten stronger. And Luo Jinyu and Luo Yimang looked at each other. They naturally saw that the starry sky demon dragon was the instant shadow dragon from before. Immediately, his face turned ugly. Originally, Zhang Shaoling's power was beyond their imagination. If it wasn't for the numerical advantage, I'm afraid I would have lost long ago. Now Luo Xianlian has emerged again. Today this thunderbolt beast is only afraid that it has no chance with their Su Luo two families. On the other side, Zhang Shaoling also noticed the strong draconian at a glance. The cheeks that had been full of confidence turned to a frown as well. I didn't expect that this Luo family's dragon emperor would actually come, but immediately, a trace of excitement replaced the top of Zhang Shaoling's cheeks. I'd like to see just how powerful this dragon imperial beast that has disappeared for 300 years is. Why did that dragon man run away from the ice wall enclosure created by Cher? And what about that converging thunderbolt just now? For these 2 points, Zhang Shaoling was also a bit puzzled. On the contrary, Zhang Sakuratsu on the side was much more innocent. I didn't realize it was really the same as what the Night Lord said. Not only did he manage to get the Thunderjack beast, but he also showed me the Dragon Imperial beast. How did he know where that Dragon Imperial beast would come out from? At this time, the one who couldn't figure it out the most was Luo Xinyuan. He had only taken Luo Xinlian's name as a royal dragon genius before to buy some recovery time. I didn't expect him to actually come. He knew exactly how much Luo Xinlian hated the Luo family, but immediately afterward, Luo Xinyuan's eyes rolled. Good, since it's only his imperial beasts that appear, and Luo Xinlian herself isn't there, I'll make a move to drive away the tiger and swallow the wolf. As to why the crowd did not connect the Night Lord with the appearance of the Star Magic Dragon, that was because at that moment, the Night Lord had already summoned the Inferno Feather Falcon. It was important to realize that both the summoning of the Imperial Beasts and the use of skills would consume the Imperial Beast's own spiritual energy, regardless of whether it was the Starry Sky Demon Dragon or the Inferno Feather Falcon. They were both metamorphosis stage Imperial Beasts. Light is what maintains one of them in the outside world for a long time. It was extremely draining on the Imperial Beast's own spiritual energy. They didn't believe that anyone could possess such a huge amount of spiritual power, can summon two metamorphosis stage Imperial Beasts at the same time and maintain them for a long time. Because of this, they were wondering why the Starry Sky Demon Dragon had run out of the ice wall though. But there is no connection between the two. Just as the crowd was secretly amazed, only Luo Xinyuan could be heard suddenly shouting in excitement. Jiang Shaoling, you're finished. My brother Xin Lian has arrived nearby. Why don't you quickly retreat? Or else today will be the time when your Jiang family will lose everything. When these words came out, Luo Jinyu, Luo Yimeng, and Su Jinshi were all stunned, and then they reacted. Luo Xingyuan was trying to drive away the tiger and swallow the wolf, scaring away a strong enemy first. The next moment, Luo Jinyu also hurriedly cooperated. Not bad, you'd better hurry up and retreat, or else when the rightful owner arrives later, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. At those words, the battle spirit that Jiang Shaoling had just ignited in his heart also disappeared in an instant. Regardless of the rumors in the outside world, the owner of this dragon imperial beast was, after all, the Luo family's own son. The other side already had the advantage in numbers, and now there was a high-end combatant who was even stronger than himself. Indeed, to stay any longer, one had absolutely no chance of winning. But the pride of being the heir to the Jiang family would not allow him to just run away in disgrace. So Jiang Shaoling said slightly tentatively, and if I refuse? Refuse? Then stay. Luo Jinyu's aura also didn't diminish in the slightest. Since she was planning to pretend, she had to pretend to the end. Otherwise, this Thunderjack beast would really have nothing to do with them. For a while the two sides were at a standstill. Luo Xinyuan also didn't expect that this Jiang Shaoling would be so headstrong. If Luo Xinlian really arrived later, it would be troublesome. Thinking of this, Luo Xinyuan immediately turned his gaze towards the Night Lord who was holding the Thunderjack beast. Coldly, Night Lord, is it hard to believe that you also want to be buried with the Jiang family? Be sensible and hurry to hand over the Thunderjack beast to me, and I'll forget about what happened before. There will also be a handsome reward for you, if you are still stubborn. Then when my heart-refining brother arrives, how you die, is not for me to say. Jiang Shaoling, who had been struggling, also heard Luo Xinyuan's voice. He also set his sights on the Night Lord. He was also afraid that this fellow would not be able to stand the threat and hand over the Thunderjack beast. Since that was the case, should he or she directly snatch the Thunderjack beast from the hands of this Night Lord before that Dragon Emperor arrived? And at this moment, Luo Xinlian was using her forbidden eye to check out the evolved Starry Sky Demon Dragon. Name, Star Magic Dragon. Stage of growth, Metamorphosis Eye. Racial bloodline, Arrogant Demon Bloodline. Quality, Taboo, Unique. Attributes, Darkness Dragon Lightning. Talent, Mephistopheles Pride. Original Pre-Liberation. Skills, Shadow Dragon Fist. Thunder Dragon Shocking Kick. Shadow Dragon Triple Dance. Thunder Shadow Dragon Slash. Thousand Thunder Illusory Body. Primal Liberation. Original Post-Liberation. Skills, Dark Thunder Dragon's Breath. Dragon's Breath Black Hole. Destructive Starstorm. Underworld Dragon Break. Evolutionary Route, Shadow Dragon, Instant Shadow Dragon, Starry Magic Dragon, Heaven's Wrath Black Dragon, Extreme Dragon Emperor, Mephistopheles. Description, a magic dragon that awakens the power of thunder and lightning. Its extreme loneliness allows it to comprehend many powerful skills from its bloodline, but the original liberation will cause a great load on the Beastmaster. After looking at the panel of the Starry Demon Dragon today, he was also quite satisfied. Compared to the instantaneous Shadow Dragon, today's Starry Sky Demon Dragon not only grew wings and possessed the ability to fly. All aspects of values and skills have been enhanced. It was only the sudden emergence of primitive liberation that confused him. It's amazing how two completely different sets of skill bars appear before and after primal liberation. And what was originally a 3-meter-tall figure was now shrunk to a figure similar to his own. But if he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't think about it. As long as he was clear that the Starry Sky Demon Dragon had become even more powerful. Luo Xinlian had just finished her investigation when she heard the threat Luo Xinyuan had just made. It was a bit of a laugh. What the? You threatening me with me? Immediately after Luo Xinlian was thinking more and more funny. The more you laugh, the more you can't help it.
solely sitting directly on his but on the ground, holding the Thunderjack beast with one hand and covering his stomach with the other. He sat on the ground and burst into a fit of laughter. This caused the crowd to look puzzled.
Is this guy scared out of his mind? Is that so funny?
Zhang Shaoling also belongs to the kind of lord who is ruthless and doesn't talk much.
Surprisingly, when the crowd was not paying attention and the Night Lord let his guard down, he drove the evil eye ghost eagle to charge over.
Zhang Cherry Snow was shocked at the sight.
Brother, don't.
But at this time, Zhang Shaoling is already a stray arrow, which can be persuaded by a single word. The two Su Luo families on the opposite side were also startled.
Not good. He wants to directly forcefully seize the Thunderjack beast.
Although he had already gained insight into Zhang Shaoling's intentions, it could not be helped by the fact that both of Su Luo's families were predominantly control and auxiliary type imperial beasts.
No one could even be faster than Zhang Shaoling. Su Luo two families also a burst of helplessness. It's a bad move. On the contrary, a trace of excitement appeared on Zhang Shaoling's face. Got it. In his eyes, that Inferno Feather Falcon was not bad, but it was far from stopping the evil eye ghost eagle. As long as the forceful seizure is successful and, without tangling with it, immediately far away, the Zhang family would be the biggest winner of this operation. But that's when the unexpected happened. Just as the evil eye ghost eagle was about to approach the Night Lord, a blue-black electric aura passed by in an instant, stopping in front of the evil eye ghost eagle. It was the Thousand Thunder illusory heavy body that the Starry Sky Demon Dragon had executed. Only the Starry Sky Demon Dragon raised his hand and punched out. A dragon-shaped fist shadow mixed with dark energy directly smashed above the evil eye ghost eagle's face, blasted it away with a punch. The knot knocked down several large trees. The evil eye ghost eagle lost its fighting ability on the spot. This move was none other than the Shadow Dragon Fist, which was enhanced by the Shadow Fist. With great difficulty, he crawled out from under the huge body of the evil eye ghost eagle. Zhang Shaoling's eyes were filled with disbelief. The evil eye ghost sculptor was killed in seconds? How? 52 Showdown. I am Luo Xinliang. Looking at this extremely shocking scene in front of him, the eyes of the crowd were filled with astonishment. No one had expected it. The evil eye ghost sculptor, who was previously unbeatable, fighting one against many, couldn't even carry this dragon man's punch. How strong was this dragon man? Brother, are you okay? Seeing his brother put down by a punch, Zhang Sakura Shui also immediately rode the Ice Thunder Sparrow to Zhang Shaoling's side and helped him up. I'm fine. You hurry up and take that Night Lord with you. Otherwise the Thunderjack beast will have nothing to do with my Zhang family. Before Kong Cherry Snow could make a choice, Luo Jin you just lit up. It didn't matter if the Dragon Man's actions just now were authorized by Luo Xinlian or not. However, this moment was the best time to obliterate Zhang Shaoling and seize the Thunderjack beast. All of them. Not a single one of them should be allowed to escape. Just as Su Luo's two families were preparing to surround and kill the Jiang siblings, Luo Xinlian, who was laughing so hard that she almost lost her breath, also stopped in front of the duo. Whoever dares to take a step forward, dies. The two Su Luo families sniffed and couldn't help but snort. Just you? How dare you come out and play the hero when we didn't bother you? Brothers, get him. Snatch the Thunderjack beast. At this time, the Money Leopard, who had been on the sidelines and did not dare to speak, also finally came back to his senses. Combined with the scene just now, and the words the masked man said earlier, where could he not guess the identity of the other party? It was just that Yen Feather Falcon had been guarding himself and the others, and he didn't dare to speak out to remind the people of Su Luo's two families. Hey, Sinning how to mess with this guy again? Looks like this one won't be as kind as the last one. At this time, the Money Leopard is trying to run cannot run away, can only be under the watchful eye of the Yin Yu Falcon. Honestly, stay in place. And at the same time, the crowd that had just rushed towards the Zhang family siblings in a swarm stopped in their tracks instantly. It was only because the terrifying Dragon Man had actually blocked the three of them with one hand, as that scene just now was too shocking. For a while, everyone didn't dare to act rashly. This caused Zhang Shaoling, who had just received a beating, to be confused. He had just taken a shot at his evil eye ghost sculptor, but now how come he was helping them? Luo Jin Yu's face darkened at the sight, shouted directly in all directions. Luo Xinlian, what do you mean? Are you trying to betray the Luo family? With things having reached this point, how could the Luo family members not understand? Luo Xinlian had already arrived a long time ago. It's just been in the shadows. When Su Jinshi, who was on the side, heard Luo Xinlian's name, his entire body just tingled. Her body couldn't help but react to the thought of that powerful and dangerous feeling. He almost stumbled and didn't stand still, but Luo Xingyuan was quick to help Su Jinshi. But Su Jinshi wasn't so appreciative. Instead, after stabilizing his stance, he pulled away from Luo Xingyuan, then subconsciously looked around.
It seemed as if he was afraid of being seen by anyone who saw the somewhat intimate movements he had just made with Luo Xingyuan. Luo Xingyuan didn't think much of it, and only thought it was Su Jinshi who was frightened by the dragon man's might, and squeezed out a smile that he thought was sunny and said, "Jin say, don't be afraid, I'm here." In response, Su Jinshi just nodded politely. The rest of the crowd was just like Luo Jinyu, looking towards the surroundings, wanting to see where the Dragon Emperor, who had recently gained fame in a city, was hiding, but instead of seeing the figure, another burst of laughter drew the crowd's attention. Looking along with the voice, it turned out to be the same masked Night Lord who was there to laugh. Laughing my ass off. "You guys are so stupid." Immediately, Luo Xingyuan also spoke out. "Night Lord, don't be crazy. Do you really think this dragon man is helping you? Don't forget, this is my Luo family's Dragon Emperor. Beware of dying an ugly death later." Even Jiang Sakuraxo couldn't help but pull on the Night Lord. "Don't get carried away. We don't even know what people's intentions are." The evil eye ghost eagle was just knocked out. The ice thunder sparrow alone is no match for them. "Hurry up and call your inferno falcon over here and see if we can try to break out with our combined efforts." Zhang Shaoling also spoke out at the right time. "Just now I had no choice but to make a move on you, and who knows if you'll hand over the thunder tribulation beast, but I promise I never meant to hurt you. This time, just do us a favor for my sister's sake." Zhang Shaoling wasn't a reckless person. As the heir to the Zhang family, he naturally had his view of the big picture. He knew that if he could get one more combatant on his side now, he would have one more chance of escaping. He thought that the Night Lord had just attacked him out of the blue, making him hold a grudge. That's why it was told to stay on the sidelines and not do anything. And naturally, he gave in to the Night Lords. But how did he know that Luo Xinlian had asked the Yanyu Falcon to stay on the sidelines? To keep an eye on it, for fear that the cheetah squad would run away. After all, that valuable emerald dolphin hasn't been brought back yet. However, seeing that the arrogant Zhang Shaoling had also conceded, Luo Xinlian's heart still felt a surge of relief. "Don't worry, with me here, they can't do anything to you." Only to see Luo Xinlian say that while stretching her hand towards the mask, toward the two Su Luo families. "I'd like to see what these mongrels can do to us." As the words fell, the mask Luo Xinlian had been wearing on her face was also removed. For a while, the scene fell into an eerie silence. Only Jiang Sakuraxo looked at Luo Xinlian's cheeks with a curious expression. After seeing Luo Xinlian's appearance clearly, Jiang Sakuraxo, who originally had a hint of goodwill towards Luo Xinlian, her heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. "So you're so good looking. I thought you were an ugly one before. If you're not ugly, why do you wear a mask all day?" Before Luo Xinlian could reply, Luo Jinyu on the opposite side gave his answer with an incredulous face. "Luo Xin. What horrified Luo Jinyu the most was, Luo Xinlian was actually able to summon two Metamorphosis stage Imperial beasts at the same time. There is also a constant output of psychic energy enabling it to remain in the outside world. What level of spiritual power had he actually reached? Su Jinshi's body also trembled slightly. It's amazing that he's been lurking in the ranks. Then all this way Luo Xinyuan's attentions to himself and his half-hearted acceptance were all seen by him. Afterwards, he must find a chance to talk to Luo Xinlian. After all, the two families were originally prepared to give the two of them an engagement. It was only when there was an accident that Luo Xinlian left the Luo family, allowing Luo Xinyuan to take advantage of the situation. With Luo Xinlian's current strength and potential, returning to the Luo family would be a matter of time. Naturally, he couldn't let his fiancée get the wrong idea. Of course, the one who was suffering was Lo Yimeng. Looking at the current situation, the Thunderjack beast was in Luo Xinlian's hands, and it was already impossible to take it away. No, I must persuade Luo Xinlian to return to the Luo family today. He hadn't forgotten what Luo Yu had said before he left the house. At this time, it was not only the people of the two Su Luo families who had mixed feelings. Even Jiang Shaoling's face became quite ugly. I didn't realize that the masked man that I had always looked down on was the infamous Imperial Dragoner. It was infuriating that his evil eye ghost eagle was killed by the other party with a single punch. At that moment, Jiang Shaoling only felt his face burning hot. And at this time, Jiang Sakuraxu, who had the simplest of ideas, was also clearing her thoughts. Puffing up his cheeks, he hammered a hard fist on Luo Xinlian's chest with an unhappy face. How dare you lie to me? You even injured my brother's Imperial beast. What do you say to this account? Luo Xin, who was still silently enjoying the surprised expressions of the crowd, was stumbled by the sudden punch from Jiang Sakura Snow. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian had no choice but to say with a smile on her face, "I'm sorry, it happened for a reason. I didn't mean to keep it from you. Tell you what, when we get back to A City, I'll personally treat your brother and your Imperial beast." At those words, Jiang Sakura Snow still had an unhappy face. That's it? No sincerity. Luo Xinlian then shook her head with a bitter smile. Immediately after that, he took out a blue-purple bead from and handed it to Jiang Sakuraxu. Here, this pays for it, okay. Jiang Sakuraxu received the bead with one hand, and her eyes immediately lit up.
Thunder Source Stone. 53, Revenge. Scrap Luo Jinyu.
Looking at the Thunder Source Stone in his hand,
Kong Cherry Snow was overjoyed.
The only trace of displeasure that was originally in his heart was also gone.
With a fortunate face, he patted Luo Xinlian's shoulder. Count on your word. I won't bother with you this time. On the side, Jiang Shaoling's face darkened. He didn't think that his sister would be coaxed like that. His own Imperial Beast was directly ed by this kid and lost its fighting ability. But on second thought,
this kid had actually given the Thunder Origin Stone to his sister.
It doesn't seem like a loss in that case. Soon,
Jiang Shaoling was relieved.
Luo Xinlian also smiled faintly. Now that it's all done, then go. You still owe me a meal. While saying that, Luo Xinlian pulled Jiang Sakuraxu and prepared to leave.
A furious voice came immediately afterward.
Luo Xinlian, don't forget you're a Luo family member. How could you give the Thunder Origin Stone to the Jiang clan?
Seeing that Luo Xinlian had dared to treat them all like air, and had even given the Thunder Origin Stone to the Jiang family so directly,
Luo Jinyu was furious.
It seemed to have suffered some unacceptable betrayal. At those words, Luo Xinlian slowly turned her head to look at Luo Jinyu.
I'm sorry, but I seem to have severed my ties with the Luo family, and this Thunder Source Stone is my booty. I can give it to whoever I want. What do you care? For a time, Luo Jinyu was also choked speechless by Luo Xianlian. Immediately afterward, Luo Xinyuan's trademark voice sounded again. Brother Xianlian, how can you talk to second sister like that? Anymore, you are your father's son, and that is an immutable fact. How can you help outsiders against the Luo family? Seeing Luo Xinyuan open his mouth, Luo Xinlian instantly raised an eyebrow. Oh, yeah? Then I'd like to ask a rhetorical question. As an adopted son, you have taken over everything that should have been mine, even planted evidence that I stole Zhou Yajing's underwear. If you can be gracious, why can't I help the Kong family? Everyone looked at Luo Xingyuan in unison at these words. Your bull ting me. When did I plant evidence on you? That's because you have a problem in your own mind. Just in time for me to run into it. For Luo Xinyuan's sophistry. A hint of playful mockery appeared on Luo Xinlian's face. I don't know if you're biased on the basis of the Luo family's favoritism towards you, or if you also think they're all pig-headed. Don't forget, Zhou Yajing and Luo Yu's room doorways are installed with surveillance. A quick look at the surveillance will tell you exactly who did it. As soon as these words came out, Luo Xinyuan's face became ugly to the naked eye. The favoritism and love from the whole family had made him a little flaky. Forget all about monitoring this. Once these words came out, people with clear eyes could already see some clues. It was only because of the Luo family's reputation in his city that they all didn't dare to say much. The look in Su Jinshi's eyes when he looked at Luo Xingyuan again also had an extra hint of disgust. And Luo Jinyu, who was on the side, had actually known everything for a long time. Having been under the same roof for a long time, he naturally knew some of Luo Xingyuan's small movements. He just thought that Luo Xingyuan, as an adopted son, had been adopted by the Luo family as a child, never met his parents. It was only natural that the fear of Luo Xinlian's appearance would affect his family's care for him. It wouldn't be good to let this normally well-behaved brother be taken for a pervert because of this little thing. So it also cooperated to put this charge on Luo Xinlian's head. Thinking to myself, he was born to his parents anyway. It wouldn't hurt to take the fall for Heart's farther brother. But he never expected that this was supposed to be a family matter of the Luo family. But it would be spoken of in public by Luo Xinlian. Instantly and angrily, Luo Xianlian, stop biting people. Brother Xingyuan has always been well-behaved and understanding. How could he do such a thing? Luo Xinlian shrugged casually, with a disinterested look on his face. He said, do what you want, I'm just stating a fact. Anyway, I have nothing to do with the Locke family anymore. At those words, Luo Jinyu also snorted coldly. Looks like I guessed right. You were just secretly bribed by the Jiang family. Why else would you leave your blood relatives alone and go help the Jiang family instead? How did mom and dad give birth to such a white wolf as you? In the next moment, a terrifying aura arrived in an instant. It was none other than the Starry Night Demon Dragon, only to see the Starry Sky Demon Dragon pinch Luo Jinyu's spiritual illusion butterfly in one hand with a bizarre speed. Seeing this, Luo Jinyu was shocked. Luo Xianlian, what do you want? Regarding Luo Jinyu's reaction, Luo Xianlian was not at all amused. Fine, since you say I've been bought by the Jiang family, then I've been bought. Not that the Luo family even helped you evolve the spirit butterfly chrysalis into a spirit phantom butterfly. But, I'd like to see who else will come to buy you off if you also become an invalid and can't contract a royal beast. Immediately after that, a single hand was fired, pinched the spiritual illusion butterfly straight to death, without even having the time to use the illusion wave. Pust, because of the death of the imperial beast, it causes a backlash. Luo Jinyu spat out a mouthful of blood, but Luo Xinlian didn't intend to let her off the hook, only to see the starry sky demon dragon attaching its dark aura to its claws. A direct hand slapped Luo Jinyu's abdomen at the dantian. In an instant, Luo Jinyu only felt that the spiritual energy in her body was like a stream that had been cut off from upstream. It was becoming more and more rare, gradually turning into an ordinary person with no spiritual power. Feel the changes within you. Luo Jinyu roared hysterically. Luo Xinlian, what have you done to me? In response, Luo Xinlian's expression looked unusually cold. I'll also let you have a taste of what it's really like to live in the Luo family without spiritual power and unable to contract a royal beast. It all happened so suddenly. On the side, Luo Yimeng and the imperial beastmen brought by the Luo family wanted to stop them, but it was too late. Luo Jinyu, who had been completely cut off from the path of the imperial beastmaster by Luo Xinlian, hysterically roared towards the others. Kill Luo Xinlian for me. Whoever can take his life, my Luo family will provide 100 million imperial beast cultivation materials as a reward. As soon as these words came out, Luo Xinyuan, who was on the side, also saw his eyes light up. If we really fight to the death here, Luo Xinlian, the position of Luo family heir will be secure, and the order was given by Luo Jinyu. Whether it's a success or not is none of my business. Despite what was on his mind, his mouth was teeming with words. Second sister, this isn't good. Even though brother Xinlian abolished your spiritual power, he's your own brother. It was fine if he didn't say this, but when he did, it completely ignited the anger in Luo Jinyu's heart. What blood brother would treat his own sister like that? At those words, Luo Xinyuan pretended to be bad at persuasion though on the surface, but in her heart, she understood that Luo Jinyu wouldn't be soft. Luo Yimeng and Su Jinshi, who were on the side, originally wanted to advise, but when they saw Luo Jinyu's eyes that were filled with resentment, they also chose to shut up. As the saying goes, a heavy reward is a good reward. The crowd that was originally terrified because of the Dragon Man was also stoned by this heavenly wealth, and surprisingly began to take on an encircling appearance, surrounding the Luo Xinlian trio. Seeing that his side had been surrounded, Jiang Shaoling also frowned. The evil eye ghost sculptor in his heyday wouldn't be afraid of these people. Now with the addition of Luo Xinliang's dragons, sweeping the other side could be said to be a breeze. It was only a pity that if he hadn't been so eager to snatch the Thunderjack beast before, the evil eye ghost sculptor wouldn't have been incapacitated by that kid's Dragon Man. Thinking of this, Jiang Shaoling was a moment of chagrin. At that moment, he was also ruthless and said to Luo Xinlian, "Kid, I was wrong about what happened before. I have no fight left in me, and I'll only be a liability with you. I see that even though your draconians are powerful one-on-one, they shouldn't be good at group attacks. If you fall into the other side's encirclement, you're bound to run out of spiritual energy. Now you take my sister and get out of here right now. Even if I, Jiang Shaoling, die, I will remember this favor of yours." Hearing Jiang Shaoling's words, Jiang Sakuraxu also instantly reddened her eyes. "Brother, I'm not leaving. Let's finish them off together." Schwer is obedient. "You guys hurry up and leave. Now that you've obtained the Thunder Origin Stone, your future achievements will definitely surpass mine. You'll avenge me then, brother." Watching the duo as brother and sister, Luo Xinlian also shook her head in disbelief. Thinking back to the days when he was in the Luo family as well as the current scene, it was impossible to say that Luo Xinlian had no feelings, but he wasn't overly sentimental about it. He had long since made up his mind to make the Luo family pay for what they had done to him for so many years. "Let's collect some interest today. Don't worry, as I said before, whoever dares to step forward, die, since I just wanted to leave and they wouldn't let me. Let's all stay." 54. Liberation. The starry sky demon dragon in its primitive state. Seeing Luo Xinlian seemingly determined to fight the two Su Luo families to the end, there was no intention of leaving his brother behind, and Jiang Cherry Snow's large eyes also looked gratefully at Luo Xinlian, and Jiang Shaoling, seeing that he couldn't be persuaded, also hurriedly reminded to, "There are too many people on the other side. You'd better put away that inferno falcon you left over there. This will also save a lot of spiritual energy." In response, Luo Xinlian did not reply, only the corners of her mouth curved up into a faint arc. At this moment, those imperial beastmasters who had already been swept away by the immense wealth had already come towards the site to kill. "Charge! The 100 million in cultivation materials is mine. Together, deplete his spiritual energy. He's no stronger than one person." For a moment, the group seemed to be even more vocal than before. Looking at Luo Xinlian, who was about to be drowned by the sea of beasts, a hint of madness appeared on Luo Jinyu's face. "Little bastard, go to hell. Ha 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 ha." Luo Xinyuan, who was on the side, also had some thoughts. "Who cares? If we can really kill Luo Xinlian, it's not bad to snatch back the Thunder Origin Stone.